welcome. We're here. It is the Saturday showdown of the Rise Group. It's DRX versus the Bros. Degon here alongside Ox and Wolf, and we're so glad you could join us. Two teams trying to fight their way into play-ins, and right now teetering on the line of the cutoff where their season could end here in August.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably one of the most important matches that we have left because, whether a team makes it to play-ins or playoffs when we're looking at the Legend Group, even if you're in play-ins, you can still make it through. But here, if DRX lose this matchup, it's going to be really hard to make it to play-ins. If they fall below that line, they don't get another opportunity, they don't get another shot. Really important they try and get this win. And for Bro, a win here would keep them a lot safer.
Yeah, these two teams are battling it out, as you say, looking for that third place spot for now. With D+ looking a little bit shakier, I do think that even if you lose here, you feel like, okay, well, D+ is actually winnable now, whereas it felt like at the beginning of the group, maybe that wouldn't be attainable. But this, realistically, when you look at the round robin schedule, feels like the most realistic win you can take, and it's against your direct opposition. So it's a really important matchup, as you said.
Yeah, with DRX having dropped that game earlier in the week against the DN Automotive Freaks, it is dire times for them. They need wins as we take a look at the standings. The cutoff line is 8th place here, 3rd in the Rise Group. And as Wolf said, it is the direct competitors, 8-15, 7-16 game score, one series split between them. It is going to be very, very close.
Look at the game score. Like, it's 2 games between them. The rest of the gaps are like 11 points. You look at 15-33, like 18 points between them. This is the closest we have right now, basically across the entire LCK.
Yeah, and we could even end up in a situation where if DRX win 2-1, where they're neck and neck at the end of this. So, could be really close and has remained to be.
Well, there has been some weird stuff happening in the Rise Group, where we need to do a little bit of investigation because circles are perfect shapes. There are no bumps and bruises. However, it does continue on as D+ Kia, they were able to defeat the DN Automotive Freaks, like everyone in the LCK. However, the DN Automotive Freaks were able to take a win against DRX earlier this week. But DRX, they somehow were able to defeat B&K Fearx International Esports Club, who were able to defeat the Indomitable Bros. But the Bros were able to defeat the top of the group in D+ Kia, completing the circle.
What does it mean?
Well, I did kind of talk about that convection thing at the beginning of the week where, you were at the top and then you kind of fall down and you go back up. It's pretty telling that D+'s win in this circle is against DNF. That's the one they won. Not a great look for them, unfortunately, here at the Rise Group. Like, it looked like, oh man, no one can catch D+. Now it feels like, hey, maybe anyone can get to the top. There's a pretty big gap, but it's scalable.
Yeah, I think for me, it really just illustrates the fact that it is so hard to get a firm read on these teams. And just when I think, you know what? I think I finally have a judgment for where these teams are, where in my mind I rank them in terms of, and then it just changes, it just shifts. And you see a matchup where I'm like, okay, DRX beat B&K Fearx. So yeah, DRX, you'll look, oh, and they lost to DNF. What does it mean? I don't know. And it just feels like week on week, it's in flux, it's changing. And we can't really fully ascertain exactly what it means, but it's a lot of culture. We know that for sure.
Yes. I think the Rise Group, it really just comes down to, I want to believe in you. As we take a look at the match record between these squads, it has been pretty one-sided.
In terms of regular season, this is a phenomenon that comes around 4 or 5 times now a year. It's what I like to call Broderick's. A series that is defined by Bro and DRX going the distance against each other because they're incredibly close. And notice their last few games have all gone the distance to 3. I expect that will continue today, but DRX have won the third and final game more often than not, as you guys could see with 6-2. But I think still coming in today as slight underdogs as well.
Yeah, I just want to say 24 summer round 2, how robbed were we on that day? The 2-0 there. Definitely going to be a 3-gamer today. I'm feeling it.
Yeah, that's the great analysis that I expect. We see all 2-1s, so we're seeing it again today. Let's take a look at some of their recent history here, because DRX, how did they get to this position? How did they get to 9th place so far here in round 3 and 4? Well, they got wins based off of some solid team fighting.
I think the difference between how these two teams win could not be more different. For DRX, it's Teddy. Okay, look at him in these fights. If he can position well, if he can avoid the engage, DRX just need to get to the late game. They need to set Teddy up for success and just be a bodyguard for him. Everyone needs to be Teddy's bodyguard. Watch him in this fight as well. He's like, all right, it's late game, it's Harry, the health bar's low. I'm not going to mess it up. I'm just going to clean up the fight. That's all DRX win with right now. And now that Teddy's back in, you know, it seems like they've made this choice a while ago, and they're like, let's just play through this. I don't know if it's enough in every scenario, but it's very predictable.
And that was the big thing. Coming into this round, it was UCal and LazyFeel as the starters. They make the switch back to Yehu. They make the switch back to Teddy. They get themselves some wins, but then you get to see some of the shortcomings of the squad sometimes as well.
Yeah, I think particularly, you know, playing into the Jarvan was a big issue when they had the Sivir. Really didn't set up Teddy for success, so I think draft as well, making sure that you have a pick he can succeed on, because when you put all your eggs in the Teddy basket, he needs to be able to play the game, he needs to be able to operate, otherwise you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, notice in this fight, he is just not able to get it done and focus down by DNF. The other problems that I think DRX have are their side laning looks really weak. Both Rich and Yehu don't really seem like they apply a ton of pressure. They don't generate big lane leads. Their skirmishing in the early game is also quite weak compared to Bro, and I think that's a huge boon for Bro coming into this series, one of the mismatches for DRX. So just avoid fighting, play scaling, sit back and get those numbers up, get Teddy's CS numbers up, get his Senna stacks up. That's your plan for success of your DRX.
And remember, going into round 3, things were good about the Bros, but round 3 was great for the Bros. People were high on the Bros. They were able to team fight. You had some moments there with Krako being a pretty solid jungler, one of the best ones here in Rise, and it started off so well, but hasn't exactly been consistent.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's been struggles. I think Morgan and Polu have been a bit hit or miss. I think Hype has also been hit or miss. He's had some great moments, but also some underwhelming moments. I think Kroko has been pretty solid for the most part. I do think there's been moments where we've seen some picks for closer, like the Akali didn't work for me. But it feels like when everyone on the team is on picks they're comfortable on, that work in cohesion, and they're able to get to these team fights, yes, this team can win, but there's a lot of ifs and buts, I feel like, for this team. A lot of conditions that have to be met for them to be successful.
They are, to me, in a lot of ways, and I don't mean this in disrespectful, kind of like budget Hanwha. They do just show up to fights, they engage, and like, we're confident we're going to take this. They're always confident to take a fight, and when players like Closer and Krako are playing their best, that looks really good. They have a lot of clutch moments, but when it comes to, okay, we can't just walk up to this objective, we have to play it slow, we have to be a little bit more careful, that's when Bro can kind of fall apart. But in moments like this, as this is the famous DNF loss, right? They can show the case they're clutch, right? And they can be a punishing team. They are a very strong team when given an in, and they'll take those opportunities every time they get them. Sometimes to their detriment, I would say, but it's been more often than not in the early to mid game where Bro gets a lead. If they can hold on to it, that's where they take the W. So I think that's kind of the dichotomy between these two teams, right? Can they get a big enough lead to stop Teddy from getting online, or will DRX weather the storm? Teddy carries the late game.
I also feel like you saw there when they were shutting down Berserker, these sort of dive-focused compositions, things like the Kaiser doing a great job. We saw Hype having pretty great performances on that. They could function in a similar way. If you just specifically target Teddy in a similar manner, that could be a really successful strategy.
All right, we'll see what the game plans are when we get into the game. Speaking of game plans, let's talk to the coaches here, as they had their quotes for their Saturday showdown matchup with huge implications towards play-ins. We've had games slip away due to overextending when we were ahead. Keeping composure in-game is the top priority from Coach Song. And for Duke, it's a must-win matchup, but I'm avoiding putting pressure on the players. Teddy has been in great form lately, so we're watching out for that. I'm counting on the Lord Morgan to carry.
It's crazy because in rounds 1 and 2, especially in round 1, we were like, Morgan's the biggest liability on this team. His champion pool had massive issues. He was constantly locking in the Yorick, and we were like, ooh, this isn't great for you. But he turned it around. Like, he's increased his champion pool. He's mastery on those picks like the Yorick has gone up massively. Picks like Cho'Gath he's looked really good at. And his Rumble is looking better as well. So I think Duke realizing as well, Morgan is now a strong point for this roster.
Yeah. All right. Time for predictions. I think, let's put it up there. Yeah. Let's go, Bros. Come on, Bros. Please, I can't take
Egon's opinion of the week.
Yeah, that was just an opinion.
No shots there, I feel like.
All right, time for some shocks?
Yeah, I
What?
I went for Bro as well.
Okay.
On this one, I think DRX have been a little bit inconsistent, and I think Teddy or bust. Teddy's been really good, but I think Bro, I think have more diversity in what the strategies they can apply.
Welcome,
Hear
bro.
me out.
Yes, hearing you.
I also went bro.
Oh no.
Because I think Bro's early mid game stronger than DRX's. I do think when given the proper champions to carry with the right draft, Closer can carry this team, and I think they can shut Teddy down.
So the biggest thing that usually stops the bros are expectations. And 3 of us here voted for him, but not everyone voted for him. We had Gogo and GigaChad Valdez, who also had an upset pick, I think, earlier this week as well, go against them. But really, this Saturday Showdown kind of prediction doesn't make you feel great if you've seen the last match between both these squads, or for both these squads here. The DNF loss, and then B&K FearX taking it to the bros. So it doesn't... You know, I believe, but I don't feel great about it.
I'm like 54, 55, bro, right now. Like, I don't feel extremely confident with this prediction, but I think it's in my heart what I think should happen if both these teams play to their best. Which it's Rise Group, so you never know.
Yeah, I'll be honest, coming in today, I had actually forgotten which team I'd predicted, and when we were talking about this, I didn't really feel positive about either which side it could have been. I feel like either could really be a solid argument. I feel I am leaning. I obviously predicted Bro. I do feel a bit better about the Bro prediction, but if it's DRX, fair play.
A forgetful bro is still just a bro. It's time for the Rise Group. It is DRX. It is Bro. The playoffs are going to be very, very close, and every match matters. We'll see you after game number 1.
Makes me stronger.
결과에 따라서 플레이인 진출이 결정이 되잖아요.
그렇다면 그 안에서 서로를 잡아먹으면서
네.
몸을 키워야죠.
테디도 복귀한 이후로 매판 너무 잘해주고 있어요. 은맥이 멈출 기세가 아니에요. 지대!
여기서 살아남기 위해 오늘도 열심히 싸우는 그 팀들이 있어요.
DRX 화이팅!
오케이 브리온 파이팅! 오케이 브리온
DRX 파이팅!
오케이 브리온 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025 and the Saturday Showdown. DRX versus Bro, the original Bro and Bro. And I'm joined by Chronicler here. I'm Atlas, of course, and it is time for us to enjoy some cultural League of Legends like we have never experienced before. Yesterday was a day full of culture. Both series, in fact, were full to the brim with culture, but nowhere near the level we're going to experience here in game number 1.
I'm so happy the gameplay versus culture divide caught on. You know, I love it.
There's a lot of things that have sort of caught on, and I don't know whether it's a good thing.
Yeah, it is a new era. What was that, a Blanc?
Yeah, the Caster Blanc hasn't quite taken off yet.
That one.
I even wrote it down here for Brendan so that he knew, but...
And obviously, everyone is talking about it. It's the hot new rage. It's tempo vibes.
Yeah.
Which really, the more I think about it, is just really a rebranding of your waters, which actually I love.
Yeah.
It's very successful.
That way you get to put it in game though, instead of my waters normally what strikes before the series.
But I think it actually is one of the most successful rebrands I have ever seen. It's remarkable.
I didn't even realize that it wasn't.
It is!
Maybe that's why it's worked. As let's have a look here. These are the Rise Group standings, of course. The Bros wanted to catch up to B&K FearX, and it might look like they're pretty far away, but it's going to be only one match after they managed to take down DRX. There was a lot of talk about people being nervous about predicting the Bros. Never be nervous about predicting the Bros. Just predict. Just lose your channel points. Just pay your bro tax and move on. That is what being a Bro fan is all about. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose. It's just whether you thought that perhaps they could win. That's
I think the desk really nailed it when they were like, I don't know. Who is better? Is it Bro? Is it DRX? Even BNK, who I think right now are looking like possibly the strongest in the group. I could see them lose to any team at a moment's notice. We just don't really know. Coming into this, the record is in favor of DRX, as was highlighted. But Baird, we're talking basically exclusively 2-1s. One single series didn't go to 3, which is very telling. Both teams coming off a loss. Who is going to be able to turn it around is DRX. Coach Song blaming the draft, and I think that draft obviously plays a big part. But for me, it will just always come down to gameplay with these teams. Come on, guys.
Yeah,
it's Bro.
I mean, this is beautiful. Thank you so much to those who voted over on Twitter. Those 35%, it's fine. Being a DRX fan is also quite similar to being a Bro fan these days. As some friends on the opposite sides of the arena here. It is really heating up. The drama is electric here for our Saturday Showdown. And let's see whether they can remain friends after the Bros win.
This too is peak Rise Group gameplay. You know, the friendships persist. Everyone knows all that matters is max out those channel points, betting on who you believe. If you're a Bro fan, that's cool. But guess what? If you're looking at it, you're like, I'm a Teddy fan since Jin Air. Jin Air really is just Bros with different colors. So you can't go wrong with your points here.
It's exactly right. And there's only one thing that's a little disappointing, and that is when you all in on the Gamba with all your channel points for the Bros, you know that everyone else is doing the same thing. So when they win, you just don't get very much back. But in itself, that is also beautiful, you know? And then there's that one DRX fan that decides to go against the Bros, and they collect a whole bunch.
Guarantee you at least a single viewer just watched the Sponges bit in LCK CL 2023 is like, I'm betting on this guy forever. Every single time. Maybe you're a HOTS fan and you're like the faker of HOTS in my game.
And I mean, Teddy is actually the original Jin Air.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's, oftentimes I feel like Jin Air is attributed to the Bros as well because of Umpty, of course. But there is, you know, that equality on both sides of the rift here in this match, and it's very, very cool. Hype versus Teddy is going to be our key player matchup, and I think this is an important one. I think Hype hasn't necessarily lived up to... It's going to be a accidental pun situation.
Wait, accidental, really?
Yeah, I don't want to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
I'm sorry, buddy. So
he hasn't lived up to the expectations.
I think we're starting to see him string more moments together that remind us of Hype. And I still think he has come out looking a lot better than his duo partner, who is continuing to struggle, even though we did see him again.
Oh, God.
It was not pretty.
Now, we may not. I think it's time for Peter to come back. I think it was time for Peter to come back before the series.
Yeah, it was not great. I can see the experiment, but definitely didn't work out. And then, as was highlighted by the desk, I think it was Wolf, Teddy has a kill participation of 85%. DRX are... It's really just Teddy with extra steps. And I do think it's cool that they have some different ways that they enable Teddy. Sometimes it's, you know, Sponge uses low, maybe he pops off, sets up for his AD carry. We've seen Yeu have a couple of good games, also a lot of not so good games, because again, that's kind of a running theme for basically every single player, every single time in the Rise group.
I actually think that, like, these are the two teams where it's not even necessarily consistency that's the question mark, because consistency is like a broad spectrum.
It doesn't exist. Yeah.
This is a switch. For all of these players, it's a switch.
Yeah.
Either Rich is straight up running it down, or he is winning. He is a god. He is the HOTS faker that we remember him being. And Yahoo, a little bit like he's either invisible or he's there, you know, is what I'm kind of feeling. Also a switch. Sponge.
I'm just noticing you're going up to
then,
DRX players.
And,
so I will take
and Polo is a sticky switch. It's a sticky switch because it's often off and it's really hard to move but when it's on, it's on.
I will take the bro side. I think that the most consistent have been Croco and Closer. You know, the 2022 lifts. But even they, as was highlighted, sometimes Closer picks a Kali or Aurelia and you're like, Closer, no, and he does it anyway. Sometimes Croco just gets a lead, walks into the enemy jungle, tries to 1v1 someone and dies.
Yeah.
These things happen. Sometimes Morgan just doesn't do a whole lot, and sometimes he is the game-winning Crocodile. We don't know, and that is the beauty. Everything we think we know is just a possibility.
Challenge your expectations. That is the aim of the game.
And
here
always,
in this matchup.
Always follow the tempo vibes.
Oh, yes. And your heart.
And your dreams.
Indeed. Pantheon going to be banned away, part of the PVV, sorry, that we often talk about. The Taliyah going to be taken off the board. Yahoo aiming for an Azir first pick, and we'll see whether the bros let that. No, they're not going to let that happen.
Not letting that happen. Varus, I was about to say, I think Varus, to me, does not warrant being as highly prioritized in bans specifically as he is, because we've actually seen a good amount of drafts be able to deal with him fairly well. There's a lot of junglers right now that I think are actually really good into Varus. But, oh, my kidding, it's the LCK. We're not going to adapt. We're just going to ban it. And going to keep doing that as it's Gwen or Yunara. Those are kind of the two options.
I was going to say, the Yunara first pick has been certainly coming in hot.
And now, you know, it's a lose-lose. I don't want to, again, start talking about Red Side Rumble, but we might have to.
No, Gwen. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Oh, no, then they get the blue side Rumble.
Yeah, we'll see. It's Morgan, so maybe he won't do either. And just like
they're just gonna lock Cho'Gath Trundle and call it a day.
I could see Trundle. I love this Aurora flex. This is actually super good because now you will have most likely a really good matchup.
Vi is actually sick as well.
So it's actually a really good opening. It keeps a flex pick, so you make the situation for Morgan and Closer better. Aurora has a particularly great matchup into Gwen, so that kind of blocks off that pick. But if they don't go Gwen, you can still go Rumble, even though it's weaker. Then you also have Vi, who is one of the picks that we do like into Yunara. Yunara is not necessarily as slippery as some of the AD carries. Obviously, when she ults, you still need a guaranteed way to lock her down before she pops off and takes over a team fight. So having a Vi and an Aurora, both of which can provide insane levels of backline threat, I think is actually a great opener here in the draw for Bro. The response is really good though as well here from DRX. Xin Zhao is self-explanatory, it's just always good. And Xin Zhao, particularly when combined with a Galio, has a lot of power. Galio I also personally like into Vi because she doesn't really have any choice but going in. I'm kind of wondering as well whether this is going to warrant. Even though I know it's not the forefront of the meta, Lulu is being scheduled to nerf. I feel like we started to see Lulu pop up a little more, and Lulu Xin Zhao to me, especially into Vi, is such a crazy combo.
It's a very good point. Let's see what Hype is going to go with here, as it looks like it might be Zeri. This could be an interesting one. Hypercarry versus Hypercarry. The Kai'Sa has done very well in this matchup. I've actually felt like this is kind of the answer, just because you can just get right in there and assassinate the Yunara.
Also, I think Hype's Kai'Sa has actually been kind of crazy.
I honestly think that our Kai'Sa level of play here in the LCK has really exploded off the back of, you know, Viper and Ruler having some pretty amazing moments on the pick.
Thanks, LPL.
Thanks, LPL.
Oh my god. They did ban it!
All right. Nice. And the Nico going to be going away as well, so not going to have the Nico Kai'Sa for helping out the Kai'Sa lane in the early stages and having that incredible engage opportunity.
So what we often see with Kai'Sa is either Rakan if you're okay sacking lane because the post lane is extremely strong, or you go Nautilus, which gives you a little bit more of a level 6 power spike. Obviously Nautilus is just a pretty well-rounded support at this point in time. You don't really want to blind it here, especially because they didn't ban Braum, and if you play Braum in the Nautilus to Braum, you'll be very, very sad. Might have to, though, because I do think you want to keep this Aurora flex kind of hidden, so that you can give either, you know, make the swap happen, or give counterpick over to your top lane, so that Morgan can actually apply pressure. I think Rich's laning phase has been a really big weak point for him. If he falls behind, he really falls behind.
Yep.
And that's something that Morgan has been able to kind of excel. So I'm expecting either Rakan or Nautilus here. Poppy Ban, to me, says...
Oh no.
I think the Rakan might be looking good.
Yeah, we are going to remake the lobby, but we'll be right back in it. Don't you worry at all. And now we get to have a discussion. Because I actually think Nautilus would mean life for DRX gets extraordinarily hard. I love the depth charge plus cease and desist combo.
It's really good, yeah.
And Teddy has been the entirety of DRX. It's just how it goes. And in fact, we're going to remake the entire lobby because it was Teddy's client that crashed. If it was anybody else's, they would have just sat out.
Oh my god!
Okay. My coworker's cheering for the wrong team.
Wait,
why is everyone battling today?
That's amazing. Oh, 2-0. Okay, we got 2-0 on the left. DRX win versus Bro win.
No, I think it's going to be a Bro win, personally. No bias.
Atlas, come on, it's 2020. We're leaning into it. Yes, bias.
I like the angry face. Look at the angry face.
I've been DK desperation tweeting for the entire year. It's fine.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's not fine. Thankfully, we're not commentating DK here. We are culturally relevant for today. We are broing, we are brewing. And that angry monobrow is staring into my soul and causing me some grief, I think. It's
You want to talk about it?
I am.
Well, I mean, in more depth.
No, not really.
Oh.
There's not really much more to say.
Well,
the fact that the monobrow goes a little bit closer to the left eye, you know, their left eye, it's on the right.
Atlas, you
yeah.
You can't respond to me when I ask you, do you want to talk about it more, and say no, I don't, and then continue to talk about it more.
I mean, I'm not going deeper. I'm just
There you are! You're going on the whole...
I'm still skating on the surface. I haven't... It's not more depth. We're not going into why it bothers me, like on a fundamental level or anything like that.
Why does the eyebrow bother you on a fundamental level, Atlas?
No, it's too much.
It's too much.
We don't want to... You don't want to know what happened to me in my past based on unibrows.
Did you accidentally shave off one of your eyebrows or something?
It wasn't me.
Oh, no. Oh, no, not an eyebrow. That's the worst.
We've all been to those parties, you know?
Where someone's like, I dare you to shave off an eyebrow.
It's obviously there's just not enough to do, you know? Oh, man.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah.
It's right up there with, you know, like someone getting a surprise buzz cut.
Yep.
Classic.
Haven't had that one. I was always scared of just someone buzzing right down the top, you know? Oh, the opposite mohawk.
Well, that did happen to you.
Yeah, that was the entire head though, so that's fine.
Yeah.
And that was at least done by a hairdresser, and it was my fault. So.
Well, was it really? I think we can blame the team. We can blame the team.
True.
That made that happen.
Do you remember? We almost did it.
For DNF?
For DNF, yeah.
And I kind of saved, because it would have been me, obviously.
Yeah.
I kind of saved myself saying, we're not going to do that because it's reductive and we've already done it and we don't want to keep rehashing it.
Exactly. And I actually, I came up with a new one, the opposite hair bet. It's, I will not cut my hair or beard for the next year. That's the new
so
bet.
much worse.
Yeah, that's the new bet.
Okay, I mean, like
it
just
would be
hair.
horrendous.
Just hair is fine.
Think about what the neck beard would do.
The beard. I think the beard is a bigger issue, honestly.
Oh,
for
it'd be a
everyone.
massive issue.
Because I do not look good with a beard.
Wispy and horrendous.
Remember, I kind of tried with a.
Yeah,
not great.
I remember.
It wasn't as bad as the mustache.
The mustache was terrible.
It was so bad.
But at least the mustache looked on purpose. The beard would just make you look lazy.
Oh yeah, it didn't work. No.
It wouldn't fit.
No.
Here we are, saved by the draft coming back. Sorry about just, talking about hair bets and stuff like that instead of keeping you apprised of what was going on. But here we are. Hello.
We talked about the fan signs.
Yeah, we talked about it. No, I'm just more like saying we didn't provide updates. People are probably like, where's the game? I don't know whether they said it in that voice necessarily, but that might have been the vibes. That's how I imagine it every time.
Is that just the voice of every Twitch chatter?
Yeah, no, not every. Most Twitch chatters sound incredibly dignified and smart, but the ones that are complaining sound like that.
So there's basically, I paid my bro tax.
Yeah. Like you can hear the size of the chin. Yeah. That's most people in chat.
It's going to be the rel instead. So still a ton of engage, not as much specific backline lockdown, but a lot more when it comes to the ability to CC up the entire team.
Yep.
Right?
This just Gwen into Aurora because we can. Gonna come on through here. We'll see what closer is going to be playing. I just feel like it's going to be an Ahri. Doesn't make me too excited, but
I hope not.
Ahri Kai'Sa can work, and it's just the Vi Ahri situation. It's Croco closer. I just see that as being the response, even if I don't necessarily like it.
As long as we don't see an R5 Rumble here.
I think it's a Yasuo angle, actually.
No, I don't.
I think it is. I think it's probably...
It's just
get out the flute. The Urhu has been banned,
I wouldn't be opposed to an AD mid lane matchup. I just don't really know what you would play. That's
talent.
Also actually good. That's actually a champion.
Why?
So that is...
Just wants to be a snake, I guess.
That is very interesting. I don't love it. So let's go over the pros and cons here. It does give you an incredible amount of damage. The composition on the enemy team is mostly short range, so it is the type of game where Cassiopeia can really benefit. I think Galio's life is also going to be hell.
Speaking of hell, you just cease and desist Yunara and then put, if she's ulted, you just miasma and she can't even dash it. She's just dead. And also, Rakan's life becomes really difficult.
It does, yeah. Also, Gwen, I think really relies on her dash, right? My bigger issue is that I can't think of, and that I think is one of the difficulties. It's hard to find a pick that really fulfills, is strong.
I mean,
is
Yasuo
good in the
would have been perfect, I think.
Is not Yasuo. There's a lot of lists of requirements that we need to get through. Interesting draft here. The Cassio, I know that our general distaste for it has not been really reflected. I feel like the win rate is not great, but not that bad. But it just hasn't felt like it's that strong. This does mean that, to me...
Palm equals power of Morgan. It absolutely does. You are... Man, the fan signs today are just out of control.
He hasn't gotten one yet.
No, but that's because he gets all of them. Every single palm is the power of Morgan. Morgan doesn't need more power of Morgan. He is Morgan. It's fine. Let's get to the rift for game one. The DRX fans were all over the place in that fan chant. I did not hear one coherent word. Oftentimes, it's just very loud, but at least we know what the fan chant is. DRX were just not. Part of them was saying, fighting DRX. The other half was saying, DRX fighting. The other half was saying, I love chicken. It was just a mess.
Well, who doesn't?
That's a very good point. Vegetarians, vegans.
Well, yeah,
perhaps.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're a vegetarian, you still eat eggs, so that's you still would love chicken.
That's true. I should have stuck with just the vegan.
But that one is definitely on point. Yeah.
Maybe they would love it.
They would love the.
But they just choose not to.
Well, no, I was just thinking they love the actual animal.
Oh, right. That's so true.
Basically, everyone loves chicken.
Yeah, that's
one way or another.
It's actually a very good point. My parents have pet chickens,
nice.
and my dad named them. And so one's a brown chicken, the other one's a black chicken, and so their names are Blackie and Brownie. Because my father has zero creative ability at all. You know, he falls asleep in everything that's fiction. He can't watch any, unless it's a musical, because he likes music. He can only watch musicals or documentaries.
You both like music. That's cute. I like that.
Yeah. So I have to, I have to watch Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and stuff like that with my mom only. My dad couldn't do it.
Interesting.
Yeah. Xander's going to get crashed into here momentarily. Bro's just testing the waters.
It is very funny for someone that just makes up stuff on the regular that your dad just doesn't.
What do you mean? I only ever tell the truth that's based in fact.
You have literally made up 2 completely nonsense terms in like the last month, Atlas. And there's also a lot of other naming stuff that
There's a difference between you perceiving something as nonsense and me when I design something.
No, I love the nonsense.
Aiming for it
I
to
love
be
the nonsense. Don't you pretend that I don't love the nonsense.
I'm not.
But that doesn't take away from the fact that it's nonsense.
I'm just saying that I do not think that it's nonsense. I think that I have scientifically created something new.
Okay, I would give you creatively. I'm not giving you... Atlas, it's 6 games. How are we already here? What is happening?
We are broing and we are... There was a pause, man! We had to remake the lobby!
That's what did it. Yeah, that's why. Normally, I feel like it takes us at least a game and a half to get to this point.
All right. Well, speaking of chicken, who has gone with the BBQ Olivers? Shout out to the former team in the LCK. Their official skin. That isn't actually their official skin, but I always thought it was. And Close having a pretty good time. Snake versus Gargoyle. Feeling all right. Rich, kind of regretting his decision to just pick Aurora.
I don't know why we keep doing this, by the way. Like, this was so obvious.
Yeah.
I know that sometimes we have talked about an issue with, Morgan's champ pool, but I feel like it was related to very specific champs, not at large.
Also specific metas as well. I think this one, he's got a lot of things, especially with the Cho'Gath coming back in, him being the best one of those.
Yeah.
His Aurora has been fine, always has Renekton, that sort of thing.
And yes, we can point to things like his Yorick. I think he had an over-reliance on that, but we have seen players just in general be kind of like, this pick is broken and I want to play it.
Yep.
I think really the Jace was the only one that we kind of went to and like, more, you have to be able to play it. Back when Jace was, I think at the beginning of the year.
Guess what? Doesn't have to play it anymore.
No, that was still bad, but it doesn't matter at this point anymore.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
But I don't know how we keep handshaking when it's very obviously a face-up Aurora flex so that you can not have the Gwen play the game, and now the Gwen is not playing the game. And it's really one of those matchups where I also don't feel like it really gets better, where it's like weather the storm, and then you're fine. Right now, Rich, all the damage he takes is going to stick because Morgan hasn't based yet. So like even these trades that on the surface look fine, Morgan is going to base. And like, again, they're not actually trading health bars here. Like, this is not a good trade for Rich. Because now Morgan is going to base, he's going to TP back. Rich is going to hope that he can get the crash in, but looking at the wave positioning, I don't know if he's actually going to get it to fully crash. Going to be close. And if he doesn't, he's just going to be in there you go.
Oh god, this is a horrible position.
Yep. Wave is going to be in a very rough spot, and you just don't have a good way to reliably get on top of the Aurora. Like, you just can't lock her down. She's too slippery. That's really something that Gwen relies on quite heavily.
Well, Closer is twin fanging. Sending a lot of those, as that was a cute use of the Justice Punch to avoid the Noxious Blast. Cassiopeia, a fun champion to use the ability names of. Yunara, not. Just not. Like, I kind of wanted to use some of them yesterday when she was being played, but you just can't. There's too many syllables.
Yeah.
What is Cultivation of Spirit when you press Q?
Just say orbs, dude. It's just.
I mean, that's not even the Q. It's like
I know.
The Q is just the like activate.
No, but I mean more so. We're just gonna talk about her. Lasering people.
Yeah.
And she has the orbs.
I mean, it's just another Extendo Beam. Extendo Beam 2025. That's what we can call it. That is also a bit wordy. So that's probably what I'm going to go with. We'll see what Teddy's going to be able to do with Extendo Beam 2025 there towards the bottom side of the map.
Rich did actually get a nice base off. He was able to... I think Morgan tried to cancel him, but didn't actually find it. So his lane is a little better.
He missed the cannon.
Very sad.
Lord. That's not what we wanted.
We know that there's nothing that you know, Morgan could do in this game that would make you appreciate him less. So.
Oh no, absolutely not. It's just a bit of a shame that the cannon decided not to die.
Rocco is looking. There is some reinforcements in the area.
Yep, a bit of an angle.
When do you think First Blood will be?
I'm thinking it's like an 11.5 minutes sort of First Blood angle for this game.
Like, I'm thinking Herald.
Yeah, something around.
So like 13, 14 maybe?
It is a little late.
It's quite late.
So I don't think it's actually going to be around an objective.
Oh, it's going to be one of those kills where someone just walks in.
Yeah. We're going to trade objectives. We're going to, like, gentleman's agreement around the map. And then all of a sudden, Croco is going to see someone and either die or kill them.
That does sound like something he would do.
It is. It's just the
That is what he does. Who do you think is the most likely to get taken down? So on either team, I think on Bro's side it's Palu.
Yep, and on DRX's side it's Rich, 800%.
I was going to say that. Well, I'm glad we're aligned, Atlas. That's good.
Yeah, that was a gimme. That was a little bit obvious. As I just think that he's going to get a little bit targeted in this game. Right now, things looking okay, even with the trades.
I told you about my misfortune, right, with the tea I ordered that then didn't come. I ordered tea and then it would...
Oh, yeah, you did.
So...
Where did it go?
I don't know. I actually don't know.
We haven't learned yet? Oh,
I have not learned, but I did order it again. It's in.
Oh, you actually got it?
I did.
Oh,
yeah.
excellent. There you go.
I just bit the bullet, and of course, because it's Bro and Brew,
yep.
I was enjoying my tea. Absolutely delicious.
Absolutely beautiful.
Had a cup of it last night, and it was great.
Well, you might need some more, as we are brewing, and look at this. Trading objectives. DRX, they're probably just going to move towards that top side.
Trade for what?
Oh, but it's a delayed trade. DRX now knows that they have one in the bank, and the pros are not going to fight for it. That is how it goes. That's what gentlemen's cultural League of Legends looks like.
They're gonna walk up with their coupon and they're like, hey, they still have an objective.
Out you go. You got the dragon. Okay, fair is fair. And bro are like, on my honor, we knew. We were just passing by. Absolutely.
Can't wait to see that actually come into play. It wouldn't even surprise me at this point.
Well, right now the Grubs have been up for a really long time, and the teams have forgotten that they exist. As Closer will be attempting to clear out the rest of those.
Guys, Dragon is
gone.
gone.
A little bit. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Ando going to be chasing after Croco. Does find the double quickness. As cease and desist comes down there from Croco. Wants to be able to blast cone his way out. That spectator bug was hilarious. As Sponge will pick up first blood. Down goes Croco, as was prophesized. But unfortunately, it was 2 minutes early. But it was at least a fight over nothing. It was exactly how we expected it to happen.
I don't understand why we are trying to make a play when our mid laner is backing. I don't get it. Look at this. How? No! How is Croco queuing in? What is it? Mid laner's like, guys, I am basing. I have Rod of Ages. If there is an extra member here, like Croco lives, right? If Cassiopeia's there, they can't really chase that far. You just kite back. And I don't know what the comms were in that moment, because either Closer should have been like, guys, I am going back.
Maybe they expected Sponge to be on the Grubs, but joke's on them. Grubs aren't real.
There's just the fundamental issue is that if your mid laner wants to base, do not go for a random play in River. It's not.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm just trying to work out what maybe the next level thought process was in Croco's mind.
I think it was just a miscommunication. I don't know why else that sequence would happen.
It was perhaps the classic Croco rush of blood to the head and just saw a champion and decided to try to kill them.
That could be the case. He does do that sometimes. As DRX did actually walk up.
The trade has been
completed. The coupon has been handed in and cashed out.
Yep. I mean, it's not really a coupon, because a coupon makes you feel like you get something for nothing, but they had it was a lay-by. You know?
It's like they owed him a favor.
Yeah. Okay. The debt is repaid.
And so I guess it would be a debt situation, not a coupon situation. You're right.
Yep.
They did get a 3-for-1 deal, though.
Yeah, that is true.
Scrubs just won.
I mean, Grubs is technically one based on the feats of strength. As Morgan taking a fair bit of damage here as Rich bounces on forward. We're going to need to bounce our way back out though there, Morgan, as this is looking a little dangerous. Ulti's traded there towards the bottom side. Flash is held onto, but Morgan's still in a bit of a dicey scenario. Thankfully, has the rest of the team down here as Andil, I don't know, must be cooking something delicious because Croco really wants some.
This time, though,
engaging on him over and over again.
This time I'm okay with the play because Rich just blew all his cooldowns onto Morgan and the rest of the team was actually there. It looks like Bro is now playing, I think they're trying to play towards getting hype kills, which I think is a good call. He is sitting on the call, as is Teddy. Teddy, a decent amount ahead. I haven't actually talked about the fact that...
Yeah, Teddy's kind of killing it.
Yeah, is substantially ahead in CS, like 30 CS. So is the case in top lane, by the way. So even that lead, even though the trade didn't look good, that lead is kind of ballooned in front of our eyes as well.
Morgan is the Lord for a reason. He's doing a great job. But the problem is that, like, DRX are Teddy. Like, that's the entire situation here. Rich is Gwen, needs money, so it's not great that he is falling behind. But it's not the end of the world because, you know, Teddy's just greeting for plates. I mean, even the Dot was almost able to get one there. Wasn't quite able to tick over. As Rich now versing the Snake Lady, and still haven't really seen, you know, the benefit of Cassiopeia in this composition. She has been exclusively an anti-Ryze type decision, as Teddy does cash in, as you saw there, a bunch of extra money, so he's 1,000 gold ahead. Yeah, that's absurd.
Once Hype's call cashes out, it won't be quite as bad. It will remain like in that, what, like 600-700 range.
Yep.
Depending on how much CS they can get Hype. I think part of that was also the rotations that Bro tried to do, right? We did see them earlier trying to rotate Hype over.
I think Yahoo also sacked a bunch of his wave as well, or a bit of it.
Well, makes sense, yeah. And if you're DRX, that's just what you do. All eggs in the Teddy basket. You have great appeal for him as well with the combination of the CC and Rakan, but mostly that Galio and Zinzao combo that can create a lot of space. It really will come down, I think, every single fight in this game will be can Croco and or Palu and or Morgan get on Teddy. If they do, and Hype has items, great. Teddy probably dies. If not, you will lose the fight, and most likely the game is... are we trading?
We are gentlemen.
Are we?
I mean, trading is a strong word.
They are going to contest, but the TP has come in. I don't think they can... Okay, so they trade Dragon for TP and some damage on the top lane.
And the opportunity to get 3 Hextech Dragons instead of just 2. And no double dragon today. It's a little bit of a shame.
Oh, are we setting up a... That's a...
This is a wrap around.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, Teddy is gonna get caught out of position here. There's a killer instinct, and he's just dead. Hype blocks down the kill. No quickness for you, Andal. That is not going to be fast enough. And they'll also get a red buff for their troubles. Now Dragon for Teddy don't look too bad at all.
That Crocodile has been playing some Metal Gear Solid because that was some top tier stealth right there.
I, in fact, saw the exclamation mark above the head of Teddy, and he couldn't do anything about it.
Actually, a good play. I loved it. The fact that obviously was a big risk if Croco gets spotted, he might just be in deep trouble. But they catch Teddy in the rotation here. And it's actual use of the Kaisa. Like, we see this type of plays, I think, a lot more once Kaisa hits level 11 and the ult range is actually quite big. That's also what they were looking for earlier. I don't think they want to give up Herald here. But it doesn't look like they're really going to be looking to contest.
I mean, yeah, Croco's going back, and he doesn't.
That's
right, so
2 in a row now.
Yep, that is just feats of strength on the on the objective side of things. Completed here for DRX.
Interesting, interesting.
They could also just cram Shelly into the mid lane, possibly get a bunch of damage onto that outer turret. See what they do decide to do is Sponge, just holding onto that one from now. I've got a little bit of an aside. Do you mind if I do a little bit of an aside? Because Teddy was on the screen, did just use the ability.
You know the answer is no. I never mind.
Okay, perfect. So Arc of Judgment is the unempowered slowy thing.
Yeah.
Can we call that a Slurkle?
No, I hate that.
It's a slowy circle.
No, we can't. No, that's...
Because, see, look, the circle
No, I hate that.
just missed hype.
No, I do not enjoy that.
Because I don't want to say Arc of Judgment. That's hard.
Atlas, I'm sure you can come up with something better. I've worked...
All right, chat. What do you reckon? Slurkle? I think Slurkle's pretty good. As we've got a bit of a dive, I should probably pay attention. Rich just going to get stunned up. Morgan wanted to finish it off, but it's Croco that locks in. Still, I mean, it's not great, as DRX have taken down the outer turret in mid lane, and they'll also look to remove the inner as well.
That's gone.
Yeah, so we're going to go with not worth. However, the prophecy was fulfilled, and Rich did die.
That's feats for DRX. I think that's not a bad trade. It'll be 2 turrets for 1 and a kill. If the kill had gotten over the hype, I actually think that you might have felt a lot better, but he wasn't in the play, right? He was trying to hold on mid lane, which he didn't. And the kill went over to Croco. Don't really think that's worth it. Morgan would have been really good as well. He still gets the gold for the turret. It's not the worst play for Brian, but I don't think it's great either. As Atlas, I know we can think of something else.
Nah, it's Slurkle. Slurkle or bust. I'm pretty proud of Slurkle.
I wish you weren't. As we have to play here, nice dash there from Rich to not get hit by the Q. And then here, gets a little close, but actually clean juggling there from the members of Bro. Croco doesn't take more damage than he should.
Yep, that's one of those plays where if you're not looking at the minimap, you're like, nice work, bro. And then you look at the minimap and it's a disaster.
I mean, like, I think it was actually pretty gold neutral, because a lot of CS also went into the turret, but I also don't think it was great. I think really, funnily enough, the outer mid lane turret is a much bigger deal. I think the inner mid lane turret doesn't really matter that much, but outer mid lane is actually really valuable. Holding on to that for a long time is good, and they didn't. So, what does it mean, Atlas? And really, we can think of something else, right?
No,
You're actually going to use that in the cast.
Yeah, Slurkle is... It just feels good to say. Try it. Try it again. Try it. Use it with an open mind.
I really don't want to.
Just use it with an open mind. Just give it a shot. It might actually feel better with a Dutch accent.
You want me to really hammer the Dutch accent?
Yeah, please.
Oh, that was...
Oh, no, actually, oh my god, I'm already excited. Please.
Okay. That was such a good Slurkle from him.
Oh, that was brilliant.
That was horrible.
I loved it. I loved every second of that. I felt your pain, still loved it. And I'm not even as sad.
Okay, Atlas, let's be real. You felt my pain, which made you love it more.
No.
Yes,
I do not have sadistic tendencies. I'm a masochist, if anything. Okay?
Okay.
As Morgan hits 2 items, we also have 2 coming in for closer as well, as the Bros have started up the Drake.
DRX, you should give this to them. You got the last few objectives.
Yeah. This is only fair. As Sponge, Wind does not become Lightning this time around, as Miasma is going to make things really difficult, and there's just a steal away from Croco. Morgan finding the backline as the Bros closing in. Wanted to get a bit of an angle. Oh, you saw it. Croco really wanted to get himself over that wall and start some sort of flank angle. But instead, they're just moving back. Closer picking some petals, and the gentleman's agreement did actually come to fruition. They did just take the dragon, and DRX watched.
I can only imagine that Croco. Oh, good Q.
Well, that was a very cute little, the tiny Vault Breaker is the deadliest.
Bro were clearly looking for the fight there, and I think they could have forced it. But if you go too deep and the disengage comes through, you don't actually kill Teddy, the fight can really turn on a dime. Again, with particularly the ultimates from Sponge and Yehu. And if you lose a fight here and you give up Otacon, that Drake is not worth. I'm a firm believer that in the Rise group, Soul Point is basically just as good as Soul, even though it's not, it kind of is, with how so many of these games play out.
Wait, they get this, don't they?
Yeah, I think that's just gone.
I mean, this is a Cassiopeia with Leandre.
Yes.
Like, there's
well, Morgan's also here. No, but you...
Or maybe the Bros are like, but we took the last one.
No, just commit. Like, with Morgan as well?
Yep, Sponge is going to make things a little bit perplexing here. Let's see whether he can steal it away. He dives in on top of Closer. It's down solo, but it's Croco that locks it down still. Are they going to survive in the fight? The flash out from Croco, the double taunt is so good at No! That was not a lordly flash, my friend. And they do get the Otacon, but that's 3 on the floor.
I think 3 seconds of hesitation kind of cooked them there. If they are a little bit faster, And Morgan immediately, I know Morgan was looking for the flank angle, but if they have hype there, watch again. If they have hype there from the beginning and Morgan also damages, look how fast this goes down. They have 2 Leandries users and a Kai'Sa. I don't think that this ever, with the positioning of DRX, should have turned into the fight that it was. And then here, Closer, very unfortunate flash. Not the only unfortunate flash, as Morgan here trying to get himself in a position to get the bounce back. But he flashes too far down, so he just flashes out of the own circle.
I'd prefer not to talk about it. That was not... We're going to get a pause. Morgan's like, I want to redo. Can we chrono break?
And that is
try to do that again.
That's a bona fide Otacon throw right there.
I mean, they did get the Otacon. Oftentimes, Otacon throws means you give it away.
No, but
not that I'm defending the bros or anything like that, but they did get the buff.
But there was like a almost.
Oh no! Not the heat pack explosion.
Rich.
Oh man! Heart's fake. I mean, he's got the hands. He blew it up. You know, that's how it works. Oh, gee! Ooh, look at that interactive sign.
Oh, love that. It's just a little spinny.
Yeah, G-Sun confirming the hand warmer explosion. And we are just using the mold tissues. We're cleaning it up and making sure that we get back into it.
So on the scale of like spilling a drink to like what is the skill? So we have hand warmer explosion, we have spilling drink, we have toilet issue. Does it feel like are the 3 ones where everyone is kind of just like
yeah, they're the giggly ones.
Kind of chuckling.
I mean, there is the classic crazy skin issue as well.
Very true.
Which was my favorite.
I know. I love that it keeps getting brought up. It just never gets old.
It's probably the best lower third that was ever made by Spo TV.
So, like, how would you rate them?
As in, like, which one's the worst? Which one's the most embarrassing? Which one's the funniest?
Yeah.
I think the worst, the silliest one is the spilt my drink.
Yes.
Because we've all been there.
That has happened to everyone.
Hand warmer explosion is a little bit more Korean specific. But I mean, I've got a massive bag at home. I think like a lot of us do. But it's not something that is as Western relevant. But here in Korea, I feel like, how many times has it happened over the last 2 years? Like twice, 3 times, I think. Just happens a fair bit.
I can remember at least. Like,
look at Morgan. He's bragging about the fact that his is fine.
I know. He's like, see how gently I'm holding this in my Renekton playing hands.
Yep. You can see those hands might be shaky, but they are at least gentle.
That said, not a good play for Bro. Really swung the gold in a pretty decisive manner.
I see the Nexus still standing. I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's fine.
Well, I want to see who the gold went on to. That's my big question, and what it means for item finishes.
Oh. Okay, look, you might be onto something.
Yeah, Rich is now ahead. And Teddy is even further ahead. Like, look at that.
Yeah.
That is, almost 3,500 gold swing?
It was a decently large swing. They managed to take down the inner turret on the bottom side of the map as well.
Yeah, and they did get out of con, as you highlighted. I don't think that's even remotely worth.
Well, I mean, apparently, according to the scoreboard, no one got out of con.
Well, we know that they did.
Did they?
They did.
If an Otacon falls in the forest and it's not on the scoreboard,
are we talking quantum mechanics now? Like, if it wasn't observed, is it even real?
Yeah.
It's Bro Brew. We get... Oh, wow. Red Bull fight!
The Bros are looking for it, but they instead...
Maybe someone should catch that man wave.
Yeah, it's some spectating that we're doing.
I'm looking at the item finishes. It's not that bad. Like, it's not good, obviously. And I think that there's going to be a moment for this next Drake fight where Bro definitely shouldn't fight. But if they let that go, I think they're fine. Right? I think Teddy obviously is going to hit his third item finish pretty far before Hype. But once Hype gets his third, I think it's fine.
I'm pretty worried about, you know, if anyone gets hit by a Slurkle, it could just be all over. I really do wish it was a bit of a more impactful ability so I could say it more often. Didn't even get to in the last fight. I think I was more just saying no, Morgan, no, more than anything else.
That does happen.
Yeah. As they're protecting Closer. The Cassiopeia has done about what Valdez was expecting her to do in this game. as he's our resident Cassiopeia anti.
Just one more item, bro. Okay, bro.
As soon as Closer builds the brown socks, it'll be fine.
I think they can fight this, because looking at the item finishes, they're not actually that far behind. I don't think they should. I think you just let this one go, unless you see a really good angle, because you don't really have any flank setup, and I do think that with the composition you have, you want to have at least Aurora on the flank.
Morgan does have teleport.
I think they should let this one. Just let this one go.
Well, I think they're going to let this one go.
Nice.
Cassiopeia has no teleport, and he is back in base.
Yeah, you're looking towards forward stuff, right?
Yep.
You don't have a third item on Hype yet. I think you just leave it be. Hype is taking jungle camps. We're going to get him to his third item. Now, so will Teddy, but we have seen that the Kai'Sa can just get on top of the Yunara and make her life very unpleasant. As Teddy, I think, on this base is going to get it. And now, if DRX were kind of crazy, they could see this third item spike with the IE now done and go, let's start now.
Let's just do Baron, yeah.
And you would peel off and you would try to take it down. But I actually think it's a good call. You have pretty substantial item leads in your most relevant members. You have a lot more boots, which I think do add a lot of utility, outside of course, mid, where the Closer can't buy boots.
And it's also like, it's a really fun comp with the Gwens in Galio. With the fact that you have like the classic double circles and then the heroic entrance. So if they ever try to damage you in your circles, you can just kind of kill them. Wind becomes lightning, but picks the gap there. 6 points.
I love that this top outer is still standing. It's very funny.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. As Poly just misses a bunch of buttons. Slurkle connects. Not too much else going to come of it. As DRX do not pull the trigger on the Baron. Look at all of this vision for DRX, by the way, towards the top side as Sponge goes in, flash out from Croco as Polu can have to back away. Andal does take a bit of relevant damage as Morgan just walking at them.
He's very scary. Needs to be careful though.
Slurkle misses. DRX just going to back away.
Midwave is pushing in.
That was Aura. That's what Morgan just utilized there. He just kind of...
It's actually pronounced
it's his
Aurora.
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 Aurora
Aura? Aurora Aura.
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
Yeah.
Something like that. Anyway, he walked at them and they left.
They also used both Rakan ults as well as the Sponge ult, so maybe they were like, let's not take any risk. DRX,
Oh god, how many cannons have gone to the Nether today?
The Netherlands? Well, I...
Can you please check the export statistics?
I will check.
Korea to the Netherlands.
I will make sure that any cannon that goes missing, those minions will be found.
I appreciate it.
Polu?
He is walking, running, cantering, trotting,
rapidly,
galloping. He's crashing down. They're looking for an angle, but they don't find it. Magnustorm now on cooldown as Andal goes in, finds a great grand entrance. And that is the Vi just going down. Morgan bouncing to the other side of the circle. Nailed it that time. Nice work, Morgan. It's not good, though. And DRX just pick up 2 for free. And that's not to be confused with 2 for 3.
No, 2 for free.
For free. They didn't have to pay for 2 of them. Yes,
yeah.
Thank you.
That was Croco kind of dying for Polu's mistake there. I'm not going to lie. Polu going in there on Xin Zhao, I don't even think Sponge necessarily would have had
I don't even know whether
flash.
Polu knew what was happening. I think he was possessed by something from beyond.
Well, do they just... They might just lose this. Now, Cassio is in possession of teleport. Morgan is almost up, and Croco has Hex Gates. They do need to TP now. It's TP now or just accept that this objective is just fully gone. And I think if they lose Dash, like the game is already in a rough spot. I do think you just lose the game, and it looks like they're not. Oh, yeah, Smite!
Oh, he doesn't get it. Baron goes over, Polu is dead. Gets the ward off, though, as you can see. Very nicely done. And this game is all of a sudden just kind of over. There's the engage onto Hype. He is dead. That is just slammed by a giant gargoyle. And I thought that this was going to be a story about Teddy, but it doesn't even, like, he is getting a lot of kills, but it just doesn't feel like it's about him. He's just sort of there, doing his job, slinging slurkles, and otherwise not really under too much stress.
I swear we had a game.
There's a bit too much brew and not enough bro in this game.
There was a game on our hands at some point, and it slipped away from us so rapid. It's that Otacon throw.
Yeah.
That's when the game was done.
It's now 4,000 gold the lead for just Teddy.
It's almost 10K, Atlas.
Yeah, it's kind of ludicrous.
How do they get Nash and you don't get bottom outer?
Well, if you kill them and they have no one in the bottom lane,
But they're a closer in the bottom lane.
Oh,
He was pushing. What they were doing Nash on Vision.
well, do I have to have an answer for you?
No, that's okay.
Well, Teddy is just going to clear out some wards. We're going to start sieging as we have some inhibitor turrets yet to take down.
I love Rise Group, man. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Like, why is there a
it.
Cassiopeia in our game? Why is Sponge in trouble? Is Sponge in trouble? He's not. Polo's dead. And there is a taunt to protect everyone. And Polo, I guess, kind of felt like he had lived for too long before. Teddy is just kind of wandering. What's up, Degon? How you doing, buddy? Yeah. Rich is going to go golden here as the bros underneath their turret. It's a decent petrifying gaze. Closer is just going to die. And Andal running around, having a great time. Morgan nailing the circle once again, but Teddy is just going to throw orbs at him.
Yes, GA, I'm pretty sure, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, this experiment didn't quite work here for the bros. Did like kind of what they were trying with their draft, but ultimately didn't even matter. This Yunara way too strong in the end. I think the Galio pick absolutely fantastic, but ultimately decision-making is what it came down to. DRX did it better.
Yeah, I don't want our disappointment to be mistaken for not being happy with DRX. I do think that we see again why this team have been able to get a lot of the wins that they have, even though they did lose against DNF. When they're on the rails, I think their team fights actually look so well structured, especially for a Rise Group team. I also feel like Bro just lost Otacon and never really showed up again.
Yeah.
Never really tried anything. And the only solace is knowing that this is a free gamer. So that Bro will somehow bounce back in game 2. But based on just that game, DRX just look so much better. And as highlighted, that tea has steeped for far too long. It's just been brewing.
Yeah.
There's no Bro.
A little bit too much. We did need a little bit of Bro in our game. As we can see here, damage numbers, the Lord did doeth the damage.
He did actually play, I think, even his team fights outside of that one flash.
I think the measly Croco damage was the big problem. I don't think he was very active throughout the mid game. I think that's when you really need to get some value for the Vi, and Croco was just kind of a passenger. And we'll see whether he can get back on the horse. Thankfully, Polo isn't going to be on the horse. Next game, he's going to be trying something else. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, Space going to break it down. Game 2 coming up soon for the Saturday Showdown.
사실 랩 없다. 나 밀어민다. 야 파이동공 봐줘. 파이동공이야. 가시. 바이볼게. 바이 높을. 나 W 1초. 바이 높을이야. 천천히. 앞으로 야 깨면 돼. 집탈할게. 꺼내보자. 렐 나온다. 렐 노공이야. 렐 노공. 집탈할게. 렐 풀었어. 렐 쳐서 앞라인 박아줄게. 야 칼을 뺄게. 바이볼게. 칼사 노공. 맨. 나이스. 이기는 거. 야 좋아. 대좋다. 야 이게 갈려야?
everyone? Welcome back to the space for the Saturday Showdown. DRX up 1-0 over OK Man Savings Bank Bro. And immediately after draft was redone and we completed it, we said, please pull up the draft because we need to talk about that one, bros. Degon here alongside Ox and Wolf. And
I'm not happy with this one.
It's not so good.
I'm not happy with this one. Now, the Aurora and the Vi, great. Okay, I got you. You got to get on top of Teddy somehow. You got to kill this Yunara. Vi, great for that. Aurora denies a potential Gwen pick. Also can work well with Vi. Flex pick, right? Feels pretty good. Kai'Sa is where they started to lose me a little bit. I think Ox has a different take on this. I think how the laning phase goes for Kai'Sa is really tricky. Obviously, it works really well with the Vi, and you can follow up on dive. We saw that work one time. But I think losing lane control could be a huge issue when you're playing into Yunara.
Yeah, I was okay with the Kai'Sa because I think how it layers with the CC coming in for the Vi, how you follow up there is okay. Obviously, giving over Yunara, especially to a player like Teddy, feels bad. But I felt like those first three were the sort of things that you'd want into Yunara. Where they really lose me is the last two, because I think the Rakan was there for them to take and just sync so well and is such reliable CC. We never really saw the Rel able to get onto the Yunara with how mobile she is. We saw one play where like the Vi got onto the Yunara and they had the Kai'Sa follow-up, but the Rel really never got that window. But the one that really stands out to me is the Cassiopeia, because the Cassiopeia is pretty good into a lot of the champions on DRX's side, but it just doesn't fit with the comp of Bro, and I'm kind of lost as to why they picked this up, because I think something like Orianna or something like Ahri would have fit much better. When you want to go in, when you want to lead that charge, those champions would have done much better to follow up with that, and I think would have made the comp easier to play. And also, the Cassiopeia takes so long to come online. I feel like they lost so much mid pressure, especially against like a Galio Xin Zhao, which is a really strong mid-jungle combo.
Yeah, speaking of mid, in the mid game, that's where a lot of the pressure went away, which is where our first highlight was. 21 minutes around the Otacon.
Can we pause right here? So, like, when you're in this situation as Bro, they're kind of in this checkmate spot because they're super far behind in this game, and they realize there's no way DRX are going to fight us on our terms ever. A lot of people look at Otacon, they're like, oh, this is a terrible Otacon take. They're going to lose their resistances. They'll never win the fight. They have to make a play like this, and they're actually, the tempo on this, the timing of it is actually really good. When you roll it forward, you see that a TP is going to come through. Even though Teddy is super far away, by the time they get to engage here, guess who didn't get engaged on? The Yunara. The backline, the carry is still there. It's a Xin Zhao composition, so he can get so much value up here in the front line. And by the time Teddy shows up, not only have they already basically won the fight, but he can clean up so easily. And Bro had to make a call like this, but it just shows the state of the game. Like, the fact that they have to take a bad Otacon means the game was essentially already lost.
At the end of the day, you're getting XP and you're getting those stats from the Otacon, but you just gave over a ton of gold, a ton of XP as well from losing that fight. Also gave the ability to take that bot lane tower. I just feel like, you know, they weren't able to disengage. It's clear the call was, okay, Teddy's far away, we can get this, get out before the fight really has to happen. They weren't able to disengage, and from this point, the game was pretty doomed.
Yeah, I go back to what you were saying in terms of the mid lane pick. Once you're in with that team comp, you're in, and Xin Zhao buying so much time there, maybe an Ahri, something else would have helped them around. Then over at Baron, just another example here of DRX's position.
I just don't understand. So they use the Rel engage just on the Xin Zhao. They do get his flash, of course, but now you're down a big engage tool. And then you end up getting your jungler caught out, who then has to burn the vial again on the Xin Zhao. So your engage tools are gone. And then Morgan kind of gets trapped in here and ends up going deeper.
And Hype is like, I'm not going in there now.
Well, yeah,
There's no way.
Definitely not, but I don't think at any point in the 5v5 did you really see them try and use a coordinated engage onto the Yunara. There was that one pick they got in the bot side jungle, and I just think if you're letting them get the Yunara, if you're letting them get access to this pick we've seen really pop off when she's unchecked, and you're like, okay, they have Yunara, we have Vi. In the team fight, you have to land that combo on top of it.
You could have just pulled back to Baron and used the Baron pit like you used Otacon and then collapsed onto the Gwen that was coming up and looked to 5v4 after that, or waited a little bit until the Yunara came up and looked for a better engage. It felt like Bro just kind of panicked. Like, we have to fight now. It needs to be this moment exactly, and then they just kind of went in too early.
Yeah, and this is what it feels like when the Bros are panicked. It feels very binary. We're either in and we're fighting this one way or out. A lot of the times when they're playing well, you see them play the fights out on multiple fronts. They're a lot more nimble, but when they're stressed, and a lot of these losses, it's we go in, oh, we're dead, or we're going in, are we going in? You're already dead. And it's been tough to watch and see as you saw the coaches and teams going over some of what they could do here in game number 2. If you guys saw earlier in the pause, we had 2 fans, one from DRX and one from Bro, and we had the opportunity to catch up with them.
All right, joining me here are our DRX and Bros super fans. It's Gracie and Terry. How did you become the fan of the Bros?
I became a Bro fan post-COVID when I got to... I'm so sorry.
You have to turn the TV off.
So sorry.
Oh my gosh,
I'm so sorry. I've seen so many Atacon throws. I can't live through this anymore.
Then we're used to it. All right.
Okay. I'll lock in. Sorry.
Lock in.
Okay.
Yeah, that's really good footage. All right.
I'm lock in now.
Okay. Joining me are our two super fans from Bro and DRX. It's Terry and Gracie. Terry, how'd you become a Bro fan?
I became a Bro fan post-COVID when they made that miracle run into playoffs versus DK, and Umpty carried the game, and I was there for that game. And also because of the other Bro fans, they were so nice, and so now I am loyal to the Lord Morgan.
That's right.
Bro.
All right, Gracie, how'd you become DRX fan?
So my Korean teacher is actually a huge DRX fan, and so she brought me to games with her, and ever since I've been locked in.
Do you have stakes between this for you guys since you guys know each other from work?
Not really. We didn't put anything on this.
But maybe we should.
We probably should. I was thinking this. Should it be coffee? Should we do fries?
Oh, we should definitely do fries.
We should do the Thursday fries.
Okay.
All right. Well,
loser pays for fries.
Yes, on Thursdays we get fries because you need that pick me up on a Thursday. So we always order fries. So we'll do that.
All right, fries for the battle here in Rise. We'll see you in a little bit.
I didn't know that we had to relive that Otacon throw again. For game number 2, let's send it on over to Atlas and Chronicler.
Thank you so much. Oftentimes you see the outtakes last, but we got the outtakes first in that one, and that is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Digon, for making sure that we got the storylines locked in. The stakes have been set. It's fries for Rise. And let's see whether the Bros can actually bring us to 3 games, because that's what we need here.
Oh, we're getting it.
Yeah.
Don't you worry.
I mean, I'm a bit worried.
No.
Because I kind of, yeah,
Atlas,
I guess,
Atlas,
there was
Atlas.
Yes.
DRX lost to DNF.
That is
true. It's fine. Both these teams can win and lose at a moment's notice. I love me a fan interview. I thought that was fun to hear about some of our global LCK fans. And we need a 3rd game. I don't think we really fully hit the level of content that we could have yet in that game 1.
It's actually a very good point.
And we need to get to 6 games in general today somehow, because that's what everyone wants. That's enjoyable.
Our next series might be a stretch, the old getting to 6 games thing.
Oh no, that one shouldn't happen. I'm just trying to speak it into existence.
Let's not talk about my waters. And what they were saying earlier on today. No, it's not. We're not in game. The waters are outside of game tempo vibes, okay? When we're in game, the waters need not apply. It is tempo vibes.
I've heard you talk
about
your waters in game so many times.
No, but I talk about the waters from prior.
Oh.
Gotcha. Because obviously
it's
we're not
like the tide.
Yeah.
It comes and goes.
It does. I mean, that's tempo vibes. All right, Nocturne going to be taken away here. Going to be denying some of that Orianna Nocturne that we have grown so fond of.
B1 Rumble.
Perhaps on the blue side for the Lord. That could be the way. I don't know whether that is going to be the first pick priority, but let's just see.
What else would we look at here?
I don't know what the blind pick necessarily is.
B1 Rumble.
In this game. B1 Rumble could just be it. I don't know whether it fills me with joy. As Wukong is still up. Okay, that one seems a bit better.
Also is something that pairs really well with the Rumble. And it's again, on blue side, it's a foolproof plan. Either they are stuck playing red side Rumble, or you get it.
And that doesn't feel very good at all.
Yone is up this time as well, so they could even go like Wukong, Yone, Rumble. I think Yone and Rumble together are a really good combo, and it's a lot of team fighting power for the Bros.
Will be a fun one. Let's see whether Yehu's going to be able to pick that one away. But instead, they're going to lock in the Jarvan first, Jarvan Orianna. That's what it's looking like here for DRX, but we'll just have to wait and see. We'll zoom in on Yehu now, and there it is.
There it is. Okay.
This one we have seen before. It's Yoneable, though. I would say that it's Yoneable.
I think your early laning phase is really rough into Ori.
Didn't we see the exact matchup yesterday? And DK lost?
Well, yeah, but do you put any stock in Showmaker
Nope.
Yone?
Nope. And I also don't put any stock in, judging the strength of anything based on whether DK wins or loses. However, that did happen.
I wish you did bring it up, but it's fine. Blue side rumble comes through.
There we go. I mean, it should just be. I think that he just plays it. He's got a smirk. Never mind. It's the Annie instead. Orbs versus Bears.
Annie to me is a pick that I think justifiably has started to drop in prio. Annie to me kind of feels like go down ADCS in mid-game simulator, because Annie's issue obviously is that she uses very short range, which means that she needs to put herself in harm's way to ever get any. Oh my god, this 3-man core for DRX.
We are just cowing.
That's crazy good.
What does Rich play in this game? That is going to be the question on a lot of people's minds.
Well, Ornn's going to be banned, because it will be Ornn.
Yes. I mean, maybe you just ban Ornn Scion. Maybe you just have to get rid of tanks.
I think you do. Yeah, I think Scion at least, the Rumble can really toast, but Ornn you just don't have really the good way to get through him. Poppy, good ban when you already have locked in the Alistar. I do think Alistar is a lot more abusable than he was previously to the patch, because his early laning phase is now actually just the worst. The main issue for Bro is going to be, can we pick an AD carry that can live into Jarvan Ori? And the main issue for DRX is, can we pick an AD carry that can live into Annie, Wukong, and Rumble?
The Bros really want to play Lucian Braum.
Yes.
Because I think putting...
There we go.
Yeah, identified by DRX very nicely there. Putting Polo on Braum, I think, is a really good way to mitigate some of the
Polo
kerfuffles.
issues.
Yeah. Some of the... Yeah. The
I like the Sivir ban, because I think that if you're DRX, Teddy can actually play Sivir, and I don't think you can pick Sivir, because trying to play Sivir into Jarvan is... something...
Not great.
Was it the DK that did that? I don't know. There was a team that did that, and it would just made all of.
I don't remember, so it probably was DK. I'm pretty good at just eliminating.
No, I think it was
brain.
Gen G actually into. I think it might have been Gen G. I don't know. There was a team that picked Sivir into Jarvan, and then they lost the game because Sivir didn't get to play the game, which we knew. The Gen, I think, is a good setup here. Kind of a no-brainer. Also would have gone really well with the Bro composition. So what do they pick? Because a lot of the very strong in lane picks. I like Corki.
Corki feels way better.
Yeah, what, like Corki Leona? If they Jin Bard, you're a little sad, but
yeah.
What is the other option?
Be.
Corki Nautilus?
Corki Nautilus seems like it would help with their sort of Death Ball blender type situation that they do have represented right now.
Here. I think that's fine.
There's a few other options.
Can go for something lane dominant, but I think this makes sense. There's also Jin Braum is not.
I mean, there was already a cow, so.
Oh yeah, never mind. I don't know why I'm.
A very obvious Ambessa.
Yeah, that doesn't come as a surprise. Will be tough for Rich in lane, but not going to be an issue outside of that. Also, you have such good setup, right? You have a lot of lines that can follow up on a flag and drag. You have Jin W. You have Rich Ultimate. I like the DRX comp a lot. I think actually it's quite solid. I do think that the Brionne comp will either look amazing or not work at all. That's kind of, I feel like they need to win early game.
Yeah,
and that is not like that doesn't fill me with confidence, because for me Annie in particular is such an early to mid game spiking champion. If you don't use her to win early fights, like Ambessa outskills you. I think the team fight of DRX arguably also outskills you. So you need to make big early moves, and you need to make it happen. That's Cloud
That
Templar.
is a beautiful Cloud Templar representation there. I think his neck is a little bit longer in real life, but we'll just we'll have to assume that that is more artist's interpretation, taking some leeway there.
Well, yeah, you have creative liberties, right?
Yeah.
You can get away with a lot.
And a lot of art is about exaggeration as well. I don't want to harp on a phrase that we have only recently coined, but I think that this game lives or dies on the tempo vibes. I think that whoever gets them, whoever understands them, and whoever can ride them will be the winner of this game. Let's get into it. All right, little bit more coordinated on the fan chants there on the DRX side of things. Impressed with that.
So if you can ride them, does that mean they're a wave?
Kind of like a wave.
They are a wave.
Because the thing is, like, say you're surfing, for example, you get on the wave and you have all the momentum, but if you lose the wave, you're just in the middle of the ocean looking stupid. And so I think it is, like, it's a pretty good metaphor for the tempo vibes. Riding the wave.
Otherwise, you have to wait for the next wave.
Yeah, you do.
So then what change?
But what if it's the last in a set, and then you're just, like, sitting there and
so
it's
what
just
exactly
still?
makes it different from just normal tempo, which also kind of works that way? Because you have to take turns.
Well, normal tempo has a lot to do with wave states and
base timing.
Base timing, all that sort of like rigmarole.
Oh, and tempo vibes is not.
Tempo vibes is regardless of that. So you can be actually, you don't need tempo in the game to still have the tempo.
So what you're saying is tempo vibes is a feeling of a wave.
Yeah, that you can ride.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. I mean, if it's a wave, you can ride it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or surf it, I guess. I don't know what nomenclature you prefer.
You can go with ride. Ride works. You can do the tar verb in Korean.
I really do enjoy
that's play.
That we are rapidly further solidifying what it means, while also obfuscating.
I did almost explain it when I did the explaining. Speaking of explaining, might have to explain DRX taking a bit of damage here in this lane. Polo hitting a hook.
These are exactly the type of moments where Bro is going to go like, ha, see Alistair?
I mean,
you wish you had that armor. It's still not a great trade.
He's still level 1 Alistair. I think this would have still probably happened as... Oh, Polo. Oh no, it's one of those days, isn't it?
Oh no.
It's not. It's the Polo tough time day. Oh dear. Well, we are going to just stop watching the bottom lane. And I appreciate that Jonah Strong always knows what we should do. Unless it was, you know, Sunkei was just like, no, get me out of here. Just told me what to do.
Is there a chance that he has been the real reader of tempo vibes all along? Jonah Strong. That one.
Oh, 100%.
That's why. That's what his predictions.
I mean, that's been basically where it was designed.
So this is how it feels when you like discover a new law of nature, a law of physics, and you're like, oh my god, everything makes sense now.
Exactly. It's the apple on the head. It's what it is. It's basically Newton. Tempo vibes are pretty much Newton's
So
laws.
you've basically shaped space and time and revolutionized the way we think about it.
Yeah. I don't think I've heard any more accurate way of describing what tempo vibes are to League of Legends than that. It's pretty succinct.
So why are other regions not using this yet?
Well, I mean...
Because we're ahead of the curve?
Yeah, and like when Newton came up with the laws of physics, it didn't mean that everyone on the planet then immediately started using them.
By the way, you really, this discussion reminds me, you really should watch Orb. It's a really good anime about heliocentrism.
Oh, would you say that it's like, kind of like a Slurkle? It's more like a 3D Slurkle though, isn't it?
I really set myself up for that one. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yes.
Yunara's not even in the game and I got one in. I'm so happy. Okay. Morgan and Rich just sharing some abilities. Morgan very happy that his Flame Spit is doing a little bit more damage based on the color of his health bar.
All right, Burn Brooch Edition. When is First Blood?
I'm going to go back to the 11:30. I think this time Croco is going to not just go... This time also he's got Warrior Trickster, which will be helpful. It should be earlier. Because I think that DRX should be able to get ganks off earlier with their Jarvan, but...
I'm going minute 7.5.
Ooh,
I'm going
those
early.
feel pretty good.
Well, because if Bro doesn't do that, we don't get a game free. I don't think.
Oh, I don't know. I think that Bro have an opportunity to pop off on like 1-2 items, right? How about Pol? Probably taking a fair bit of damage, but there's no First Blood yet. We would have both been very wrong if it was like 5 minutes into the game. Would have been terrible. Teddy and Andel just going to deal with this wave very comfortably. Things entirely even. And even Closer and Kehu. Just everything kind of quiet on the Eastern front here.
I'm just pretty impressed by Teddy and Andel, their 2v2, that they didn't build up a deficit at all.
Yeah, I like that mindset.
Well, you can also look at the...
Yeah.
The
don't need to explain. We can just say impressed with Teddy and Andal, and we can go from there.
Why you? I kind of have to do both.
No.
Yeah,
No, I don't want your negativity. Okay. This is the bros we're talking about. Okay. Sponge is going to be the first one to take a dragon. This is fair, because the bros took the first one last time. Hook gonna connect here. It's 6 minutes, and Andal is no, he's just dead. He knows it. And Croco, do we need to take the kill from Hype? Did we have to do that? I guess he's a Wukong. He does want to accelerate, but still. Looked a bit rude.
Wukong, I think, is one of the... It's like Wukong, and if you play like Neferi... Viego, yeah, there's a few. I think Wukong is on the list of... Jarvan would not be. But Wukong, to me, is on the list.
Look at how many R buttons have been pressed in this mid lane.
They sure did. Sure did.
Tibbers. 70 health.
But my statement did hold true, which that I wanted to see Bro make an early move, because I think that they need to make early moves for this game to be favored towards them. Like, when you have this much CC and like AoE wombo combo, I don't think you are ever truly out of the game. Right, because at any given point, especially because Teddy isn't running cleanse, like a flash Tibbers ult can just end it. But I do think that given the form of these two teams, I would greatly prefer DRX their comp if they don't get a lead, if that makes sense.
Yep. They can still have the tempo vibes whilst not being ahead. However, right now, it does feel like the bros are riding the wave.
Yeah, which is good.
That's certainly what we're looking for if we do want those 3 games. This is the Saturday showdown, all right? This is real life. As, yeah, Andal knew that he was dead. Decided instead that he'd just try and get Hype out of the way, and Croco's like, no, Hype, you're not allowed to get first blood. That's mine.
I'm pretty sure that Hype is also using the Bree on emote, like the little coin purse. That's the...
Oh, that's very cute.
That's the bro emote, right? I kind of think it is. I don't know if it actually is. It makes sense thematically.
Well, yeah, he'll close up back here in this lane. Yeah, with the only real lead here at the beginning of this, as Curtain Call has now been picked up. Hype with some rockets up and available now as well, as both of our 80 carries do hit level 6. Having a look at some total gold numbers, because we may as well. And there are blue numbers and red numbers. More blue numbers. Good for bro.
Also, DRX now has to give them... okay.
Another wave of shock.
Goes through the arena?
Does indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, now Bro gets the objective.
Yeah, no, this is their turn. As we know, turn-based game.
So what has your brew been recently? Outside of copious amounts of coffee.
I mean, it is just copious amounts of coffee. Yeah, taking a bit of damage from the bear, but offering a fair bit back. That's fine. To go back to it, I mean, I make mainly tea for my wife. That's what I do. I do make a lot of tea, don't drink a lot of tea. Because Cherry needs a fair bit. She's got like, there's a pumpkin tea that she's been drinking recently that's really nice. There's also a sweet potato tea, which sounds like a red bean tea as well.
Okay, now you're
it's all just kind of crazy.
You're slowly starting.
She pretty much needs anything that doesn't have caffeine, because you shouldn't have too much caffeine when pregnant. So there's a lot of wacky options. Some chamomile as well.
Yeah, my mind will go to the herbal teas. Yeah, makes sense.
Cherry likes to mix it up.
Fruit teas, good as well.
Yep, had a few of those.
Those were nice. I had an apple ginger tea yesterday.
Apple ginger is nice. Never thought of it as a tea type flavor though.
No, yeah, it was good. Like apple ginger with a little bit of cinnamon, sprig of rosemary. I went to my favorite tea.
Rosemary.
Just a twig.
Just a twig of. Don't you normally use the leaves?
No, you can use the whole thingy as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought that was only if it was like, because like, you know how there are some rosemary bushes that once they get older in age, that like it's a real stick, you know. As Teddy almost dies here to Hype in the lane, he's gonna have to go back home. Does still have his splash and his barrier, so it wasn't actually.
Well, I've had a lot of mildly traumatizing discourse already about stuff.
Something in the prompter that makes no sense to me.
Oh no, it does. Can I explain?
Yeah, please explain body tea.
Okay, so it's basically just new lingo to say someone has a great butt. That's it. That's it's just a new phrase. Yeah. It's like, you know, face card, right?
What?
Face card?
No.
Oh, no, you didn't. Okay. That's just another body is T is like that person has a great body. They put in the work.
Can't you just say you got a great body?
Well, yeah, but that's boring.
How is that? Why is that boring?
You literally made up Slurkle on the last game. You should get this.
That's efficient. It's like the same syllables.
What do you mean?
T and good have the same amount of... It's the same.
It's fun to make up new things.
Yeah, but if, like, in comparison, I've removed an entire word. It was, before it was slow circle. Now, just Slurkle.
Not
it's
everything
perfect.
is about efficiency, Atlas.
But it should be. That's my argument.
Okay, so face card is the same.
Right.
Or body card. Because it never declines.
Do you get a...
No, the card never declines, right? So you're trying to pay with it, and then it never declines because you're flush with cash, metaphorically.
Right. That's the thing.
Yes.
I feel dumber for knowing things.
Well, that's how I felt about Slurkle. Not Tempo Vibes, though. Tempo Vibes is gold.
Is that really how you felt?
Yeah.
It doesn't feel very good. Oh man, now I feel kind of bad.
Well, it's internet slang, you know, like people make up. Remember YOLO? It's no different from that.
Ah, but YOLO has the efficiency. I mean, YOLO's fantastic for efficiency.
That is true. Yes.
Beautiful. Anyway, some Malignance is going to be picked up here for closer.
I'm so happy we've had no action. So we just
nothing.
talk about it.
Absolutely nothing. Oh god. Now I feel a bit uncomfortable now that I know these things.
Well, now you know what it means when someone says that. You learn something. That's cool.
That's a good point. As Polo is also going to get a flash out of Rich. Public Execution comes down, but the flash forward from Morgan will be able to lock up the Ambessa. That's a second kill here for the Bros, and they are on this wave, man. It is hang 10 right now. That is old man for standing on the front of your surfboard whilst cruising down a wave.
The more I see of these two teams, the more I just firmly believe they don't know how to lose gracefully. Like, why was Rich at the beginning of the play without Morgan using it? He was at like 20% HP.
G-Sun's just putting stuff in the thing that's making me confused. Okay. Sorry, yeah, I would react to what you said. Let's have a look at this again.
The ult isn't used. How is Rich at 30%, 20% HP? Not even.
I think he probably got hit by burning. As Yahoo is going to throw down an ulti here. Croco looking for a bit of an angle, and they're just going to distract the bear and the monkey. And that will be the end of that. Yeah, the Bros are just cruising. It is very clean. And that's worrying.
No, that's good. Because that means that the odds of game 3 are rapidly rising.
They are. However, I mean, I can feel...
You're worried about the Bros?
I feel like they're winding up the pitching.
No, I don't think either of these teams pitch. I think they just get ahead and then win, or they get behind and then lose. I feel like for these free Rise teams,
I mean, we thought that when DNF were 10,000 gold ahead.
No, but okay. But DNF are different, right? Because I think that they're...
Because they have a good pitching arm, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think their pitching is unmatched. I think all of these other teams, you know very quickly which team you get. Like literally, we load into the game, we see the first 2 plays. Between DRX, BNK, and Bro, I feel like that's just how they work. Mostly. There's obviously always exceptions to the rule, but at large, that's how their games have felt.
And so I want to ask you and G-Sun. We brought up Rich and Morgan. Would you say that both of these glorious top laners have the face card? Is that using that correctly?
Yeah, you can. Are they in possession of the face card?
Yeah, I reckon.
Sure thing.
I wouldn't be declining that face card. I don't reckon.
Well, we do know you love Morgan, so that makes sense.
But Rich as well. You know, I think that he wouldn't get declined.
You're using it in exactly the right way. Very proud of you.
There we go. I'm learning. There's an exhaust onto Sponge. Ando's going to come up though, looking for a pulverize, but Polu getting a nice little knock up there as well. Hype coming on over, kind of free hitting here as well as Tibbers on that front line. As Ando going to have to flash away. The will is unbreakable, but his flash still has to be utilized. as there is a Rift Herald up and available. That is not what we're fighting around.
Much ado about nothing there, Atlas.
Oh, beautiful. That's a new person reference as well, isn't it? That one. Is that Jane Austen?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, she's 2023, I think.
Not
is
sure.
where most of her good stuff happened.
Actually, blank on that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of Jane Austen, actually. You a Pride and Prejudice fan? What about Pride and Prejudice and vampires or zombies? What was that movie?
I don't know what you're referring to, but that sounds kind of.
There's a lot of them. There's just a lot of like old story and then just add mythical beast.
Isn't what's the movie with Heath Ledger? Isn't that also a Shakespearean movie?
Oh, 10 Things I Hate About You?
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's cool.
It is. It's a very good one.
What's the other one? Lion King is just Hamlet.
Really? I didn't know that. Actually, there were a lot of the old Disney movies that are actually just tropes.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, Little Mermaid is actually just an old fairy tale.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And Pocahontas is Fern Gully. Okay, we've got Andal being caught out of position once again. This time he's just dead because he doesn't have ult. He's not really allowed to be where he was.
How are you winning both sides of the map? How are we taking Herald and shoving in top wave and also killing...
Yeah, I don't know.
This wave for Bro is strong, Atlas.
It is. And they are, I mean, when I said hang 10, they are longboarding and you feel locked in, right? When you got one of those big boards, there is no way you can fall off. You can be so new. It could be day one.
I never really got into longboarding because I feel like a large amount of the appeal for longboarding is that you go like down a hill and that's cool.
No, I mean a long surfboard.
Oh, I thought you meant a longboard. Like, remember those were all the rage?
Have you watched like the first-person view longboarding videos of like riding down a mountain? They're terrifying.
That's my point. Yeah, they're horrifying. Very scary.
It's very cool though. It's pretty zen when you know that they're not going to fall, but when you know they are, it's terrifying. This is also pretty scary as the Cataclysm lands into that backline. It's a steal away on the Drake as well, as at least Teddy manages to get that first kill onto Closer.
Morgan!
And they're trying to run away. Morgan looking for Teddy. Doesn't get towards it, but trading the mid laner for an Ocean Drake seems like something that the Bros are kind of okay with, especially if they get inside track towards this outer turret, and that's precisely what they're going to do. They'll be able to take that one down as well. The Bros, I mean, there was a little bit of a hiccup. Someone fell off the surfboard, but they had 4 people there.
They're fine. Yeah, Closer got taken out, but he's not too bothered. As we take another look here, how the Bro jungle support actually a lot more synced up in this one, able to bully away the backline because DRX, I think their fight setup is just a little bit disjointed. Then Yehu gets toasted by Morgan and Hype. Teddy just has to spend his time running away on the open zone, but they still lose the mid outer. And now it's Bro with almost 4K gold lead.
This is just, it's just the classic snowball. And we did, like, this is something we prefaced, right? This composition, that's what it does, right? It fights in the mid game and it fights really well. But I wasn't expecting it to be kind of this cut and dry.
Have you seen the... I can't believe I'm going to be talking about this, but because of the fact we've both been talking about surfing and then you mentioned vampires, Jane Austen.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Surf Dracula tweet?
The Surf Dracula
So basically, it's just someone making fun of the fact that, you know, if you had a show like early 2000s called Surf Dracula,
yeah.
That guy would just be shredding waves every episode. Whereas nowadays, what would happen is... he would spend the entire first season, 8 episodes, an hour long, like building up to how he got a surfboard, and then he surfed for 5 minutes in the final episode, you know?
Oh, it's so true.
I know, it's a really good tweet. The reason why I'm thinking of it is, well, obviously, because...
I would love to watch Surf Dracula.
I know! That's ever since I read that, I'm like, oh my God!
He'd always have to come out at night and surf and stuff. Oh man, that'd be super cool. Imagine if he fell asleep on his surfboard and just woke up and, like, where could he go?
The reason why I'm thinking about that is because so much of the Bro gameplay is built up. It just keeps building up.
Yeah, there is a lot of preamble. You know, we need to make sure that we're setting the scene. But this time, feels like there's a little bit less of that. You know, it's just winning. It's kind of what's going on.
We're building up to a win, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. And isn't that just League of Legends, you know? 2 items completed here for Kroko as well. It's pretty scary, Monkey. And what are we looking for? Closer wants to grab item number 2.
Conversational topics?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a little bit of that. This game is almost like, there's almost stuff. Teddy has a collector second. It's a choice. Wait, what? Polu, there were 2 petals right there. 3!
There's more!
4!
There's more right beside you!
Please, God, there's 3 in a row. Sponges, he walked past them as well!
Polu, pick it up!
Oh, someone get these petals!
Okay, this is where it all went wrong last time.
Well, let's see whether DRX can make it happen again, as Closer likely to get picked off one more time. Pulverize is decent. Closer does flash away this time, as Sponge just takes the depth charge a mile away, as Rich goes into the backline, but immediately, Morgan is going to be in trouble here. Down goes the cow, though, and the bros, they bring down the wallet in the end, and it hurts. As Croco gonna get shockwaved, but Yehu using that on one lone monkey is not gonna be helping them in this team fight. And all of the bros stand tall, and this time they'll go back and take down the Otacon.
Passed the check after failing it in the previous game. Very different game state in that one, but in this, they're able to get the turn.
And that check ain't gonna bounce because they have the face card.
There you go, Atlas.
Yeah!
As we take another look here, Closer gets very look at Morgan, by the way. Completely toast Teddy. Then I thought he was just gonna die here because a really nice ult comes through from Rich. But Morgan somehow survives. Croco, the other big hero in this team fight, crazy amounts of AoE. Finishes the chase onto the Jhin as well. Yehu, he has to ult just to get out with his life. And it's been that topside combo that for me has been a big reason of why this game has looked so one-sided, together with Polu, who has a much better game.
Yeah, 006.
Because I was worried, Atlas, after that first hook on the minion.
And I'm also worried because 006 is Alec Trevelyan from GoldenEye. I've said this many, many times, but Sean Bean does a lot of dying, so needs to get to 7 because James Bond, he doesn't.
And then just stay there.
Yeah. Hook gonna connect. As Equalizer down as well, actually doing double duty as Sponge forced to get out of there. Croco launches himself into that back line. And Sponge, a max range hook out of Polu. That turns him into Bond. And the pros can just do no wrong here in this game. Morgan gonna get knocked up, but just does not care. Lights him on fire, and down goes the Ambessa. Hype is, he just wants some honey fruit, guys. And in fact, he can have some, as the curtains have been called, but unfortunately, they do not go that wide. Oh my goodness, just a little bit more. We could have buffed Corky just that little bit more. What was it, like 5% AD ratio on that one?
What I love about Hype is that he doesn't flash in that whole sequence.
Yeah, he had Valkyrie the whole time. It was fine.
It was fine. As we take another look, the Annie in this mid game when you are ahead just gets a lot of damage done. But it's the hook from Polu onto Sponge, immediate exhaust, then the Equalizer to zone him off the fight, and also, let's be real, it's a wallet diffy. And when you are ahead, I think the bro composition works flawlessly. It's something we said in draft, because you get to push leads so insanely well if you are ahead, because you just press your buttons and you go in and you have amazing hard engage, you have amazing team fight AoE damage and CC. This game, Atlas, is donezo.
It is feeling like it's going to be quite difficult to come back from. I don't know whether it's hairbet territory. Don't know whether I want to
I think
be forced not to shave
only
the rest of my life.
Starts up opening up when you hit the 10k. Like a 7 is not enough.
Yeah, 7.3.
It needs to be 10 plus.
There is also Soul Point and Otacon and kind of everything.
Yeah. But it needs to be 10k plus, and the tempo vibes need to be... There needs to be no waves.
It needs to be locked.
Yeah. That's the only... Is that the next codification process? You know, we have Wolf with the Zeri certification.
Yeah.
It's the bet certification, like when it actually you're allowed to make one.
Yeah, we do need to, and that is it's a very strict.
You know, I love codification.
Yeah, no.
So I'm right here.
I appreciate you, lawyer boy, and I think that we should probably stick to that. As Baron's going to come up making that weird, very loud noise.
Lawyer boy and what are you, legal man?
Lawyer boy and legal man, otherwise known as Phoenix Wright and Edgeworth. Perfect. I love those games.
I do love those games.
I liked being lawyer boy. All right. Morgan is pushing out a wave. And yeah, this is, we're observing the circling of the drain. Or if it was in slow motion, the slurkling of the drain. That broke Chronicler. We got him.
Ah! I can't believe you worked it back in!
I glanced at chat just before, and there was just one guy who was just talking about Slurkles out of context. I loved it. It was perfect.
Atlas,
Chat's been really good.
Atlas, I just need you to understand that there is effectively no difference between you making up league terms and terms like like body T or face card. They're the same. They're the same thing.
Yeah,
they're just people being like, what if I...
Mine isn't about objectifying people, okay?
No, okay, that's fair. That's a valid... I respect that. That's a valid concern.
Thank you.
I got no retort.
Yeah. I would prefer just to make it about word fusion, because that's innocent. Even though it sounds like I'm saying slur the entire time, as someone on Reddit did point out. All right, we got a public execution here on to Croco, but whose execution is it? As the flash over the wall from Polu comes in, Hype has just destroyed Teddy off screen as they're trying to kill Croco so desperately, but he has that broken item called Sundered Sky that keeps him alive. He's in fact at 50% after all is said and done, and it is said, and it is definitely done.
Game 3! Let's go! We knew, and yet here we are as there is a desperate attempt to kill Croco. He's level 15. He's 6 levels up on
His clone did die.
His clone did get taken down. Hype goes on a grudge mission against Teddy, blows him up. Morgan, I'm sure, is going to be topping the damage charts with this Rumble performance. Rumble could never. And then, yeah, Croco doesn't even die. It's a clean ace.
Oh, look at Hype with another coin first there. Really beautifully done. Yeah, the fact that, like, so Corky just runs up to the Jhin alone and just kills him is just a really sad state of affairs. If you do want to make a hair bet, it's about the time that you could. 12,000 gold certainly fits the threshold.
The chat hair bet? Someone in chat can do it?
Yeah. We'll need some updates, though, as it happens, as Hype didn't need that cannon. Sometimes there's missed cannon, and you're like, ooh, -1. That was missed cannon and actually didn't care. That's basically how that one goes. As Dagon is going to hair bet. Nice work. As Polu is likely to just re-engage on this one. The equalizer comes down gorgeously positioned as Sponge well out of the way, and that is another ace. You blink and you miss it, as the bros will say, Dagon, do whatever the heck you want with your hair. We're just going to win this game.
He's safe. Doesn't have to grow out his beard or his hair.
Yeah. Which was, I mean, no. It's fine. Okay, the Nexus is going to get taken down, and the bros will bring us to a third game, as we all knew was prophesized.
It was 20-1, Atlas. That was not a
it was a shellacking in every way.
We're still building up. We're still building up to the game 3.
Oh no, and the game 3,
a back and forth.
Yeah, we know what game 3 has to be.
Action-packed.
It has to be just the trading of objectives. We did see that, right? But it needs to last 38 minutes.
And maybe in the final game, we actually get to see them surf.
Oh,
that's what we're building up towards.
That would be incredible. I'm hoping that the waves are actually large this time around. That the waves were it was kind of like a wave pool where the wave just existed forever, and they just got to sit there on their.
Are you ever afraid we stray too far from common sense? I feel like the Rise casting culture is this developing further and further.
It has certainly accelerated.
It's just challengers, baby.
This is a very sad damage graph. You were mentioning the Morgan stripe was going to be quite large. That was
for Teddy.
Absurdly large. Yeah, no, that was not fantastic. But what is great is that we get a third game in this series. Bros with a chance to battle back to win this Saturday showdown. Can they do it? Time for a short break. Then the space going to break it down. We'll have that third game.
기다려. 앞에 서는 기다려.
톡톡 들어갈게 이거. 잘만 보이고.
야 우리 연습 싸울게 이거.
네. 야 이거 너무 나는데?
아까 너무 나게 한다.
맞을게.
앞에
다 있어. 천천히 오케이. 네이처 봐봐.
맞을래 이거?
앞에 건 쳐도 돼.
나 죽긴 하거든.
볼게.
한 봐봐. 좀 많이 세 얘들아. 잠깐 라이트 하나 있어? 아 괜찮아. 너좀 많이 세. 그래 한 기다려 가자 얘들아 믿어. 앞에 하면 돼.
한타 구마유 씨가 미쳐날 뛰고 있고.
그 다음에 가운데서 오자룡이. 펜타인데? 펜타.
빼서.
아니 형. 아니 왜 빼서? 진짜로.
펜타키를 위해 영혼까진 아니고 100만 원 정도까지 바칠 수 있었던 나는 마침내 LCK에서 펜타키를 눈앞에 두고 있었다.
콤보 들어가고 물론 아군과의 연계가 역시 라이즈. 이거는
우리 앞라인 봐줘.
우리 앞라인 봐야 돼 앞라인.
그래도
엇박자로 그 다음에 가운데서 오자룡이.
와.
펜타인데?
흥분한 나는 내꺼라고 외쳤다.
펜타.
그런데 이럴 수가. 쿼드라킬이었다.
오드라킬.
펜타키를 빼앗은 범인은 바로 오너.
빼서.
아니 왜 빼서? 진짜로. 아니 형.
내가 뭐라 하자 범인은 변명했다.
아니 왜 빼서? 진짜로.
아니. 펜타 이거 말을 해줘.
뭐지? 말했잖아.
제가 펜타라고 분명히 말을 했는데 민석이가 일단 빼서 이러고 현진이가 실제로 한 대를 툭 쳐서 뺐더라고요. 몰랐다고는 하는데 이거는 약간 고의성이 좀 느껴졌던 것 같습니다.
연습 경기부터 사실 그냥 한타 할 때마다 펜타라고 하는 사람들도 많고 그냥 그렇게 신경 쓰진 않았는데 갑자기 쿼드라킬이라는 걸 좀 늦게 알아가지고 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
펜타라는 소리를 들으면은 좀 자동 반사적으로 이제 뭔가 부정적인 반응이 나와가지고 그러게요. 왜 그랬어요? 저도 사실 잘 모르겠네요.
이번 일의 복수는 죽음으로 갚아줄 것이다.
저는 죽지 않을 거기 때문에 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
현준아, 다음에는 펜타 뺏지 말고 건강하렴.
무려 1805일 만에 돌아왔는데요. 그러면 트리거 선수와 인터뷰가 준비되어 있습니다. 한번 보실래요?
안녕하세요. 이번에 농심 1군으로 합류하게 된 원딜러 트리거 김의주라고 합니다. 저 근데 인터뷰할 때 너무 목소리가 너무 낮은데요?
너 근데 발성이 좀 안 좋아, 의주야.
왜 이렇게 말할 거 없어요? 저 의주예요, 의주야.
나 비슷하지? 쟤 비슷하게 하지? 이제 이정한 거 해줘. 야, 이정한 거 해준 남자. 잠수해서 말하는 거 같잖아.
아니 저 시우 형인데 이렇게 해줄게요. 아니 민성아 이거 해야 돼.
좀 비슷한데? 거의 쉔 성대모사급인데?
우림 잘 돌리네.
뭐 들어가는 이거 룰러 선수의 펜타 소리가 들리는데요? 펜타! 펜타 이번엔 들려와! 네!
펜타가 왜네 진짜? 응, 펜타 아니야?
진짜 펜타인데 잠시만.
난 모르겠다. 뺏어야 되는데, 야, 내놔봐, 일단. 뺏어줘? 야, 어디가? 나 안 줘. 야, 넥서 쓸게.
And Trovi! Oh god, the biggest troll play ever! Trovi just finishes the game!
진짜 하지 마. 잠깐만.
될 것 같은데?
근데 어차피 못 잡는 거 아니야?
네네네네.
아니, 그래. 가지 마!
No! Look at his face! Trovi's gonna do it! You have to leave! The minions are gonna kill it!
네네네네.
아니, 안 돼.
조금만 돼.
제이! 안 된다니까요?
저 안 꼈어요.
저는 사실 이렇게 쫓아가면 딸 줄 알았는데 못 따가지고 되게 상당히 좀 나갔습니다.
근데 딱 봐도 안배사가 전멸선 도망가서 안 될 것 같았는데 끝까지 따라가더라고요. 그래도 희망은 줘야 하니까 포기하지 않는 모습 멋있었습니다.
가지 마!
다음에 또 기회가 오면 도와주겠지만 잘 먹도록.
다음에도 펜타킬 잘 부탁드리겠습니다, 우리 선수님들. 뺏어줘. 응, 안 된다니까요.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. As it was the Pentas, not in quite in this game, however, still very, very close. The Bros up 1-1, as it was a maybe not the best one here for DRX.
I mean, this is the exact type of game that I think Bro had a draft to play in game one that they didn't play, but the kind of game that I said they needed to play to beat DRX in this series, right? Constantly finding early game picks, getting that type of early game lead that can allow you to snowball the game. I mentioned the improvements we've seen with Morgan's Rumble throughout round 3, starting to really shine here as well, crushing that top lane, and there just wasn't really an in for DRX in this game.
I just feel like the pace that was set in this game really just didn't give a chance for DRX to really respond. I feel like a big thing as well, you know, we saw the Cassiopeia in the last game we had criticisms for. Here we had the Annie and the Wukong, so a lot more proactivity, a lot more tools to make things happen. And this was just a stomp, if we're being honest. It felt like really Bro set the pace and just kept it going constantly.
Yeah, this is the Bro that you'd like to see if you are a Bro fan for DRX. Maybe not quite what you wanted. However, it really got started early on for the Bros here with 3 early kills.
Yeah, I feel like Polo was a big part of setting up a lot of these plays. You know, got this early play in the bot lane. Croco, bit of a scumbag move, stealing from the AD carry, but you know, Wukong obviously can snowball quite well. And then finding a play where Morgan consistently having the advantage in this top lane matchup, finding an easy gank though, and unfortunately ult kind of drags him away from tower. But again, Polo really been proactive in this game.
Yeah, I mean, able to follow up on closers, Tibbers here as well. Just so many moments where if someone's out of position, it's an easy pick for Bro. And Bro are always the punish team. They're the team that is looking for those angles. Even though Polo's had a few rough weeks and isn't performing, I think, as well as we expected from him after seeing rounds 1 and 2, in games like this, you're reminded that he still knows those angles, right? He can still find those picks.
And I think it's important because game 1, he looked really rough on the Rel. And this game, I'd say support gap was where there was the biggest gap between roles.
Yeah, and then with that lead over at Otacon, just like in game number 1, you're thinking, okay, let's be safe around this Otacon, but this time the Bros know what they were doing.
This time, it's a comp that's insanely strong to turn, and also the engage here, again, the desperation has to come out from DRX, from Sponge isn't great, and look at where Morgan is as well on the follow-up, as Teddy is trying to do what he can in this game. The equalizer placement here, pretty fantastic for Morgan, just pushing Teddy back, so he's now zoned away. Teddy plays this incredible, is also peeled by Rich, but ultimately the fight is won on the left side here. And it's moments like this where the Otacon take is so smart because it's going to force this awkward fight for DRX, put Sponge in an uncomfortable position, force the Jhin ultimate off of the objective. That is how you're going to be able to close these games out.
I always feel like there's so many times where we've seen the Jhin into Rumble and you start ulting and you just get equalized, and it's like you either finish ulting, which is obviously huge value, but you finish your ult at half HP, or you cancel and you just lose your entire ultimate and you still lose a good amount of health. So it's kind of bad either way, but I think obviously Morgan gets so much value in that fight.
Yeah, a lot of the time you see him cancel it out. Teddy opted into trying to get the 4th shot in and ended up not contributing to the rest of that game. 1-1 here. What are the takeaways, since it was kind of like a blowout here for DRX in game 1 and then a blowout here for Bro in game 2?
I'd like to see Teddy on something that has a little bit more carry potential, right? Like, Jhin, he had a good Jhin draft. I don't think it was a bad Jhin pick, but I don't think it suits the playstyle that we've seen from DRX that much. I'd rather see him play Zeri or Jinx or anything that's going to be incredibly powerful in the late game where he can do more than be a Jhin ultimate that then is completely thwarted by one Rumble ult in return.
Yeah, I think for me, having picks for Bro that can be really proactive. I think having strong mid-jungle combos as well. I think the times we've seen them look rough has been like that Cassiopeia that we saw. Even I think back to the Akali, which even though they got some early momentum, just didn't really come through. I think as well, Polu, if you have anyone to pick, he's comfortable on. Allow him to get free on the map, he can make an impact. Morgan's been having Rich's number in this series, so ensure he has a good matchup and look to play through him, and you're going to have a great game.
Yeah, again, right? Very important as we reset the stakes here. Only one series score between these two, a game score of 2 games between them. Let's send it on over to our 2 guys that have their face card. It's Atlas and Chronicler.
I don't know about that because I don't know whether I am young enough to even be allowed one of those. You know?
No, they're not bound by age.
Really?
No.
I feel like the phrase
you're good.
should be.
Well, the phrase is because, unfortunately, one of the most consistent things in human history is just that eventually you can't say without something that teenagers say without being people going at you and go.
Steve Buscemi could do it.
Okay, he did hold his skate.
I started watching the new season of Wednesday. Steve Buscemi's fantastic.
Oh, I haven't. I need to wait because I watched together with my wife. She's not in Korea right now. But I'm gonna watch it. I'm sure it's gonna be great.
Yeah, I've only seen like 2 episodes, something like that. But Steve Buscemi, man, just love that guy.
He's
All right,
the best.
It is time for us to get into the draft here. DRX are back on the blue side, which is the same color as the lights on their side of LoL Park, which I'm sure is going to help them out. They're going to ban Yone once again. Yone, Taliyah, Varus were the blue side bans in game 1. And
Atlas.
Pantheon, Azir, and Wukong, but the Wukong is unnecessary this time around.
You and I are going to lock in. No Surf Dracula, no tempo vibes. We are going to only talk about the game.
Tempo vibes are all about the game.
Okay, but we're not going to talk about the concept of tempo vibes. We're going to talk about tempo vibes as they relate to the game. No distractions.
Yes.
We are 2 normal guys just talking about a video game.
How long do you think that'll last? You want to make a bet?
Wait, that's a problem for future us.
Like 4 minutes 20?
Future us.
I'm going to go with 4 minutes 20.
Future us.
And then we're going to blaze a path to not talking about the game.
Can't talk about the game. I'm going to completely ignore everything you just said.
Okay.
Even taking into account everything you just said.
Okay.
So, right now, with Azir taken away, picks that are very high in power, we have the Rise. That I think is definitely very far up the list, especially with the Cassiopeia out. Could actually see that being prioritized here early on.
I would agree. It's a pretty good one.
Outside of that, there we go. It would make sense. Other picks that are still at the forefront would be the Sion, which with the Trundle ban, could actually see slammed here for Morgan very early on.
Although, what you want to do is you want to leave Sion up and then Cho'Gath it. If you're the Bros.
If you're Morgan, Morgan's Cho'Gath is actually absolutely horrifying Eldritch deity, so I'd be on board with that.
It's like a boss from He Is Coming.
It is
the one that
very
really
scary.
does demolish you every time. Because unfortunately you were just offered Thorns items the entire game. As there's the Victor lock-in. That has been seen as a bit of a answer to the Rise as well. You can kind of outrange, but it doesn't work as well as it used to, I don't think.
I like it because my main issue with we saw with Victor is that eventually he was picked specifically for his, because his laning phase was pretty solid, right? But then he got picked in a lot of matchups where you can just punish him. I don't think Rise really gets to punish Victor that much. You just get to scale up for free.
Oh, no. Wait.
They want Sion instead.
Is he going to get a taste of his own medicine? That is the question.
I still think Morgan has been the only good Cho'Gath in the league, so I don't really think you have to be too worried about anyone else locking it.
Do you know what that made me think of?
No.
DK.
Yeah, that's specifically who I was referring to, actually.
Well, I mean, Richard's just going to do it, and the Bros kind of walked into this face up. I just kind of hate it. When, like, why? You don't have to pick the Sion there. You just don't have to.
I think it's a good matchup. I don't think it's a matchup that's unplayable unless the Cho'Gath is actually good. I think that there are a little bit more subtleties when it comes to finding the right trading patterns, making sure that you navigate some of the early laning phase where I think the Cho'Gath can struggle. You're still pretty vulnerable to dives before you start stacking Feast as the Viego comes through. I don't love the Viego here. I know it's a sponge comfort pick, but we do have...
Yes!
Oh, Croc.
I could feel it. I could feel the Zed. I just knew it. that is what they were. That's what they were needing, right? You got the big burly boy on the top side of the map. Bring me some damage to the jungle.
I think DRX might, unless they have, you can't pick Ziggs is the problem. I think that the Bro is going to look for a Xayah here. I think Xayah is really good into what is on the opposite side. I would actually love a Ziggs ban. And I know that Ziggs isn't good in this draft because they already have double AP. I don't think adding a third AP is really good. So maybe they're not going to go into it, but I do think the matchup is nigh unplayable. Might not feel like it's necessary again because of the clear matchup issues that they're going to be running into. Or damage issues, rather. DRX can also look towards playing something a lot more aggressive. So Lucian comes to mind, right, that we saw banned in the previous game. Because you have a Viego, so you want to play towards that Viego, because otherwise he doesn't do anything. Like, he doesn't provide any real value. And that's the read from Brian as well.
The old marital bans?
Yep.
No, like, at least they're both together in the ban list.
And then what, we slam just Xayah and then whatever is left. Nico's still up. Actually, they're just gonna pick Nico here.
You could imagine. It'd certainly work.
Oh, and then they're gonna pick like a Karma comp. Okay, they ban Nico. I was about to say, if you pick like a Karma comp with Viego, I'm just ready to.
Yeah, I think with the Leona ban, you kind of have to ban the Nico as well because Leona is the answer.
But like, what engage support is open? You need an engage support when playing with Viego. Like, I don't think there's a way around it. Sivir's high on the prior list, right? And I think is good in this scenario. You have a great front line. You have good front line targets to hit as well.
I think picking it away from Teddy is a good idea.
Do you go Jinx?
You could also just do like the classic
like
Mantra Inspire combo with the On the Hunt for the extra movement speed Siva Karma situation.
Seri Lulu.
And then Siva Yumi as the classic.
Oh.
That T1 did. You remember when T1 did that?
I do.
The collective groan from the whole world.
Okay.
Okay, this is the T1 bottom lane that they did debut. Teddy Aphelios. Let's see whether he has better gun management.
Oh, I was about to say that!
Oh, God.
Palu
okay.
Blitz!
The Blitzcrank could certainly turn some heads here in this game. Anything you can hook, I can hook better.
I kind of like it. They have very few characters outside of Cho'Gath late game that can actually tank the hook.
And it's going to be locked in. And there is a huge reaction here from the Bro side. As Polo, we are going to... Oh, man. This is some sink or swim stuff. And Polo, we know he's had some great games. And he's had the opposite of that as well.
We literally have had the
series.
full spectrum.
Yes. And based on how the pendulum is supposed to swing, this could be a rough time.
I would always say that the DRX comp is snowbally. Because I think they have decent late game, but I think that particularly if Viego loses so much impact, if he doesn't find any early skirmishes, any early influx of gold. And Aphelios, we've seen either be insanely strong, right, in the game that T1 played in when Guma and Carrier really popped off on that Aphelios Fresh, and he got like a 2k gold lead. Or he just doesn't really provide that much. Whereas for Bro, I know of how the series has played out, it kind of feels like scaling is fake and whoever gets ahead wins. But their scaling is really disgusting. If they ever hit a third item onto Hype, with how strong their team fight is, I think they can always win. I actually really like the Bro comp here.
Yeah.
I do think that their early fights, their skirmishing is way worse. And if they fall behind against Viego, against Rise, and against Fresh, I don't think they get to play the game.
Yeah, I also think single target pick is what is the aim of the game here for DRX, and they have a lot of opportunities to do so. Let's get into the Rift here for game number 3. All right, here we are, Saturday Showdown, Game 3, Locked-In Edition. Last time, we were talking about a lot of stuff, a lot of things, not necessarily relevant ones. This is all about the game. We are right here. We are on the Rift.
All right, stake setting right now. Bro, DRX currently...
Reverse seer?
What?
Said stake setting.
So DRX and Bro right now are very close to one another. It's the conversation topic for a different game at least.
I apologize, sorry.
No, it's fine. You know, normally I would love to talk about stake.
Mm-hmm.
I know you make a...
I mean, you already did.
I know.
Oh. Oh.
Level one. Level one.
Oh, God. Well, Polo's just going to walk right in there, gets played back.
The hook.
And there's a lot of damage here from these ricochets out of hype. My God, the Sivir AoE is massive. Still, summoner spells in favor of DRX. On the back end of that one, it is in fact triple sums down here in this bottom lane.
The health bars are not that bad though. Here for the Bro bot lane, Hype is very healthy, so still able to contest the wave pretty aggressively.
Polo's on a ward, so probably not going to be landing any hooks from that brush.
Should be able to, as Andil's going to clear it out. But I wanted to highlight again, is that if Bro wins here, they go up to 9 and 15, only a single series behind BNK, and particularly with BNK winning against DK, Bro needs this win very badly. Also, if they lose, both teams will go to 8 and 16, and they will have the same game score as well, but I think because of the head-to-head, DRX will then overtake Bro.
Ooh.
So Bro is basically fighting to stay away from that crucial 9th place / 4th place in Rise group. And DRX, this is their shot at, I think, making it this matchup in the pure head-to-head right now is the most impactful matchup in the entire LCK. It's actually a really big deal.
It's huge. Closer now, doing a lot of damage here to Yehu, who will have to go home. Closer likely to follow suit as well, as neither of them have very much health or blue stuff.
Cancel, not going to be found.
Looking for the angle. Of course, Deathray is very, very good at that. As Closer has stacked up this wave, he's going to see what he can get before he does have to go back home.
Should be able to clear out most of it. Ooh,
wow, that is a big Deathray.
Well, it's also, I think Yehu didn't fully heal. I think he immediately TP'd as soon as he got back to base. And these trades are not good, right? You're already down your TP as Rich.
Oh dear, does manage to get that Feral Scream off as now Croco, he pressed E for fun, or W for fun. E is the shadow, pretty sure. As there's the Rupture. It's been a while since I played Zed.
W is the shadow, E is the spin.
Yeah, good, okay. Because I'm like, I rethought it because I'm like, no, but E is dash on every champion, not on Zed.
Nope.
It's not the way.
Yeah, as expected, Closer TP back to lane, feeling really good here in the early game.
Wow, isn't it cool that both of these champions just yell at each other the whole time?
They really do.
The Feral Scream, the roar of the Slayer.
And then one stomps and the other runs.
Yep. Very, very cool interactive gameplay.
Ooh.
My goodness. That was very, very close. And we're going to be able to zone them away, though. As Rich is just taking Q after Q, as they are both just stacking up this grasp as best they can.
That is a good lane setup here for Morgan. We do see, though, one of the big advantages that Cho'Gath have, outside of obviously being able to have 2 ways to interrupt the Decimating Smash. You also, as Cyan, rely pretty heavily on actually getting consistent trades. Right? You use your... Oh, hold up.
All right, yeah, Polo looking for the angle. The flash does have to be used there from Teddy. Some shurikens fly forward. Croco not going to quite find the angle, but getting that flash, a huge deal.
That's a big win there, even with the Lantern being available. Also heal used for by Andil as well, I think probably for the speed boost. And to ensure that Teddy would stay healthy even if he did get hooked. But Cyan also really relies, as he does get the cancel, on trading up with health, because he uses shield, then he goes in for like a short Q or a grass proc, and you kind of get out-sustained in a lot of matchups, but because of Cho'Gath's passive, it doesn't really happen. We do still see, I think, Cyan's early game is just kind of crazy, and the gank did also make a big difference there, obviously. Yes, I love this roam from Polo. This is actually a big deal. If he gets hooked, Rich doesn't have flash.
Yeah.
Like, he just dies. And the wave state is being kept here by Morgan. This is a good setup.
Oh, God. Well, let's see whether Rich is going to stay hungry for it. Does smell out the fact that there is someone coming, but
no flash.
The unstoppable onslaught. There's the rocket punch. The grab comes in, and there it is. First blood going over to Croco one more time. And when he's on Zed, you're very happy about that outcome.
That's one of the other setups. And it's also kind of earned by Croco. Was his gank earlier that forced the flash. So... picks up the kill. Really nice roam by Polu there. Doesn't even really lose anything out of it because it's a lane swap. Oh, we have a possible punish towards bot side here for Sponge, but that is Cyan with flash.
Quite large. It's a big health bar. Well, they're going to go for it here, as there's the flash. No ulti, remember. So they are going to be able to chain some of this CC. Silence comes on in, but yeah, he's going to be fine. We've got to knock up here towards the top side as well as Yehu is just driving his way forward, but Andal's already dead. Teddy in so much trouble. Yehu was distracted as the barrier comes in, but Croco still able to lock this one down. He is going to flash, but it's the double for the Rise. 2 for 2 on the top side of the map here. Probably fine for DRX, who are certainly playing against the tempo vibes.
Oh, the fact that mid lane wave, though, does go into the turret means that the gold gonna stay relatively even across the board. The Dragon also going over to DRX, so I think the play is a slight win for them. They get Dragon. The fact that the kills go over to Croco is a big deal. I think he is a really big threat in this game, and also Bro have a really big AD threat, but it takes so long for Saber to get online. You're really looking at 2 items at the very least as...
Morgan looking for an angle as Rich just going to get hooked. Knocked up, but he does have a lantern, so it's going to be a grasp stack, so that's something there for Morgan. As Teddy managed to get a plate there in mid lane as well. Of course, red-white feels pretty good being able to take the turrets.
Oh, that hook from Andil. Actually a big deal, because if Paulo gets the hook earlier as Croco is getting there, and he doesn't get slowed down as much as he does, then I think the play actually ends up working out a lot better. Croco doesn't go as low. They're able to stay a lot closer to their own turret. And then Croco with the attempt here, but Yehu not going to be fooled that easily.
Yep.
And if you have more ability haste, I think maybe Croco makes it out there, but he didn't. So just a wasted flash instead. As we do have the Dragon again going over to DRX. And then Brion able to set up for what I imagine will be some grub gameplay here towards top, but DRX already set up there.
Love a bit of grub gameplay.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're going to see. Sponge going on forward. Looks like Croco and Polo looking for a bit of an angle here, but Polo decides against it. 1 grub at least is going to be taken, and it looks like all 3 will just belong to DRX. Will grab themselves their 2nd objective of the game. Feats of Warfare already done for the Bros. As man, that Soul Furnace did a lot of damage from Morgan.
For DRX, obviously, the big win in this whole sequence, outside of getting the grubs, as well as the Drake, is that Yehu picked up the kills, right? So an accelerated rise is always going to be a really big deal. Now up about 600, 700 gold, which means that Closer's going to be caught just absorbing side lanes as, oh, Rich.
Oh my goodness, every single time as the flash comes out, hook goes wide, but I'll take it. Eclipse is now done here for Croco. That is the big benefactor, right, of the Bros. The fact that the Zed is accelerated. Getting that Eclipse early, going to be a big deal if he ever meets Sponge in the jungle. So we'll see what Croco can actually do with it. We do know that he does like a good carry jungle game every now and again.
As you highlighted in draft, the comp for DRX is so good at picking off individual targets, so I think they need to go in here.
Yeah, Polo does find a hook, as Sponge taking a lot of damage. Heartbreaker comes on forward, but they're unable to actually get the kill. It's now Croco. He shows up, and down goes the Viego.
Goes back!
Croco now looking for the realm warping targets. Doesn't quite get them, as Yehu able to phase rush his way out, or does he? As Croco moving on forward, takes the blast cone out, but there's a lantern as well. The rocket grab goes wide, but the death sentence is named correctly, and down goes the Blitzcrank. Still Andil is going to follow, and the Bros trading up all over the place. Morgan's going back. Thanks, Jonas Strong.
Yeah, Morgan making sure that I think Cho'Gath was stuck in his lane, so Rich couldn't help with that at all. That's a big win for the Bros there, because look at who is now suddenly ahead after that sequence of play. As I just highlighted, I think going for this makes sense because you're the pick comp. But you do actually need to kill your target. The fact that Palu doesn't die there, Teddy still just goes into the nether. I genuinely think if Teddy flashes for that kill, that's worth it.
Oh man.
Because then your Viego starts resetting. He doesn't die. They don't have the blitz. Like, if you go for that play, everyone needs to full commit. There's no middle ground with a composition like this, because once you start falling behind with a pick comp, you don't get to play the game. And now you get your jungle invaded, you trade it down in kills. Hype is currently...
He is very massive.
Yeah. Sitting at about a full kill and a little bit gold lead. But it's also the fact that Yehu is the only one that is actually building a lead. I think still needs time in this game. You're going to hit that spike earlier, but you're not quite there yet. And Croco, I think, making really good use of the early gold that was given to him in the whole sequence.
Yeah, that is the big issue here, is that Croco he hit that one item and then immediately DRX decided to start a fight. And that's precisely what you want as this Zed, because you want to be able to use that item advantage that he picks up. Certainly does do so. 2, 1, and 3 now, sharing the wealth, as we can see, as that was a beautiful little interruption there from Morgan. Teleports in, stops the back, and it's not just vibes, it's real tempo here for the Bros.
For DRX, the scaling is obviously still good with the Cho'Gath, the Ryze, and the Aphelios. I do just worry, really for either of these comps, if you start falling too far behind, both Fresh and Blitzcrank are so good at just choking you out of, you just don't get to play, right? Because even if you're the tank, the moment, oh, there we go.
Oh, there's the hook onto Andil. He gets knocked up, does have flash, uses it in order to get himself out, as they do sweep that ward. Rich is frustrated with Morgan, which is understandable. Morgan is just wandering around though, and Rich can't really do anything about it because Rich's minion wave is dying while this is happening.
He's just proxying him.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do. We see Teddy.
Some European strats coming on through here for the Lord. And now Bro are augmenting this early lead with some dragons. No double dragon there for DRX. It would have been nice, especially with this Hextech Soul coming in.
Nice.
It's a big deal one.
Is he? I wasn't sure if he was in vision or not. If he wasn't, could have actually tried to go for play. But there is a lot of members here of DRX, so wouldn't have worked out. I'm not sure if Paulo knew that. They didn't have that much vision deep inside the enemy jungle. After that ward over the pit got cleared.
Somehow that hit. It's like
Decimating Smash hitbox is not real. Everyone knows this.
It's very strange.
It's very big.
And Rich is also very big because he's playing Cho'Gath, so it does make things hard to avoid getting hit by everything.
I am really happy to see that he is actually... I hope he also ate a grub. I don't quite remember. I think maybe he was on the opposite side of the map when that happened. But eating grubs as Cho'Gath always feels really good. I just want to see a Cho'Gath actually hit their stack timer as like 6 stacks of minions as soon as possible.
Yeah.
They're running.
Hype is on the hunt.
Lantern says no.
Yeah. This is actually the Xena Warrior Princess Sivir skin as well. Kind of into it. I do think that you know, Pack Sivir is obviously one of the best skins in the game.
I never watched that show.
It was good, you know? Some New Zealand talent. You love to see it.
Very cool.
All right. There's a run walk. I think Closer might just be dead, but does have the gravity field down. Box comes through, not going to get procced, but they still get the flash out of Closer. Andil gives them the good old thumbs up.
Yeah, you got to hit the hook. He dies if you hit the hook. There's not really any ifs about it. As of right now, thank you very much to our observing team, production team. It's 1 dragon and 2 minions.
Oh, not too bad.
So he actually is able to get to 7. Just he should have eaten the minion there, but
it's been off cooldown for quite some time. He's holding the feast.
And I guess we're keeping it for the Herald fight, which I think is fine. But if you don't contest Herald, or it's obvious that you're not getting it, just chomp those minions, bro.
Yeah, just eat them.
Gotta get to 7, especially now the Heartsteel is done. Ooh, looking at the item breakpoints. Closer doesn't have his first yet. Yehu does finish his, who obviously is the 1 gold league that DRX have.
Yeah, Closer does have teleport,
now.
so as soon as he has money for this Rod of Ages, he can go back and complete it as Hype. Could be in a little bit of trouble. Red, white, don't fight. As Teddy's range isn't massive, but his damage is huge.
Yeah, Hype fights. Teddy also had a raw AD with the BF sword. A lot more tech speed here for Hype. And this is, I think, kind of an ideal Sivir game where they don't really have that many great ways to get on top of you. And you have frontline, and they have frontline you can boomerang bounce off of.
And so many abilities are... Okay, there's a great Heartbreaker from Sponge to get out of the way of that rocket grab.
Good buffer.
Yeah, nicely done. But what I was going to say, there's a lot of spell shieldable stuff. True. You know, like you're never going to get ruptured. The hook is pretty telegraphed as well. So Hype should be all right to get a lot of value out of it. Yeah, it does go though.
Try and make a play for Herald here. No, Heartbreaker is a big deal. Still going to contest.
Crocker doesn't have a massive amount of health going into this one, as Teddy also getting zoned out by Polu's presence.
Neither top laner should be able to TP.
Well, there is the Hex flash out. It is going to be the Herald secured by Croco, as Yahoo now going down very, very low. Croco landing a lot of shurikens, and that is a brilliant gravity well. Morgan, oh my god, just obliterates them with the help of his damage dealers. This guy frontlining for days, and the Bros extending that lead once again.
And even with the early kill, doesn't look like the Viego can really get off the ground. Paulo flashes in, trying to make a big play. Ends up getting taken down, but it's the AoE damage that came through from the Bros, as that is the first decisive lead we see in this game. Free, much closer one than the previous ones. As we're taking a look at the fight, I like this idea of trying to go in really ham onto Yehu, but the damage isn't quite there immediately. Watch this though, as Sponge unfortunately just gets taken out too slow, and then Morgan and Croco absolutely obliterate the backline. Right? It's textbook. Your tank is where he needs to be. Your fed carry jungler is just shredding everyone. And DRX.
Oh my, it's 2 longswords in comparison to 2 items.
Yes.
Sponge, I mean, grats on the Trinity Force. That's really cool, but my God, this Zed is so incredibly far ahead in this game. Quick Blades are now done here for Hype as well, so he's on that 2-item spike. It's only Closer that is still pretty far behind in this game.
And I think once Hype gets a 3rd item, I think this game is going to be extremely hard to play for Theo. It's already hard to play.
I was going to say that it is
it's
already
not good,
pretty difficult. They also get some cool new shoes as the feats of strength do come in. Morgan wandering around, not too worried about what Yehu's doing. Might need to be, because Yehu is still pretty strong. Oh, okay, yeah, he doesn't need to worry about it. The Soul Furnace.
And we are about 1.5k gold away from, I think, us losing our focus.
Look.
Aren't you? I did
make the stake comment.
I know, but that doesn't really count.
Okay, good.
That wasn't a tangent.
Yeah, I'm glad.
And I do want to get back to that.
You did block it, which I think was very good of you.
Well, I didn't like doing it, but I feel like we had to commit for once.
Yeah.
Although, in a way, us doing this tryhard cast is also just a bit. You know, have you
it's all a bit, isn't it?
You've seen Community, right?
A lot of the episodes.
When Troy and Abed are like pretend normal, they're like, we are so normal now, we're just going to act like 2 normal dudes. And then even that in of itself becomes,
then that's just a bit.
That's what we're doing.
Sometimes you cannot avoid it.
I think that's entertainment.
I also think that like we are bordering on this game being unplayable, because
we're not there yet, but we're getting very close.
Yeah, it's rough, mainly because like you're looking at the gold lead, it's only 3.5k, not a huge deal. The problem is, like, I mean, Thresh from behind feels less than useless.
Yep.
Viego, exactly the same thing.
Yep.
Teddy, very similar. And if you want to be like fighting ideally in a team fight, you actually don't have a lot of range. Calibrum Crescendum isn't what it used to be. You do want that Severin for doing the damage, and it doesn't have the range. So Sivir is just cutting you down where you stand. And when it's a 5-0-3 Sivir, it's even worse. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. And maybe it's catch them at Otacon, kill them all, take 4 turrets, and win the game.
Now that's a good game plan.
That might be the way to do it.
That does the trick.
It's making that happen. That could be tough.
It will be, yes. Because you don't have a lot of vision control. You don't really have anyone that can, like, I think now it's still okay. But between Eclipse, Cleaver, and a soon-to-be-done, Mortal Reminder from Hype, like, no one survives getting hooked.
No, I think they're just kind of dead. Teddy does have item number 2, so that's good.
That's a lot of burst.
Indeed. If he has the right guns, things could be pretty scary.
I think Otacon actually is the lost conditions. Oh, the Realm Bar!
Okay, yeah, who's going to bring a bunch of minions in here, gets the flash out Apollo. He's pretty happy about that.
Nice. Yehu trying desperately. The one member that is still sitting on a gold lead in this game. 2-item spike done for the Rise.
I mean, there's 6 stacks on the Cho'Gath now, so at least there's that.
He's been eating well. It's nice.
A couple of extra minions going down.
Still has 2 left. Sorry, 1 left, because he's at 6. And now one of them was Dragon. That turret is definitely gone.
Yeah, Morgan going to be able to eat that one if he would like to. As
Desperation Otacon.
Still on this Otacon. This is a worrying sign. Teleport to come in from Rich. All right, they're committing to this one. As Paulo, he's pretty deadly, finds the hook! As Ander was looking for one himself, and he just goes down! Morgan crashes into a wall, but I don't know whether it matters. Croco will be eviscerated, as, yeah, he went a little bit too far forward. Sponge is still alive, Croco's dead. There are no smites here available, as Sponge able to heartbreak his way out. The Bros desperately looking for a reset on this Articon. They will be able to find it. No feast here for Rich just yet, but he'll have it in another 7 seconds.
Oh, I don't know about keeping going. Closer's still there. He's dangerous.
Yep, the Bros really just want to kill them here. Morgan's health bar is going down lower, I think. But Hype is just untouched. He's just free hitting onto Yahoo and just destroys him.
Bro, let it go. Let it go. Don't try to do Articon.
Yep. Are you saying bro as in DRX or bro as in bro?
Yes.
I got a little bit confused there. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, we are just going to back away. So that worked.
Wait, Rich is still there.
Okay. Closer is going to get knocked up. The hook is going to connect as Andal makes his way back in. The exhaust is good. They managed to get the victor, and it's a 2-man knockoff. Teddy's there as well, and he finds the spray with the Gravitum to hold them in place. And now the Zombie Scion not going to be able to get any kills on the back end of this one. It's a huge play from DRX.
Bro, no, Atlas. Bro, making the gold lead disappear in front of them.
Magicians, all of them.
And also credit to DRX for the tenacity. Starts off horrible. Ando gets hooked. He ends up dying. Like that. Then Croco goes way too ham. Not sure what he was thinking. Just gets blown up in a second.
He got the barrier.
Yeah, well, if he plays it slow, they win the game. So not really excusable there. Goes way too aggressive. And then I thought this call from DRX was pure madness, as Yeu flashes in off of the knockup from Rich, but he doesn't actually have the damage, so Hype just obliterates him. And then here, if Bro just leave.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Bro just leave. But we're gone to the point where Undo was respawning.
All right,
and we're back at it!
Yeah, we are in it once again. It's okay, Croco, he can make his way forward, but there's no feast on Bro, so it's Articon over to DRX. I think the wave may have changed position. Oh dear.
Well, they do lose soul points, so I don't actually think this whole sequence was worth it.
I mean, that is.
I don't want to be. I don't want to kill the vibes, but what, bro, do it on spawn, please.
We should do the. Yeah, Croco is going to do the dragon. Hype is going to help him, so that is going to be taken. Morgan's going to take a turret.
If they didn't do that, it wouldn't have been fair. If they
wow,
gave
the
them like
pedals
time,
are completely even as well. It's kind of crazy with how many Bro were able to pick up beforehand, especially when they were ignoring so many in game number 2, which was bothersome.
Want to talk about it?
Sorry for the outburst. I didn't need to do that.
No, I mean, I think you need to.
It did bother me, but I think I'll save that for therapy. Spend most of the time talking about pedals.
Is Bro and Brew really that different?
Yeah, but can you really have too much therapy? You know?
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, we cut that gold lead in half. The DRX turning this one into a bit of a game. Only 2.2k the gold lead, but soul point is a big deal. Feats of strength, pretty good. And so DRX, with the fact that they have Articon, certainly a big thing for them as well. 3 items on Yahoo at the same time. The third item, Void Staff, will set up for an incredibly powerful Rabadon spike if he does manage to get there.
Run, Paula, run!
Now, he is just going to be able to get out of there. Able to speed himself up. Oh, he's on vision. And he just hooks Andal. That is a max range boomerang blade.
Here he goes!
But now the Scion comes in. Teddy is just going to get knocked up forever. And can they actually kill him? That's the question. They do need to finish him off, and they do so. But they also take down Yahoo. And they take down Andal, and Sponge is just running. He flashes, he ults to get over the wall. And the Bros, I mean, they gave DRX a chance, and then they said, no, I guess we win these.
And I think Bro have done it. They are accelerating. Oh, no, they're not. I thought they were going to end. I was ramping up.
Oh, no, it's not about that.
They were accelerating their lead. They're going to go to 9 and 15. They're going to keep DRX in 9th place.
Yeah, you can say that all again, but excited when the game is. Yeah, give it 10, 15
I
minutes.
will.
You think I'm
That's
kidding?
A really good ultimate from Morgan comes through. They're trying to contest. Well, Yale can TP in. I think they were too slow. I think DRX can actually contest this. They have
Feast. They're just going to walk into the pit. They need to kill him if they want to confirm this, as Polo misses the rocket grab this time. Teddy's made his way over, and that is a great knock-up onto Morgan. The Pros just need to back away, but Morgan, I don't think he's going to be able to make it out. No flash, no chance. and they just lose one. And DRX, if they start this up, it's so much harder for the Bros to do anything about it. There's 37 seconds.
Ults are almost available though. They did use a lot. Heartbreaker's almost there, but I think Bro have an opportunity. Croco goes behind them.
Yeah, there's the flank angle of Sponge taking so much damage from the Baron. There's the hook onto Rich, and he'll just get exploded. The Civil locks him down. Sponge almost just dies as the Arcane Storm is looking magical, not really doing a whole lot, but did manage to get that first
Look
kill.
Look at the base! Look at that wave!
That is so... How many waves is that? That's like 3. All right, well, the Winions doing some work here for the Bros,
Atlas,
so we can see.
That's Rise Group, baby!
Oh, you love to see it.
Not quite sure what we just witnessed.
Yeah, this was the other side of the spongiest situation.
As Bro could have definitely just done Nash or pushed and tried to end. They did neither.
Well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what happened here.
That's why this happens.
Yeah, no, I know. But it's not about the why, it's about the what in this instance.
But I also don't know about the what. Like, what? So
we're not helping.
Yehu can't quite fight X's. I think Andel just needs to commit and try to hook because they're just tanking Baron while all of this is going on.
Rich is very hookable, isn't he? On the max stacks.
He was, yeah. He is definitely a free target. And then the rest of DRX, the health. Okay, we're just going to Nash again.
This is the dance. Well, look at these burly boys. Buttons, Shaw being hit as, well, he does have ult, so he will be able to get out if he wants to, and does actually get it blocked, so the hook is going to come through, and down goes Morgan once again. Well, is this just another go?
Well, I'm going to just...
Yeah, you might need to change that. Well, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
The Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. All right, Polo, we're going to look for a hook. He lands it onto the easy target, and Hype is free hitting. Oh, the gravity field is so good too! As Teddy is doing a lot of work, but still he goes down. The Zed's able to lock him up. Look at this Arcane Storm. It's the whole freaking screen! It's a triple for Hype. The carries are still up.
What?
Okay, so this is actually the win condition. It's Morgan suicides, and then the Bros win the fight.
I don't like repeating myself, but that is indeed Rise Group, Atlas. As Bro with the ramp up.
11-0-8, might I add, for good old Hype, looking like a monster on this Sivir. Oh man, the Bros gonna be able to do it. And this is huge. This is what they needed. And I think even the fact that it's a 3-game series might come back to hurt them, because B&K will be ahead of them by 1 match. They do want to try and leapfrog over, of course. B&K has a massive win rate against the Bros. The Bros are going to have to fight back against that in the coming weeks. It's going to be a huge one to look out for. And the woes of DRX continue, unfortunately, falling to DNF. And I think it's still a Morgan vote. I know he died back-to-back, but the game was already over. Like, he can have his fun.
Now I'm not sure about flip-flopping. It was, for me, the whole game, really, between 2 people, but then by the end of it, I had no idea.
Yeah.
Because I think that both the Wukong and the Zed game were crazy from Croco.
Yep.
But then he did die for no reason.
Watch this guy get it instead.
Okay, no. I think for me, Morgan, I'm looking at Morgan, I'm looking at Croco, I'm looking at Hype. I think Hype also is a completely valid vote. I think he actually had...
I mean, he was 11-0-8 on
the Sivir game was insane. I think on the Corki game, he was a bit more of a passenger. He was good, but he wasn't the main character. For me, in the Rumble game, it was Morgan. In this game, I think it was Croco. We'll see who ends up getting it. The fact that Bro wins in the most Bro fashion possible, I think is fitting. They will hold on tightly, closing that gap to DRX, possibly even closing that gap towards DK, which, let us remind ourselves, they 2-0'd the first time those 2 teams faced off.
They absolutely did. Also beat them in the Kesper Cup final. I will not let anyone forget.
Never!
Even though it's not very relevant now. Yeah, DRX, they gave it a good old college try. But unfortunately, the Thresh and Aphelios didn't look quite as good as when it was in the hands of Gumu Shikeria earlier on. A duo that we are going to see in our next matchup up against Nongshim. But this Saturday showdown, it delivered, man. It really did. I think we had a lot of preamble in the first 2 games. We got to talk about a lot of things. I learned a lot of things, and I think that is always fantastic. This was where Morgan just decided to win the game, honestly, for his team. The Sion play was beautiful. I kind of doubted it with the fact that the Cho'Gath was there, pickable into it.
You were not a believer.
I wasn't, but I liked it in the end. I mainly wasn't a believer just because I really wanted them to bait Rich into picking it, so Morgan could be a big Void monster.
I really do think that Cho'Gath, as good as he is somewhat conditional, and also the Blitzcrank, I think actually worked out
quite
so
hookable,
well.
wasn't he? Yeah.
He was hookable. Hype, it's also like giving Sivir an easy target for these, like look at these boomerang blades, by the way.
He walked into the box and nothing happened.
Also the amount of damage that Croco does there is kind of disgusting.
Yep.
Yehu really tried, man. He almost blew up the back line.
Look, huge sigh of relief there from Hype. And the rest of the team, I think I know who they would be voting for, as it looks like they're pretty proud of their AD carry on the back of this one. Huge turnaround for Bro as well. I think that was a pretty disappointing game 1. I think DRX played out their composition really well. The Bros made a lot of errors as far as understanding how strong they were.
If only every game could be like this third game. Because game 1 and 2, they just, neither of them really, the losing team just didn't do anything.
Oh,
they just kind of sat there.
That's not Fountain Laser. That's half the damage of your opposition. Kind of just shows the fact that Hype had a pretty good one. And you can see that little dip. There was a bit of a problem factor there. It was dealt with.
There's really a lot of feel-good POMs. I'm not going to be... And I'm on board with this.
I think this is okay. I mean, 6-0-6, 11-0-8 in the game wins, and even in the loss, he was only 2-1-0.
It was not the problem. No, I'm on board. Think that Hype had a very consistent performance in this series, outperforming Teddy. And with that...
19-1-14. That was his KDA for that game. Not too bad at all.
One game where they basically didn't do anything. For me, the Sivir game was the standard. I think the Corki game was good, but to me, that was more about, again, I think Morgan in that one had a kind of a field day on the Rumble. But this one, the really, really good Sivir game. Actually a pleasure to watch, and the Bros do it again.
They do. And what an incredible Saturday showdown as well. I feel like it had everything that we wanted out of this Rise Group cultural journey that we just went on. Just stunning stuff.
I can only hope that Nongshim T1 find a way to live up to this. And you know what, Atlas? I don't think they will.
I think you can give them a challenge like that, and both of those teams could certainly rise to it. Rise to it. Rise to it.
It'll be fun.
I mean, it's possible. Now also we get to hear from Hype as well. I don't think he's got very many POMs, if I'm having a look now. Was that his very first?
Yep.
So the first time that we're actually going to be able to have a chat to him as well, which is very, very cool. Because, of course, he was, the talk of the town when he joined the Bros, coming over from KT on loan. And so now we get to, see how he's been fitting in, whether he does feel like he is actually one of the Bros or whether he's still a KT at heart. With the consistency he had in this series, though, not feeling very KT.
Not spiritually KT.
No.
No.
Not very much. Interview is taking a little bit of time to prepare. So we can, if you want to, address some other things.
Okay, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, we could explain, how would you optimally prepare a steak? Although you're not really much of a steak eater, so this is not really the right... Yeah.
When I do eat, because I don't eat beef that regularly, when I do, my favorite way is gyudon. So like the Japanese, thinly sliced beef with onions, sake, soy sauce.
Delicious.
And then just eat that with rice and a very runny egg.
Ooh.
It's good.
I might have to give that one a shot. I haven't really done too much of it. I'm more of a reverse sear these days because it's just so easy.
You have to freeze the beef so that you can cut it thinly, and then you braise it and then you add some stock.
You'd need a very good knife for that, I would assume.
Sorry?
You'd need a really good knife for that.
Yeah, if you freeze it, it's like you want it to be kind of, if you have you ever cooked carpaccio?
No. Okay. But now it is time for the interview, so let's hear from Hype, shall we?
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Hype on the side of OK Savings Bank Brian. It was a must-win match for the play-ins, and with that victory, you defended the third place spot. It must be such a sweet victory, so how do you feel? Yeah, it was such a crucial match today. And I'm so happy that we're able to win. And Hype, this is your first POM. How does that POM feel? Yeah, I had no POM before. And my teammates were always teasing me. But what a relief that I finally got one. It feels great. And so far this year, you have faced DRX 5 times and it all went to a series. So what takes you to a series? Why do you think it takes you to a series every time you meet DRX? Well, personally, every time we face DRX, I feel like it's not really about the skill difference, but we do sometimes lose, sometimes we win, but then every time we lose, we always come back thinking that, hey, this is something that we can actually, it's such a winnable game, so we are able to sort of get back on our feet and make sure that we're able to take that victory. And in game 1, you faced Yunara, and the game wasn't actually flowing that well for your team at first. What is your impression of Yunara? Yunara is such a good champion, actually. And honestly, I came today thinking that I would play her, but you know, it was stolen. She was stolen. So I felt pretty bad about that, but next time I hope that I can definitely play Yunara. And after the game 1 loss, game 2 had a kill score of 20-1, such a dominant victory. So from the game 1 loss, what was the takeaway? Instead of the game-specific feedback, there was more discussion on the draft. And I think game 2, we had picked a comp that we actually quite enjoy playing and something that we're really comfortable with. So that's probably why it worked out so well. And in game 3, Paulo was hovering and considering playing Blitz. So what was the discussion during draft like? Yeah, it was game 3. And there were not a lot of options for supports. And we were just really just contemplating. And then Paulo, I mean, we haven't really played a lot of Blitz. And we were like, oh, will it be okay? But Paulo was like, oh, no, I'm pretty confident. I'm feeling great. So that's why we actually went through with that. And Paulo did such a great job. So would you like to send a message to Paulo? It was a first official match with Blitz, and I was pretty anxious. But because he was able to land all those grabs, it actually made me so comfortable playing out the game. And it looks like in game 2, Bro had banned Sivir from blue, but you guys actually took that Sivir in game 3. So what is the strength that Sivir has? I think she is actually really good with lane clearing, wave clear, and strong in the laning phase. And she just has so much potential to do a lot of damage output during team fights, so she's actually a very well-rounded champion overall. And with that Sivir, you're able to get a KDA of 11-0-8, 0 death. Such a perfect damage output. So what is the secret to doing so much damage in team fights? I don't think I'm perfect, but I try to keep track of the enemy's skills and abilities and what's up or down, and I think just constantly thinking about that does help with me doing as much as I can with Sivir. And your next opponent is DN Freaks. You know, DN Freaks, they're on an upswing. It's not gonna be an easy match, but we'll try our best. And lastly, there are so many fans, including those who came from overseas. Would you like to say anything to your fans? Should I do it in English? Can you do it in English? No. Okay, feel free. Yeah, I heard that our team has a lot of foreign fans from overseas. And I think it's such a cool thing. Keep on supporting us. I'm so grateful for all your support. Let's give it up for Hype on his first POM, and that's the end of the interview with Hype, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Ayaya, as yes, it is Hype getting his first ever POM, and also, he got me too. I was like, oh, he's gonna speak some English? Oh, okay, he's not. That's okay.
Well, you know,
Good
we
POM.
do have our #1 bro fan and our #2 bro fan here on the desk. Our #2 fan's over there in pink, but I also have the #1 bro fan with me right now. And like Hype, definitely cooled me down in that third game where I thought things were... look, it's on. You can feel that?
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's pretty
That's
nice.
good.
It's pretty hot here.
Definitely #1.
#1
You've
bro
never
fan.
cooled me down like that.
And Digon, of course, our second best bro fan that we have at the desk.
All right. I don't know why I'm getting attacked here. Let's take a look at the POM from that last one. Wondered if it would, which way it would go. Wow, Paulo got 0. He got none of them.
That's kind of weird.
Did no one watch the hook games? Forget game 1, but the hook
Game
games
2
were
was
good.
good. Also, like, Morgan had a decent game 2, but game 3, he won his side lane against Cho'Gath. But anyway, whatever. Hype was the guy. And even though media, soup, whatever, they were like on our side, I think Hype was the guy. Sometimes a consistent AD carry is all you need in the face of a chaotic series. Like, legitimately, I think that's the story for me of this series.
Yeah, when things get a bit chaotic, when it does go to those later stages, good AD carries there. And for me, I'm riding the Hype train. Choo-choo! I'm all in!
Oh, man, what a work of art. A true literature.
I thought heavily about this one.
Yes.
You know, it just came to me. You know, you're pondering a lot of different comments. You guys don't understand. You go through a lot of the creative process when coming up with the comment. This was a struggle, a lot of workshopping, and then it finally came to me. I used his name, and it also works in the sense of like the word Hype as well. So just many layers to this one.
That's right. Again, the comment battle between broadcasts, I think, might have a new first place winner right now. The Croco fan club is thriving. Chronicler going with Croco there. Croco had...
Is it though? Because they didn't get Palm.
I need a... How many fan clubs is Chronicler in? Because I feel like every day, every week, there's like, you know, there's the Lucid fan club, there's the Croco fan... How many fan clubs?
Yeah, well, we know he doesn't run the Lucid fan club, isn't that?
Well, not anymore, but like, is he running the Croco? How many fan clubs is he running? Is he leading? There was the Pays fan club. Is he still in charge of that?
I do think he needs to pick one.
He just brings them up all the time. Is every Pomment going to be a fan club? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just calling them out.
Prince, I guess forgetting that they're not teammates anymore. Yeah, because Croco is on Pro.
That's right.
They used to be teammates on Live Sandbox, for the youngins that don't know that one.
Nice, Prince. Morgan's holding the front line. How are you going to put damages?
I mean,
Let's go to the next comment.
I was like, all right, Dan, are you going to smooth this one over? I don't think Wolf's going to smooth this one over. And in the Blood and Steel clash of the Rise group, one hero stands tall, Lord Morgan. All right.
Okay.
Pony took the feedback last
pretty
time.
metal, yeah.
Yeah, he went in there.
Stepping it up. Pretty good, you know.
I think they really liked the Rumble game, which I think is fair.
Yeah. I think mine probably still a little bit more eloquent than this, but it's good. It's a good attempt. Good effort, Pony.
I think Pony might be a little bit ahead of you here.
Yeah.
A little bit.
No, but good effort.
Jeez, Pony catches straight. Let's take a look at the moment earlier where the bros were able to put an exclamation point on the early game.
Remember when I said in the pre-show that the goal is to kill Teddy? That was the goal this whole series.
That's why Croco picked Zed.
And it worked. In this particular fight especially. The other fights was...
Don't worry about the rest of the game. That's basically what happened. There wasn't any throwing. No throwing in this one.
Yeah,
at all.
I had some difficulty peeling for him at times, and I think especially the Sivir just being able to drive forwards with the team, provide that movement speed, getting the ricochets off. The Zed goes forwards. I think Croco had a pretty good start to this game. Reason he got two POM votes as well, and he knew his goal: kill Teddy. And the game gets pretty easy.
I love how whenever we show the coaches camps in the Rise group, there's always extreme hesitation before celebrating. There's like, I think we're winning. I think we got it. Okay. Are they all dead? Yes, they're all dead. As it is the bros taking a 2-game cushion now over DRX. DRX, they've got work to do in the rest of rounds 4 and 5 to try and catch bros or BNK Fear X.
It widens the gap substantially. You know, Ox mentioned we could have actually been dead even at DRX 1-2-1, but it went the other way. And We have a pretty large lead here for Bro, but that cushion isn't alone enough going to guarantee them that play-in spot. But for DRX, yeah, they're going to have to punch up here, I think, if they're going to bounce back.
Yeah, definitely still possible for DRX. You know, they need to sort things out. They want to be able to climb that gap back, keep their hopes alive. But I think if things don't recover from this is the sort of series that you look back on and go, man, if we'd just been able to close it out.
That was the Saturday showdown of the Rise group. Fries were on the line, but nothing like Noodles, which are up next. The Noodle Boys up against T1 in the Legend group. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK.
한타 구마윤 씨가 비쳐 날뛰고 있고.
그 다음에 가운데서 오자룡이. 펜타인데? 펜타.
펜타.
아니 형. 아니 왜 빼서 진짜로.
펜타키를 위해 영혼까진 아니고 100만 원 정도까지 바칠 수 있었던 나는 마침내 LCK에서 펜타키를 눈앞에 두고 있었다.
콤보 들어가고 물론 아군과의 연계가 석화영시 라이즈.
이거는
우리 앞라인 봐줘.
우리 앞라인 봐야 돼 앞라인.
그래도
엇박자로 그 다음에 가운데서 오자룡이.
와.
펜타인데? 흥분한 나는 내꺼라고 외쳤다.
펜타.
그런데 이럴 수가. 쿼드라킬이었다.
쿼드라킬!
펜타킬을 빼앗은 범인은 바로 오너.
펜타. 빼서.
아니 왜 빼서 진짜로. 아니 형.
내가 뭐라 하자 범인은 변명했다.
아니 왜 빼서 진짜로.
아니 펜타 이거 말을 해줘.
뭐지? 말해줘.
제가 펜타라고 분명히 말을 했는데 민석이가 일단 빼서 이러고 현진이가 실제로 한 대를 툭 쳐서 뺐더라고요. 몰랐다고는 하는데 이거는 약간 고의성이 좀 느껴졌던 것 같습니다.
연습 경기부터 사실 그냥 한타 할 때마다 펜타라고 하는 사람들도 많고 그냥 그렇게 신경 쓰진 않았는데 갑자기 쿼드레키라는 걸 좀 늦게 알아가지고 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
펜타라는 소리를 들으면은 좀 자동 반사적으로 이제 뭔가 부정적인 반응이 나와가지고 그러게요. 왜 그랬어요? 저도 사실 잘 모르겠네요.
이번 일의 복수는 죽음으로 갚아줄 것이다.
저는 죽지 않을 거기 때문에 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
현준아, 다음에는 펜타 뺏지 말고 건강하렴.
무려 1805일 만에 돌아왔는데요. 그러면 트리거 선수와 인터뷰가 준비되어 있습니다. 한번 보실래요?
안녕하세요. 이번에 농심 1군으로 합류하게 된 원딜러 트리거 김의주라고 합니다. 저는 인터뷰할 때 너무 목소리가 너무 낮은데요.
너 근데 발성이 좀 안 좋아, 의주야.
왜 이렇게 말할 거 없어요? 저 의주예요, 주야.
나 비슷하지? 나 비슷하지? 비슷하게 하지? 아, 이제 인정할 거 해줘. 그냥 인정할 거 해준 남자. 잠수해서 말하는 거 같잖아.
아니 저 시우 형인데 이렇게 해줄게요. 아니 민성아 이거 해야 돼.
좀 비슷한데? 아, 거의 쉔 성대모사급인데?
우린 잘 돌리네.
뭐이 들어가는 이거 룰러 선수의 펜타 소리가 들리는데요? 펜타! 펜타 이번엔 진짜! 네!
펜타가 맞네, 진짜? 응, 펜타 아니야?
진짜 펜타인데 잠시만.
아유, 난 모르겠다. 뺏어야 되는데, 야, 내놔봐, 일단. 뺏어줘? 야, 어디가? 나 안 줘. 야, 넥서 쓸게.
And Toby! Oh god, the biggest troll play ever! Toby just finishes the game!
진짜 하지 마. 잠깐만.
될 것 같은데?
근데 어차피 못 잡는 거 아니야?
네네네네.
아니, 그래. 가지 마!
No! Look at his face! Toby's gonna do it! You have to leave! The minions are gonna kill it!
네네네네.
아니, 안 돼.
조금만 돼.
제이! 응, 안 된다니까요. 저 안 깼어요.
저는 사실 이렇게 쫓아가면 딸 줄 알았는데 못 따가지고 되게 상당히 좀 잘 나갔습니다.
근데 딱 봐도 안배사가 전멸서 도망가서 안 될 것 같았는데 끝까지 따라가더라고요. 그래도 희망은 줘야 하니까 포기하지 않는 모습 멋있었습니다.
가지마!
다음에 또 기회가 오면 도와주겠지만 잘 먹도록.
다음에도 펜타킬 잘 부탁드리겠습니다, 우리 선수님들.
뺏어줘. 응, 안 된다니까요.
journey has already begun.
Long ago, a legend was passed down through the Yupgok. They said that one day, when the demons, worn out from endless competition, left the Yupgok in search of lighthearted fun, they drifted into the peaceful realms of Honmun, like TFT, Kalbara, and Earth. A true demon would rise again, to remind them all that the true joy of the game lies in fierce competition and in Bakgem. Her name is Demon Bunny Eunbin. And so begins her desperate climb through the Soleil to summon the demons back once more.
자신 없어.
요즘 곡은 너무 조용해. 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에. 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 다져. 악기 토끼가 깨어난다. 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라. 사라진 불꽃이 다시 불러. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Now it's time, here I go. 맘을 다잡고 뛰어들어라. 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Roll it back, 다시 날 부른다. 나는 그래 악기였던 거야. So like hunters, wake up, wake up.
Her journey had already begun.
makes me stronger.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. I'm Alice, I'm joined by Chronicler, and we are ready to get into our second match of the evening. T1 taking on Nongshim, or the other way around, if you want to state it the way that it says on the screen in front of you. Nongshim versus T1 is how it sort of goes. I don't think that that's all that relevant, because side selection I don't think will matter in this series, as T1, coming off a loss against Gen G, wanted to get back on that horse, and I have a feeling they're going to do so pretty aggressively. Yeah?
Yeah.
It was a bit serious.
No, I don't know.
Maybe.
I was just going to see how long I could stretch that out before it would get weird.
About that long.
About that long.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I do think that, as you highlight, T1 right now are looking like very clearly the second best team, arguably the best team depending on what day we see them play. Also 1-1, which I kind of love against Gen G, right? 1-1, last one.
Yep.
Feels good. Home alive, even though they're ahead in these standings. I think in many of our minds, also very clearly third place. I don't think they
Don't mind, because that looks like second place to me.
Okay, but in power ranking.
Now, this is the power ranking.
This is also your power ranking?
I mean, this is the power ranking.
Well, no, because the current power level can be different from the power ranking.
I guess. Sounds like recency bias to me.
Get out of here, Atlas! New teams. I don't know. Okay, for Nongshim, yes, they are looking to turn the tide. Also, Nongshim T1 rather secures playoffs with a 2-0 win here. But I know the T1 streak was broken, but they lost by one game to what has thus far this year been the best team in the world. Can we maybe...
Yeah, I think we can chill.
We can chill. For Nongshim, they said that they knew things were going to be on fire. They have been. They have been on fire, unfortunately. They've not been able to win. They brought in Trigger, which
Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about
yeah.
this Yunara thing, where they asked Gumayushi the question. This is the one that really stood out to a lot of people earlier in the week. One word to describe Yunara, and Gumayushi just said his name. I don't know whether he's being a Pokemon.
I was going to make the joke.
Or whether... because if you ask Pikachu the same thing, Pikachu would also just say Pikachu, I'm pretty sure.
Gumayushi.
You're like kind of like a Geodude?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of...
What do you got?
Yeah, no, I think yeah, that was the way.
That works.
That was definitely the way. Speaking of Geodude, that's kind of the pose that Kingin's doing right there.
Oh my god.
Which is just kind of perfect. Who will set an LCK record with a victory? Kingin reaches 500 games in game one and just one kill away from 500 as support, which is pretty crazy there for Keria.
The first support ever to reach that. And
Which is nuts.
On so many levels. And it makes sense when you've watched Carrier because he is bloodthirsty, man.
There was also that time where like he was kind of the carry in the bottom lane for a lot of their games.
Oh, you mean for the entirety of 2023?
Yeah, and a lot of 2022. Yeah, it was...
that did happen.
It was pretty silly. So we'll see whether he is going to be able to reach that milestone. Certainly going to be a big one. We'll try and keep that one on this. He only needs one. So he'll get there. Congratulations to Kingen on 500 games, though. That is going to be happening here in this very first one. So no question marks as to whether we'll get to game 3 or anything like that. He's just hit it.
And Kingen, for me, has been the best performing member on Nongshim. I think Nongshim right now, the bot lane is obviously kind of all over the place. I think Jiu just hasn't been able to consistently hit the performance we know he's capable of. Same for Lahens. We've seen Lahens really still try to make a lot of things work. I think it's partially his own fault, partially also, come on, guys, they're playing Genji, Hanwha Life, and T1 on repeat. So they're just going to look worse. Calyx has been struggling. I know we have different opinions. I feel like there's moments where he's showing something. But I do think his laning phase...
I mean, it's not that different. I just don't think I've seen those moments.
Yeah, which I think is fine.
That's all it really is.
And then Owner is...
good.
Arguably the #1 jungler in the LCK right now. It's really, I think, between him and Canyon. That's kind of the only contest that we can have. But he's been absolutely incredible. I think he's been having a crazy good performance.
And I think actually the thing that has led to T1 looking as good as they have is Carrier, who has looked absolutely incredible this split so far, and Owner, of course, who has just looked great the whole year. But with the fact that that support core is coming together, Doran is having no mishaps on the top side of the map, which is just kind of crazy to see.
Oh, he's playing well.
He's playing super well.
It's cool.
But he's augmented so beautifully by the support core of T1, and then Gumayusi is actually stepping up quite a lot as well. I think I've credited Gumayusi over the years a lot of being very consistent, but had some ups and downs earlier on in this year, and has since mainly been having ups. As we've entered the most recent weeks.
I do really enjoy the T1 fan base being like, oh, we can't be too good in summer. I'm like, guys, you've had years in the long distant past where that was fine, and you still won. You know, that's not...
That did happen. I am one of the warriors, though.
There was 2 years of that.
I'm feeling like peak too early is a thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's a T1 thing, and it has been. So we'll see whether that is going to bite them. Of course, that is, you know, that's an issue for down the line. It's not for right now.
You don't have to worry about that right now.
And maybe this is where they just start having a little bit of a break. Maybe this is the time where Nongshim picks up the upset victory.
It often is. It's Nongshim or KT, right? Where like beating them is going to send them into a spiral.
I mean, Nongshim has done this more times than they've had any right to do. To be completely honest, I just don't feel like they're set up to do it now.
But that was also, you know, with the power of true friendship.
Yeah, it was.
And now the friends have been scattered across the globe. You know, we have.
I mean,
the LEC.
Yeah. The Krug Lord versus the Gromp Lord, though. Oh my goodness, that is one heck of a battle.
That would have been peak. I think T1 are very clearly the favorites here. I think the only matchup that is. Like, I actually think the closest matchup might be top, which says a lot about Kingen. I think he's the one member on this team that has looked like he's been able to keep it together. It just doesn't matter that much. I don't feel like it really is a top 1v9 meta whatsoever at the moment.
Yeah, I think also earlier in the year we'd say that the support matchup was relatively close, but it's not anymore.
Not even a little bit, no.
It's remotely, nothing. It's not.
And what to me is so interesting is that Nongshim have been very vocal. Like, we know we might go winless in this group. And really, I think for them, the challenge is, like, knowing that on a rational level is one thing. Actually being able to deal with those losses is something else entirely. Because for this team, you have to look at it as basically just extended scrims that put you in a position to beat specifically KT and DK. Those are kind of, and whoever else makes it out of play-ins, right, with how DK is playing right now. Might not even be that, might be Bro, might be BNK, we don't really know. But that's what I think this team is trying to prep for. But saying and knowing that is one thing. Not feeling bad when you've been just getting kicked around by every other team in this group. Kind of tough, Atlas.
You also have to beat these teams if you're going to make a run in the playoffs anyway. So at least they're in a position where they have the opportunity to, right? Our Rise Group teams just don't even get to. Maybe in scrims, outside of that, not going to be a chance. But we're going to start this one off with a Viban into the Pantheon. In fact, junglers are just going to go amiss here in the first round of bans. And Nongshim, what are they going to be angling for as far as the first pick? The most popular ones are, of course, Gwen, Azir, that has just been banned away.
It has to be B1 Xin Zhao, right, if they don't ban it?
Probably. So they'd have to ban Varus here, I guess.
Yeah, ban Varus, pick Xin Zhao one.
But with Vi and Wukong both banned away, they're going to go, it's a Yunara first pick, 100%. Yeah, and Varus is going to go, so it's Yunara or not.
I actually think giving over Yunara is better. Okay, they ban it. I actually think giving over Yunara is better than giving over Xin to owner. That's where I'm at with that champion at the moment.
Well, the Trundle is a decent matchup into it, so I guess they're just going to go with that one instead to try and answer.
I can respect that. We also will see what Gwen Xin Zhao here for T1.
Yeah, or Talia Xin Zhao, something like that. Could be one of those options here for T1. You could also just lock Aurora. Aurora Xin is also
I
fine.
really like the early Aurora because it kind of dissuades them from picking Gwen. And it also allows you to still pick it up later.
Well, Orianna Nocturne could be an option too.
Okay.
I'm not crazy about it, but I don't mind it either.
T1 has been prioritizing the Orianna extremely highly.
Orianna Jarvan could actually be cool as well, but instead it will just be Orianna Nocturne.
Yeah, I think Jarvan kind of had the same issues into Trundle that Xin Zhao does, even though he has a much easier time getting away from the Trundle.
They are both Demacian princes.
Very true. Wait, what?
Aren't they?
Is Xin Zhao Prince?
Oh no, he's sort of like I don't know whether
he might be
he's
royalty.
got princely vibes.
He definitely does. Yeah, he is.
I'm gonna just call him a Demacian prince.
Is this just because of? Is this because of Mulan? Is that where we're?
No, that just means he's a man.
Yeah, fair enough. As the Rumble comes in here for King, and to no surprise, does mean that we probably see Doran just say, okay, well, I'm gonna get beaten, but that's fine. And he'll be playing into a rough matchup. It's also the blue side Rumble, which we do like. It's Calyx. I really like the Galio, even though your laning phase is a bit rough. The benefit of this is that it also is a future pick away, right? Like, I think the T1 really have shown us, in this, even very recently in the Gen G series, what they can do with Ryze. Not giving Ryze over to T1 in a future draft is a big win.
Aurora. Okay, so we're going to go... It's like Aurora Nocturne and Orianna Nocturne at the same time.
Yeah.
Very squishy on the side of T1 so far, but explosive damage and combo capabilities in this game. I do think that if the first salvo isn't enough to kill Nongshim, though, Trundle could probably just be fine. But we'll just have to see.
Lethal Temple all over them and just chomp.
So Xin Zhao is actually a Seneschal of Demacia. Thank you very much for that one. I assume it was Yundo. I'm not entirely sure. A resolute warrior loyal to the ruling Light Shield dynasty.
So he's a knight, basically.
All right.
All right, that makes sense. Learned something today.
Yeah, there we go. So not a prince, but I'm still probably going to call him a prince because it makes it easier to talk about him and Jarvan, as they are both Demacian. Let's just go with that. Okay, the Rakan and the Nautilus are going to be both taken away here, as the Nico was already removed and the Brad going to go away. I think this is something I believe Valdez spoke about earlier on in the week, and that is I don't think Carrier should be allowed to play Bard ever again. And that is ringing true as he gets Alistar. So unfortunately, you just can't ban them all.
I do think Alistar is decently worse now after the nerfs. I think that they have helped a little bit. Will it matter in this game? I'm not so sure, but I do like that. I like the Xayah angle here. Obviously, can't go Xayah Rakan. Can go
Lulu. That's a fun one. Lahenz has been a fantastic Lulu player over his career. That's kind of a good throwback.
Like the call with them saying, you have to come into us. You don't have a choice. You have to engage into us. Because this is a full disengage call. The obvious downside is they have 0 engage. They have Pillar.
Yeah.
That's about it. The kiteback is great for this comp.
Hey, no. Do you know what engage is? Realm warp into the middle of the enemy team.
Okay, but you don't want to do that though.
But what if you did?
Well, you would. Well, I guess Lulu can get a 5-man knock-up.
Am I right?
Nice.
Am I right?
Or, you know, you...
Kingen flashes in, Lulu gets a 5-man knock-up?
Well, okay, or...
Cook him?
What most likely happens is then the Alistair knocks you up and then Aurora grinds you into...
Oh, don't... Yeah.
There's also a Shockwave Atlas. The more I think about it, they really should... They don't need to engage. That's fine.
Let's just not engage.
Let's just not engage.
Maybe that's the way.
They have... Yes, that's the point.
Okay.
I do think that they have good ways to rotate around the map. I think that they're obviously disengage, and their kite back is really good. I really like Trundle compositions when you get to kind of play on the back foot, when you get to create space in your fights. I do think the problem is that T1 absolutely adores playing these type of shotgun compositions. Oh my god. Mascot on mascot.
Oh my goodness, that is so... We've had so many of these. This comparison cam that we got going on here, as we're just cooking up both sides of the rift. Let's see who's going to be cooking who, though, as this is an interesting comp from Nongshim. I'm actually kind of into it. I kind of liked the Trundle first pick. We'll see whether it actually does pay off. A lot of combo potential here from T1, though. They can start fights with basically everyone, which is kind of nutty. So let's get on to the rift for game one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for game number one. It's Malbok today. So this is one of the days where you're just supposed to eat chicken soup here in Korea. There's like a few of them that happen over the time. This is the last one for this summer, which means we're starting autumn and things are going to get okay. It's right now just way too hot, to be perfectly honest. And so it's getting a little bit better, and that's why a little bit of the, that was what did the reference.
It's been getting more manageable. I can go out. Yesterday I went outside.
Yeah, I've like opened some windows of an evening.
I'm not that crazy yet, but I have gone outside to, you know, get the aforementioned tea, which was nice.
It's a good move.
It was good. Yeah, I got lunch as well. It was
gorgeous.
Nice.
Eating lunch and drinking tea.
And I did actually get chicken soup. But it was
you're just doing it absolutely perfect.
Well, it was more chicken curry.
Yeah, my wife made it for me last one. The last
nice.
Malbok. That was it was very, very delicious.
So I guess that's what you're...
I've got a photo of it, actually. Do you want me to show you? I can't actually show chat.
No, I'd love to see it.
You.
Yeah, it's fine. I can describe it for chat.
Yeah, you just pick up the
yeah, it's fine. So I do want to go over the lanes a little bit. I would expect top lane to be obviously favored for the Aurora. I don't think this is quite as lopsided the matchup as the Gwen is, because Rumble does have a little bit more
Here it
potential. Yeah, that looks... Oh, it's like with the sesame?
Yeah, sesame, like frothy stuff.
Yeah, that's nice. So basically, it's just a whole chicken, like a small one.
Yeah. Oftentimes, they're really small.
Yeah. Covered in... the heal.
Okay, that's an aggressive heal. They do manage to get some damage after the barrier there as well, but good use of that from Gumayusi to mitigate the aggression.
But I do actually love this, because this is what I was going to lean into. Topside, I think, is Doran favored, but not as bad as some of the other Aurora matchups. I say that as King is really getting to a lead. And then in mid, I think Calyx is just trying to not get wound up too much by Clockwork, and then once he gets the ability to wave clear, he's not really that bothered. But bot lane should be heavily winning here for Nongshim, because the support matchup is insanely lopsided, and you just really shouldn't be able to ever get out from underneath your turret. So I'm happy to see that they already got barrier, they already got heal, and I imagine they're going to be trying to play up to the turret as much as possible, having Gideon cover them, which is kind of what we're looking at right now. As yeah, the Clockwork has in fact wound up.
Yeah, Calyx
there.
Pretty early back, but still able to get his hit. He's fine.
It's not the end of the world. But yeah, Lance playing aggro on this Lulu. You'll love to see it.
It isn't really translating into much of a lead as far as CS is concerned or anything like that. Still do have the tempo advantage, but it's good for T1 to at least be able to pick up as many minions as possible. Good aim there on the Deadly Flourish for Gumayusi to make sure that he gets the majority of the minions that he can. This is, of course, his Jhin. He's very, very good at this champion, so it is somewhat to be expected. Is Carrier going to be able to lock down that cannon for them, as Gio and Lehens were just off assisting the research mission that is coming on through here. Pulverize going to connect. Good polymorph there on the Carrier.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's not just Guma's mastery of the champion, but also T1 and how they play around it. I think they're the best team we have in the LCK, playing around the effective range of Jhin and really using his ability to turn fights that look a little bit scary into just surefire wins, which I do appreciate. It's always nice to see.
Gideon walks over a ward there, gets pinged out, as we can see. Carrier taking a little bit of damage. Does go in once again, though. Another Deadly Flourish comes down. Good, polymorph once more, this time on Gumayushi. The Geode taking a lot of damage in the matchup, and he has Ghost, so not really combat summoners available here for the Nongshim 80 carry.
Rico's nice, but he is down a cookie. So Guma actually still going to be happy, and despite those trades, as you highlighted, they had prio, but it didn't really lead to anything in particular.
It's led to them not winning. So we've got a lane swap to come on through here. Zlahan's going to be able to use his shield in order to block the minion damage.
That is a cannon wave, so it should be fine. It's King and he's going to be able to pull the wave. That is good for him. As we can see, he is pretty substantially behind as Doran has been bullying him on the Auroras. Calyx not in possession of his TP as Gio did miss the cannon. We'll be able to pick up most of the wave. And yeah, the early prio, I think going the way we expected with exemption of bot that I think is going...
Yeah, the tempo vibes are pretty T1 favored right now.
Which we... were the tempo vibes not already in favor of going into the series? Or do the tempo vibes start?
It does start in the series.
Okay, it doesn't start.
You have to experience what is being.
You need gameplay.
Yeah.
So before gameplay, there's no. No. Before that, it's waters.
That's waters. Yeah, that's just.
Okay.
That's just what your feeling is.
And then they transition from waters to tempo vibes.
And then you get to see whether your waters are correct when the tempo vibes reveal themselves on the rift.
Oner does not have his ultimate, but he does have King and pretty far up the lane.
He is being very patient here as he waits on this control ward. Gideon looking for his opportunity as well as Faker immediately sniffs that out.
So Oner knows that he has a window here. Oh, and he feels safe as well.
Yeah, Kingin going to be walking up here as there's the ulti from Doran. The flash out immediately there from Kingin. But Oner just decides that he's not going to reveal himself. So in the end, Kingin just looks kind of silly. But I think he knew that Oner was in the area, which is why he's not going to take any risks. He does use that flash to escape.
Good read there from Nongshim. I'm not sure if they actually spotted him earlier. Like maybe he walked past the ward or if they'd just been tracking him well. But yeah, the fact that Kingin flashes there, Kingin flashes there immediately means that there isn't actually the necessary damage without the ultimate for Oner to take him down. They also knew that Gideon was in the area. So if they go onto the Rumble and they take too much damage, then Gideon can come in and clean up. So T1 not wanting to run that risk.
Well, Equalizer just going to come through here. A bit of a tempo ult from Kingin. Notice that Doran doesn't have his ultimate as well, so actually kind of feels all right to use it here just to clear out the wave. Isn't going to be using it to go for a back or anything like that, so it doesn't get a massive amount of value for utilizing it. Still, should be fine.
He got a decent amount of damage onto
True.
Doran. All
right, flash up Pulse does come on through here. There's the Paranoia right on top of the Lulu, and she has nothing to do. Wasn't even able to press any buttons, as you can see. Had teleport, unfortunately, so not able to utilize it. And so that is just first blood going over to the Nocturne, and Oner making that Paranoia work like he always does.
Cancel? Ooh, could have been nice. Maybe, I think you maybe get a flash from Nocturne. We'll see, but Lance is able to TP back. That's nice at least. A little experience there for Gio, but it's obviously Oner that's going to be very happy with this turn of events. Lance did not have flash, had teleport instead, and also did not have level 6 as Oner.
Yeah, there is a pillar coming on through here. There's the Realm Warp over. Secured by Gideon. Quite nice.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Man Dissonance coming on through. There is the curtain call as Calyx tanks the first one. Gideon picks up the second. And there's the headbutt forward from Carrier. Finds the double pole. And now T1 are closing in. Down goes Calyx. And the Unbreakable Will is there for Carrier, so they can't actually get any meaningful damage back. It does wear off. Takes a bit of damage there from the Feather recall. But still, T1 just having all the answers in this early game.
Might not be done.
All right, Polymorph is pretty good there onto Oner, who does just flash on top of Gideon. Deadly Flourish is blocked, but Gideon is still dead. Faker grabs that one. That is going to be Feats of Warfare. And at least Gio's getting some damage back on Gumayushi, but unfortunately it's just already over. And Carrier's teleporting behind Kingin as well. Equalizer goes down. There's another Between Worlds to be thrown through here for Doran. And Harpoon not going to land. Headbutt Pole holds him in place. And T1 4-0 in this early game.
Oh, they're just better. They're just better, Atlas. We can say it in many ways, but that whole sequence, they just got outplayed. So it starts off with an attempted play. Oh God, Carrier. Carrier, chill.
Okay.
You don't have to win 3 lanes. Just 2 is fine. Just 2 is fine. No. Okay.
There's no flash on Calyx. He has walked away, but maybe he's still. Yeah.
No.
There's the headbutt. I mean, Calyx is nowhere he can go. He does have a phase rush. Carrier wanting to get on in here once again. Deadly Flourish will be avoided, but because he avoided it, he still gets hit by that Pulverize. Still able to get himself underneath the turret, and so flash or no flash, he's still kind of okay.
Well, he lives, so I don't have to be too sad. But I'm still kind of sad because now Hextech...
oh dear, the Hexblade has been done.
Yeah, thank you. So I like the idea behind this. You Realm Warp in, you have your bot lane roam first, but Owner's just fine. He doesn't even need to flash. They're a little bit too early on the play. And then watch this. Carrier just leisurely waiting, then knocks back Calyx into the Gino.
Shockwave as well.
And then he's forced to flash out, which doesn't work. And then right here, Owner, who did have a misstep on his Inza, or on this Nocturne rather, against Gen G this time around. Full confidence. And it's again, I keep telling you, T1 with Jhin makes so many of these type of plays on the map. And then the fact that Carrier set up the topside play wasn't enough. He then TPs to bot.
Yep.
To kill Kingen.
And then immediately walks mid.
And yes.
And then almost kills Calyx again. And if the game wasn't already over, it would have been more really over.
And I don't want that to be the case. You know, it's a 2.5k gold lead, but it is a 2.5k gold lead at 11 minutes. And the Nongshim composition, I think, is reliant on not losing full control, because I think that they can have a decent time, like, reclaiming territory, but they can't force. Like, this composition can't really force things because of, well, they don't have engage.
Yeah.
So you do need to have a semblance of control so you can push out your lanes and be in an objective and then contest.
Well, there is a Shockwave, Headbutt, Pole, Paranoia, and a Wild Growth is there to answer. The fear comes in, and he actually had Phase Rush, so it actually gets him so far out. And Jiu is able to lock down the kill onto the Nocturne. Nongshim are at least on the board.
And there it is! The composition working as intended. Lands with a really good read there of what Owner was trying to do.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Does a lot of damage. Just an Archangels, and is very, very frightening. Doran able to walk out of the way of Gideon here.
Top lane Aurora, man.
It's hard to kill.
It's hard to kill. As we take a look here, Shockwave into combo, but the Wild Growth in particular just takes him away, and there, as you highlighted, phase rushed and feared up. Very funny as he's just hightailing it out of there.
It feels so unfair.
It does. A kill going over to Gio is actually a big deal as well, which you love to see.
Well, Kingen is going to kill another wave.
That he is.
The Rumble is, it's not end of the world.
Kind of have to try and make plays like this.
Is really scary. Woo. Jiu is feeling himself right now. 1 item apiece for both of our 80 carries, but it is just some brown socks for Gumayushi and some actual shoes there for Jiu.
And in these type of instances where Nocturne all-ins is Kingen.
All right.
There's no TP or no ult for Doran.
Finds one of the harpoons. Flame Spit is good, and he silences himself to silence Doran. That is a solo kill coming through from King, and great teleport in to capitalize on the overextension. Nongshim, that's 2 in a row. They are closing the gap, slowly but surely, I guess.
Signs of life. You'll love to see it. Nongshim, both through individual plays like King and Dare, and team plays like the one in mid, actually getting a good amount of value. Yeah, my main worry for Nongshim is that, again, I think that they're doing a good job of pulling the game back, but with the Aurora as well as with Faker, and the Jhin, they can kind of get poked out.
There's a Shockwave under Lehens. Faker's just running after him. The command attack doing so much work. Faker's Orianna is just doing more damage.
He's not even doing like the big damage build.
Yeah, it's just a Seraph.
He is also shockwaving on cooldown, which I do appreciate. That is kind of funny.
Yeah, but like even all of his just his Qs and Ws just hitting. My goodness. Okay, I'm gonna check this one out one more time. Kingen does the thing where he just teleports in and kills Doran.
Yeah, even with Doran sidestepping the Harpoon, doesn't quite matter. That's a big amount of gold there for Kingen as Realm War play towards bot.
Yeah, Doran going to be able to get himself a plate right as they fall off and then just bounces over the kennel. Very nicely done. So Doran's still pretty happy at this point in time. Level 11 does have a couple of points in that ulti. So the Aurora is eating good.
And we've seen T1 go for exactly those type of Realm War plays as Doran.
All right, well, Doran's just going for it once
Run,
again.
Lehens!
And let's see, Lehens is going very fast. Does have Ghost that he did steal away out of the spell book. All right, Carrier moves over.
Trying to think, did Lehens and... Oh.
Okay, it's a lot of damage onto Jew, as my goodness, that fourth shot, they might be able to get the Featherstorm, and in fact they do, as Jew does get out of vision, and so will be able to live, but had to invest the ulti, as Gumayusi now at full health will have full control of this mid lane.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what was the... Like, obviously they played together in, what was it, 2022 Gen G? Lehens and Doran. Because
yes.
Lehens was like gunning for him, and then what? The other one was it just Griffin before that?
Yeah, would have been. They have certainly known each other for quite some time. So many of our players have played together in so many different instances as well.
I always love thinking about like all the different lines you can draw.
Yep.
It's very enjoyable.
There's a lot of crossover. Not as much on T1, you know, given the fact that you have to play for T1 if you want to play with Faker. That sort of thing.
Hey, you have to... What was it? Asia Games roster.
Hey, that's true.
Yeah, that happened.
Yep, there are a few. So, you know, Kanavi can say that he played...
Yeah, it's not that many people.
Yeah, it's the fact that Gumayusi and Owner are just like pure T1. At least Carrier does have, you know, him and Doran both playing for DRX and blah, 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 things like that.
Yep.
Owner now getting taken down to 50% health as Lehens being annoying. Equalizer comes through. That's good positioning. He was holding on.
Wait.
Oh my god! He got the steal on the Herald as well! And it's barbecued Nocturne. He turns out the lights, but he's still dead.
Frustration on Owner's face.
Yeah, that's 3 kills in a row for Nongshim, and they deny the objective.
Dare you say it?
No, I'm not going to, not yet. Not even one.
How about now?
Because now Faker could be in trouble.
How about now?
Shockwave just pulls Gideon closer. And Lehens is there for the backup, able to tank up the turret as Gideon able to get himself out of there. Now this turret could be under fire. It is still feats of strength going over to T1 because Doran got the bottom out of turret. But still, Nongshim are getting more.
Are we surfing?
I mean, we have certainly had somewhat of a change when it comes to the tempo vibes.
When I said go get him, Lehens, I did not expect Lehens would actually get him.
He did go and get him.
Obviously, the really nicely done there, set up by Lehens, knocked down there by Kingen on this Rumble, actually having a really good performance. It's the triple whammy of getting the... Oh boy.
Well,
he does not have flash.
Is no longer alive.
Oh, there's also no turret. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. So, how, Kingen? How are you there? Drake's up. You know they're gonna go for Lehens. I don't think you win this one.
He was engaging
with the wave.
Yeah.
When Drake is up.
Yeah.
Into Nocturne.
He was just practicing, because that's how they're going to have to engage, because they need to convince T1 to start a fight.
Their engages have actually been just as someone... Oh, no.
Oh, dear. Oh, no! It's just special delivery for the Trundle. He does flash away, but the paranoia is there instantly, and the Shockwave will silence him. That will mean that T1 should be able to get Double Dragon here very comfortably. No smite's going to be there. T1 just turning back on again once more. Oh, the headbutt taxi! Flash pole to make sure that he gets both bottom laners. Still, Lehens keep... Never mind. It is curtain for Nongshim, as that is not the TP that Kingen was looking for. Deadly Flourish will be flashed, so at least he survives. But at what cost? And the answer is everything.
We're just having a little fun. Just having a little fun.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of fun.
Curses aren't real. Chronicler.
What do you mean? There's nothing to do with cursing.
What do you mean? You just said, oh, but like now Nongshim, and you were like making that call, and then instantly over.
Well, it wasn't instantly.
It was pretty instant.
I don't think it was instantly. More importantly, I was hoping that we would get a game. They were still throughout all that like 1.5k gold behind.
Well, maybe think about that next time you're going to curse Nongshim. Okay?
No, I was just happy that it was a little bit closer. Unfortunately for Nongshim,
this was not.
The game was this sequence of events was not ideal.
This was an aggressive take back of the tempo vibes. Let's just say that.
T1 saw Nongshim on the wave and they were like, no, and they pushed him off and they were like, this is my wave.
And look at what happened. It's a 1.3k gold lead now for Gumayusi. Like before this, Jiu had a lead.
Oh, I do love me that very early Serpent's Fang. That's into Lulu, into Rumble. That's
and
great
Rise
stuff.
as well. No Seraph's value. It's kind of huge.
That's good stuff. Like that a lot.
Well, Doran getting baked here just a little bit underneath the turret.
Oh, I've seen this one before. Oh no. Well, wait.
Area is going to get spotted, and then Ona says, "Well, I guess I killed the Lulu." Let's see. They do get the redemption. That is going to help heal up this Lulu. Does walk herself out of there. So Nongshim do stay alive. They managed to also soak a Paranoia without dying. They just use 2 summoner spells in order to avoid death.
You'll take it if you're T1. Still not too bad as Lahans.
Well, he is going to what dead?
Lahans.
Yeah.
Sometimes the voice in your head that tells you to clear the ward, it's not
the right voice.
It's not the voice you need to follow.
Well, Carrot
doesn't have
he's
flash.
going to take this way out. He does have ulti, so he's going to use that. And Gumayusi is enough to scare them away, understandably so.
Yeah, he is very scary. They also, again, don't have engage. So...
Ona says, ain't nobody going to break it.
I want a replay of that, because I'm like, are we missing something? I feel like Lahens would not get that greedy for just a ward. I don't. There has to be more. I don't know, Atlas. Nongshim with the Hail Mary Otacon.
That's sometimes what you gotta do. Paranoia is actually back off cooldown as well, which is kind of ridiculous. As, oh no, they're going between worlds and they are just getting melted. The Realm Warp to get some of them out of there, but Otacon is just here. Thanks for the leash. As Doran really felt like Nongshim deserved something, as Deadly Flourish will be avoided. Nongshim are at least able to get out of their own play.
Oh no.
Never mind. Oh, never mind. Oh, God. Oh, God. Shockwave is available. Calyx looking for a little bit more, but Jiu is going to be able to get out. We'll see whether Calyx can do the same thing, and he does.
Oh, that wasn't so bad. You know how when, well, the end of that. You know how you, when you have to like call your dentist, go for dental support when you haven't gone in a long while?
Yeah.
You're really nervous, and then it's like, no notes, no cavities, you're good. That's how the end of that play felt. I really thought that there were going to be cavities.
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually don't... Yeah, I got nothing.
Yeah,
just Lulu.
Yeah. Can't really be there. But then the answer is, let's go for Otacon, and look at this ulti from Doran. Like,
yeah, Doran is really going ham on the damage numbers. They're able to get the Otacon, they're able to get the kill into Gideon, and then this right here from Doran that's peak Doran right there, by the way. If they'd gotten a Shockwave and it was his setup that done it, would have been really funny. But he's still pumping those numbers, baby.
He really is.
That's going to be on the chart at the end of the game.
And it kind of needs to be as well, because Gumayusi has gone for a build that isn't necessarily massive on the damage numbers. Does have a lot of utility through this Serpent's Fang.
I mean, Nongshim don't really have tanks. So
yeah,
actually,
it doesn't really matter as much.
Yeah, it's just Gideon that...
And it's also working,
much.
So who even really cares? As Lahens, once again, standing a little bit too close to the bad guys, which is somewhat daunting. Oh, Perry will face check. But then he just flashes in. Shockwave going to connect onto 2. That's actually the combo. It's not the Orianna Nocturne, it is the Orianna Alistair. And the curtain call coming on through as well. So much damage out of T1. Never you mind. They are just going to take this inner turret off the back end of that play. And it felt like the tempo vibes had switched. But I imagine the T1 fans were like, no. T1 were just having a bit of fun in the mid game.
Atlas, I'm not gonna lie, I think even we knew it was a bit of a stretch, but we wanted to believe, because it would have been fun.
It would have.
The game is no longer in that realm. As Calyx maybe gets a turret.
I think Doran just ulted for a cannon. That's what it kind of felt like.
I thought Calyx was gonna ult out, but I guess he just phase rushes it off.
Just walks away. I respect it. It is still going to be an inner turret, so a bit of money going back towards Nongshim, but a bit of money is not enough to alleviate this 7,000 gold lead. Our first Cloud Soul of the day is obviously a T1 match, because they are so good at Cloud Souls.
Things like this make you go, man, T1 really shouldn't be allowed to have
champions.
Champions, yeah, because the Jhin, to me, again, is one of the big factors that makes these plays so much more lethal, because it adds so much extra damage, so much extra setup. But then you look at oh god.
Oh, well, got the crab, which is pretty cool. Headbutt does get Gideon out of there. Lahen's 5 seconds on ulti. Thankfully, Gideon is going to be able to make it out.
Mayhaps.
Without worrying too much.
Maybe a little playable?
There's a lot of weird stuff going on here. Well, there is going to be a really good pillar placement to try and block off Carrier. Redemption as well is decent, but it's a two-man shockwave as Gideon will finally press R. It is both junglers falling down, but now the curtains are being called, and oh god, it's just a bloodbath. As T1, yeah, Doran just going to bounce on over. Misses one of the buttons pretty ridiculously, but it is no worries at all. It is only Kingen left alive. And Baron now going to be attempted here by the bottom lane at T1.
It's Jhin, guys. They need help.
Yeah. Carrier may just die to Baron.
They can't do...
Yeah.
Oh, is that the first time Baron has beaten T1?
Maybe.
I'm not even joking.
Could have been the case.
Oh my god, it's a historic victory, Atlas!
There we go! So the PvE aspect of the game has been too much. Thankfully for T1, the PvP has been quite comfortable.
The PvP has been going well.
Yes.
As even this fight, if the gold was slightly closer, this might have been an angle, right? You actually separate some of the members, but then this shockwave right here forces the ultimate, hits two other people, and then Gio gets to do a little bit of damage, but yeah, the damage of Doran and Faker is just way too much. And again, my whole thing was going to be, I can't believe that they gave Guma Jhin.
Oh dear.
And then, yeah, King's dead.
Yeah, he is very dead. It flashed prior to that.
Right, you can look at it and go, how could they give Owner Nocturne? But like, I think T1 and Jhin G both have reached this level where you can say that about too many champions. So there always will be champions.
Yeah, this is the problem, and it goes back to what I was saying that was mentioned by Valdez earlier in the week, and that was you can't give Carrier Nico or Bard.
Which is, both of those statements are true.
Yeah, but you also can't give him Alistair. You definitely can't do that. That's just, that's illegal. Gio is just likely dead to Doran here as Featherstorm comes down. They do manage to get the Wild Growth to land on him before he is very dead, as they outrange the curtain call as well, but the paranoia still comes down. Another pulverize to set up onto Calyx. He goes golden to try and absorb it, but now Gumayushi just gets in range to auto-attack him, and down goes the Rise very comfortably.
Run, Lulu, run!
Oh god, he was seen. He was seen by the minions!
They know! Okay, Lahans.
Yeah, let's see whether he can actually
Lahans knows.
Do some weird stuff here, as that is the first LCK support to reach 500 kills, and he's on Alistair! 1-0-16. Not bad. 17 out of 19 on the kill participation as well. It's a pretty good number. As Kingen is back, he wants to try and get some barbecuing done onto Carrier, but it doesn't really work.
You know, there are games when a player would get previously a POG after a performance like this, and sometimes you go, God, that was a narrative vote. You know, oh, it's because he got... No, in this game, you can't say... You would not be able to say that.
I think even if Carrier just chain feeds in the next game, I'm still giving him POM. Because this Alistair performance, this is what Mata used to do. And it's very cool because now he's coaching.
He actually won 3 lanes.
Yeah, and this is what Mata used to do. It was just like, nope. And oftentimes it was after they've lost a game or something like that, as T1 will take down the Nexus. And then he just wanders around on the cow, and everywhere he goes, he just wins. And that is precisely what Carrier has been doing through a lot of his career, but also especially represented in this game. Damn. Yeah, T1, I mean, they were having a little bit of fun. The circus did open for a little bit in the middle of the game, but it was very swiftly closed.
Yeah, really cause for concern. They're looking way
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Drama is afoot. Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah. Yeah, we're not gonna lean into the narratives. I like some of the moments I saw there from Nongshim. I think that there is a couple of skirmishes you're gonna look. You're gonna look at the top side skirmish, and then obviously where they lost the game. In the middle of when Gideon ended up dying, they gave over 3 kills, and the game was done from that point on. As
Faker did so much damage, man.
He did. I thought it was going to be Doran with all the farm
How do you
doing.
triple the damage of a Rise?
Well, Calyx did not really get to play the game, so I get that.
Yeah, that was kind of absurd. Kerry's still POM, but I can see some Faker votes coming in, you know? Sometimes the graph vote is very tempting. You know?
Not for us,
damage.
We're knowers.
I mean, it doesn't matter whether I'm a knower or not. I'm not allowed to vote. And it is now going to be time for me to be not allowed to speak because we're going to go to a short break when we get back. The Space, going to break it down. We'll have game number 2.
이셋 한번 할게 다. 별로 여기 있거든. 못 가요. 가. 가면. 아, 내 노공 이거 나 공항 볼게 이거. 아. 라이저 부촉이나 봐. 합이 빨라 이거. 하야 노공. 그냥 자야 무시해도 돼. 낙설부터 해야 돼 이거. 깨고. 아. 나 05초. 해볼게. 오케이. 라이즈 보안. 오케이. 항상 2초. 오케이.
한타 구마유 씨가 미쳐날 뛰고 있고.
그 다음에 가운데서 오자룡이. 펜타인데? 펜타.
빼서.
아니 형. 아니 왜 빼서? 진짜로.
펜타키를 위해 영혼까진 아니고 100만 원 정도까지 바칠 수 있었던 나는 마침내 LCK에서 펜타키를 눈앞에 두고 있었다.
콤보 들어가고 물론 아군과의 연계가 허영씨 라이즈. 이거는
우리 앞라인 봐줘.
우리 앞라인 봐야 돼 앞라인.
그래도
엇박자로. 그 다음에 가운데서 오자룡이.
와.
펜타인데?
흥분한 나는 내꺼라고 외쳤다.
펜타.
그런데 이럴 수가. 쿼드라킬이었다.
오드라킬.
펜타키를 빼앗은 범인은 바로 오너.
빼서.
아니 왜 빼서? 진짜로. 아니 형.
내가 뭐라 하자 범인은 변명했다.
아니 왜 빼서? 진짜로.
아니. 아, 펜타 이거 말을 해줘.
뭐지? 말했잖아.
아.
제가 펜타라고 분명히 말을 했는데 민석이가 일단 빼서 이러고 현진이가 실제로 한 대를 툭 쳐서 뺐더라고요. 몰랐다고는 하는데 이거는 약간 고의성이 좀 느껴졌던 것 같습니다.
연습 경기부터 사실 그냥 한타 할 때마다 펜타라고 하는 사람들도 많고 그냥 그렇게 신경 쓰진 않았는데 갑자기 쿼드라킬이라는 걸 좀 늦게 알아가지고 그렇게 된 것 같습니다.
펜타라는 소리를 들으면은 좀 자동 반사적으로 이제 뭔가 부정적인 반응이 나와가지고 그러게요. 왜 그랬어요? 저도 사실 잘 모르겠네요.
이번 일의 복수는 죽음으로 갚아질 것이다.
저는 죽지 않을 거기 때문에 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
현준아, 다음에는 펜타 뺏지 말고 건강하렴.
자, 무려 1805일 만에 돌아왔는데요. 그러면 트리거 선수와 인터뷰가 준비되어 있습니다. 한번 보실래요?
안녕하세요. 이번에 농심 1군으로 합류하게 된 원딜러 트리거 김의주라고 합니다. 저 근데 인터뷰할 때 너무 목소리가 너무 낮은데요?
너 근데 발성이 좀 안 좋아, 의주야.
왜 이렇게 말할 거 없어요? 저 의주예요, 의주야.
나 비슷하지? 야, 비슷하지? 비슷하게 하지? 아, 이제 이정한 거 해줘. 야, 이정한 거 해준 남자. 잠수해서 말하는 거 같잖아.
아니 저 시우 형인데 이렇게 해줄게요. 아니 민성아 이거 해야 돼.
좀 비슷한데? 아, 거의 쉔 성대모사급인데?
우린 잘 돌리네.
뭐 들어가는 이거 룰러 선수의 펜타 소리가 들리는데요? 펜타! 펜타 이번엔 주자! 네!
펜타가 왜네 진짜? 응, 펜타 아니야?
진짜 펜타인데 잠시만.
아유, 난 모르겠다. 뺏어야 되는데, 야, 내놔봐, 일단. 뺏어줘? 야, 어디가? 나 안 줘. 야, 넥서 쓸게.
And Toby! Oh god, the biggest troll play ever! Toby just finishes the game!
진짜 하지 마. 잠깐만.
나 될 것 같은데?
근데 어차피 못 잡는 거 아니야?
네네네네.
아니, 그래. 가지 마!
No! Look at his face! Look at his face! Toby's gonna do it! You have to leave! The minions are gonna kill it!
네네네네.
아니, 안 돼.
좀만 돼.
제이! 응, 안 된다니까요. 저 안 꼈어요.
저는 사실 이렇게 쫓아가면 딸 줄 알았는데 못 따가지고 되게 상당히 좀 나갔습니다.
근데 딱 봐도 안배사가 전멸소 도망가서 안 될 것 같았는데 끝까지 따라가더라고요. 그래도 희망은 줘야 하니까 포기하지 않는 모습 멋있었습니다.
가지마!
다음에 또 기회가 오면 도와주겠지만 잘 먹도록.
다음에도 펜타킬 잘 부탁드리겠습니다, 우리 선수님들.
뺏어줘. 응, 안 된다니까요.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the space. And after a little bit of a back and forth there by Nongshim, T1 turned this one back into another collection of plays for their mixtape. Digon here alongside Ox and Wolf, as it is T1 up 1-0 over Nongshim.
Yeah, it was a really strong start for T1. There was a little road bump and then smooth sailing after that with some big plays, I think, from the Alistair, setting up some moments around Dragon, around mid.
I want to talk about the draft because when you think about T1 post MSI, right? You've been thinking about picks like Orianna, Nocturne, Jhin, and Alistair / Bard. Like almost every T1 draft in a series, like they get one draft like this in every series. Like how does this keep happening? Like before in rounds 1 and 2, we're like, how do they keep giving Owner Xin Zhao? He plays it every series, it doesn't lose, and teams continue to just ban away Vi instead in these situations when T1 have been playing basically only this when they're finding their most successful Harlem Globetrotter games. So I'm a little bit disappointed at some of the reads we've seen here. You know, Owner on Nocturne, he's pretty good on this pick. He has played it when it has been incredibly meta like it is right now. He played it when it was niche. This is one of his best picks in his career, and they just keep playing this one. Didn't work out against Genji earlier in the week, but it certainly could have, and T1 just keep getting these drafts, and once again, early game proactivity working out.
Yeah, I feel like their composition gives them so many tools to make things happen, which we're seeing. This patience here from Kerry was really fantastic. But also, you know, we have this Lulu, Xayah, and clearly the thought process was, okay, we need to survive against a Nocturne. What can allow us to do that? But the problem is, I feel like they were just constantly finding windows to threaten regardless. And even the Xayah has her own safety tools. The Lulu is just such a fantastic target to look for. You can see here, trying to peel, just ends up getting caught up as well.
Let's take a look at that win rate, by the way, Ox. 20-3 across the LCK. If you look at his total, it's 28-5, including international events. So, yes, I get Vi is strong right now for sure, but it's definitely dropped in prio a lot. And if you're playing against T1, the draft research didn't feel like it was really there for me. Like, Jhin goes over, Nocturne goes over, Orianna goes over. How do they get Nocturne Orianna? Like, how does T1 get this? How is that allowed?
Yeah, pretty tough there. And I mean, it is T1. They win a lot here, Ox.
I feel like it's not, because I think getting a strong pick, it's hard to prevent T1 from getting like an individual strong pick. They have a lot of strong picks. But it's the fact that all these strong picks together, which synergize so well. It's the Nocturne Orianna with the Jhin. It's the Aurora with those picks as well. It's the Alistar with the Orianna. And it's all meshes together so well. As Wolf is kind of saying, the whole comp works so well together. On top of the fact they got that Nocturne, it feels like they really didn't have any misses with this draft.
Here's the second highlight that we had down over by the Drake. This was after Nongshim made a couple plays to get back on into this game.
Yeah, I mean, this one, this really was just kind of a highlight reel for Carrier back-to-back with a cheeky play. I feel like he just was so patient on the Alistar in this game, kind of hiding in brushes, finding angles. This was a bit of a funny one with the knock over the wall. And then eventually the flash does come out, but he basically plays bodyguard here, chases him around. The follow-up's there. Jungler down, and that's a great play on its own, right? It secures him the dragon, but he's still looking for more and transitions this into a play on mid.
You can follow up from so far away, so Doran gets in here with the Aurora ult. Guma's here on Jhin, and like, Keria just making these plays happen over and over and over again on the Alistar. We saw in that series against Genji earlier this week, his Bard, we've seen his Bard so much, right? He is the type of player who will look for an angle you don't expect, or look for an angle that almost feels disrespectful, but because his team is so good at following up, because they're all communicating these plays, they're all on the same page, it just looks like he is playing with his food. I mean, it looks like he's trolling them and he's winning.
I actually think of every role in the LCK, the top three for support is so competitive. Like, both the Light and Duro are playing so well. And yeah, I think Carrier just keeps setting the bar higher and higher. He is in such good form right now, and we're seeing it on display.
All right, so you guys got me thinking a little bit, right? T1 gets everything they want in game number one. Nongshim still looking for their first game win here in the Legend group. Maybe they are taking a page out of the big brain book where it's, hey, this is a best of three, not a best of one. Let's get rid of all the OP champions in game one. A little tough of a draft anyways. And maybe now they can get themselves a game win here in game number two because you don't have all those comfort picks that you know that T1 can play. Anyone? Any takers? No takers?
Not really, but I'll say some of the roaming from Lehens has still looked pretty decent. Like, it seems like Nongshim are happy to play through those globals. This is where Nongshim has looked best, for sure. They haven't won a single game in the Legend group yet, but they have gotten extremely close when they're playing the Shen compositions, the Galio, the Camille, those types of setups where you play through globals. Even, you know, trying to play something like Twisted Fate could work for them if they play through that style, punish some of the side laning Doran attempts, because I do think that if you're going to just try to out-team fight T1, you won't win. If you're going to try to play through lane prio, you won't win.
All right, well, let's see what happens here. Again, 500 kills for Keria in that last game. Let's see if it will be 501 or more here for T1 as they look to close it out 2-0.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number one. I especially appreciated the high levels of cope coming from Digon there. Maybe this is the angle. Maybe Mario is going to approve, as we can see there. Sometimes, I mean, swallowing is recommended before we... it's all right, just demonstrating that I will eat it, just not yet.
Impeccable vibes.
Oh, incredible. Just not even afraid, you know? Yeah, I'm having a snack, and I'll show everyone.
Yeah. What are you going to do about it? Nothing.
Yeah.
You enjoy your snack in your cool Mario outfit.
Let's go. All right. Oh, this is where... yeah, that's probably about where we're at.
Wait, look at the top left.
Oh wait, never mind. It's T1.
It's Doran coin.
The Doran coin. For some reason, I thought it was Nongshim at the beginning, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we are sinking. And then when it started going back up again, it made more sense to be the Doran coin.
May I suggest an improvement?
What's that?
Krug coin.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow, that is so close to something that I don't want to talk about. Oh dear. That's perfect. I feel like it's going to be like free advertising. Someone's got to make
yeah.
Allow me. I want to be a
Atlas,
first investor.
No, don't do it, Atlas.
Yeah, no, I don't.
We've been through this before.
Yeah, no, don't worry. It's been a very long time since then. I have changed my ways.
You have learned.
Indeed. Sometimes you want to dabble with the new thing, and other times it just costs you dearly. Oh dear, you win some and you lose some. And that's what's going to happen in this game. We're either going to get the blessed 6 games.
Oh,
or
please.
We are going to be just a cringe fight.
Which is what I think, unfortunately, is more likely.
It is
but I'm
not
willing to be proven wrong. I want to be proven wrong. Desperately.
Well, this game, Nongshim has the blue side. And before you say they had the blue side last time, I would like to say don't.
Atlas had the blue side last time.
I said don't.
Yeah, well, I can't listen to you because everyone knows. Everyone that's listening knows that.
Okay, well.
But you got no retort?
No, I got nothing.
Oh, no, me neither.
It's getting real rough. The Varus is going to be banned away again. It was Vi Wukong and Varus in the last game. But this time around, the Talia is going to be taken away as well.
B1, Wukong. That's what's, I think, imminent here.
That's what they're looking for. And they do get it. It's instantly locked in there for Gideon.
I still can't get over the fact that they won 2v2 into Lulu. That's actually like, that did happen.
So what is it now? Like, we have to play Draven Karma to try and beat T1 in lane?
Oh, no, don't do that. What is Owner playing here? A couple of different directions you can go into. You can go towards the more tank-style junglers. You can look for, well, Xin
Zhao's up. So let's just play that.
Yeah.
They can just play circles as well, because Aurora and the Rumble are both removed. So you could just lock the Gwen if you want to. But instead, Galio is being considered.
We're just blinding Galio out here.
Yeah, I think that the Galio is kind of interesting, because now Nongshim do get to just pick Gwen. So I wonder what Doran's answer is, because they obviously have one.
Galio to me is just not a champ that I think generally you should blind, because you can get punished by a lot of matchups in lane that really make his life miserable. I don't think that Calyx is going to be able to do so. So we'll see what he pulls out here, as the Gwen pickup should come as a surprise to absolutely no one. That would do it, and that is a flex pick. Could also be going towards Geo, but that is one of the matchups where I look towards mid and I go, you know, can actually punish pretty nicely as Doran. Is that the... I guess the Kruglord thing was the main thing, but I feel like that moment and his Mbessa moment were kind of what started the arc of domestic Doran is so back.
Yeah.
Because after that point, domestically, and I think even internationally, he's just been good. Right before that, we were actually worried he was just not showing the form that he had for so long throughout the LCK for so many years, which is why he is, still the funniest tidbit to me, but he is the reigning LCK champion.
That is true.
That is technically true.
And, I mean, the Ambassador is actually such a pivotal pick as well for Doran, because he's had some of his low points this year on this champion. We'll see whether these public executions are going to be aimed correctly in this game.
Would be nice.
Certainly a very flexible draft so far here for T1. I've really liked Faker's flexibility on the Galio. Sometimes just decides to go full damage.
Yeah, well,
it's just a mage.
I didn't really finish the thought. Thank you for reminding me. Because it's T1, anything that Faker can have silent impact up, we're always going to rate really highly, just because of the way that T1 plays and of the way he's been playing. So I think it's probably going to be fine. I think they'll be able to get away with it. Sivir would make sense here. Has the ability to kind of self-peel. Not necessarily the strongest in lane, but skills well with the rest of the team. And the extra utility from the ultimate is nice as well.
Give me a Ziggs.
Yeah,
Just
you
give me the Ziggs,
No,
Leona.
I like it, actually. I like
Come
it
on,
a lot.
Gio. It's time. It's time for the Ziggs. You have an 80 carry.
You could also play Neela.
Ooh, the Neela angle. It's not. It is a Kalista angle. Never mind. We're just playing Kalista Renata. Bit of a throwback.
I can hear your lack of enthusiasm, and I will, but Carrier's Poppy is open.
Huh. That makes it.
Carrier's Poppy is open.
So is his Soraka. Fear the Nana. No, it's not happening. It's going to be a Poppy. At least that is the consideration for now, and that'll be locked in.
Into Wukong, Gwen, and Kalista, you just got it right.
Yeah, and the Corki. I mean, not a lot of, like, the Renata doesn't care. So there we go.
That is true.
Otherwise, yeah, Poppy is kind of feeling like a masterstroke. You can also do a lot of what Carrier was doing in the last game on the Poppy as well. You do also get to do taunt delivery, which is kind of awesome. You find a good angle, you just heroically charge them into a taunt in mid lane, and then Faker can get to work. This can, yeah, combo into a lot of different things. The Kalista Renata did not make me feel the good feeling.
No, it did not spark joy. And then there's also, again, and I do think I'm a little bit more lenient on this than Desquas. I think that it is just really hard when a team gets this good to deny them all their champions.
True.
Because I now still look at this draft, I'm like, how did Carrier get Poppy? How is that a thing? How is Faker playing Galio?
Yeah.
Obviously, that isn't a bit
And
matchup.
you're saying, like, you're thinking third is how did Ona get Xin Zhao, which says volumes for what we're referring to here.
It's just rough. I do not. I think the opening from Nongshim was really strong. I actually like that 1-2-3. The Kalista Renata, I maybe will be convinced, but I'm not feeling so good about it, Atlas.
Yeah, maybe they've been having better experiences in scrims. We'll just have to find out as we get onto the Rift here for Game 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, we're here. Onto the Rift for the second game of this series. Nongshim trying to stretch it to a 6-gamer on the day. That is what we all want. Don't know whether we will all get it as Faker takes 100 damage off Jiu here. They're not going to be too flustered or anything like that. It is always just so worrying when you are Kalista and there is a Poppy on the enemy team. Thankfully, Steadfast Presence doesn't have permanent uptime. That's all I really got as far as the positives. As Ona not quite able to take down this ward, will be able to spot his Raptor camp if he is going to start it.
Did you by any chance end up catching the Kobe as Kalista bit that we did during MSI Finals? It was very early on.
I was watching, but it was a while ago.
Yeah, no, it was very funny. It was just Kobe yelling and running around saying, please pick me, and no one would. It was in the crowd. You know, I think he was having a Kalista mask. I'm gonna reveal a little bit here. What happened afterwards was even funnier because he was very late, because he had to run all the way back.
Yep. Let's hold the thought just momentarily, as Gio and Lehens do get pretty aggressive.
Last time the level 1 was good as well. I'm not going to be fooled by this. We need to see more.
I do like that they're permanently connected, as if Gio is constantly taking the soul of Lehens, which might actually say something.
No, they got a clothesline, the arena. That's actually permanent damage right there.
Wow, that's sick.
No, the funniest part was that afterwards he had to run back and he was barely on time for the timer. But he also had lost his glasses.
Oh no, so he just couldn't see.
He couldn't see anything. It was a good time. It was very funny. And then someone came and brought him the glass. It was all good.
Fantastic. And then Kobe was able to see.
That's the last time that I remember Kalista being mentioned in the Champions. Even, like, you and I both know, the entirety of 2021, the champion wasn't that good. And guess what? Every time Genji was in the game, it was banned.
Yeah.
Also, that is not what you want to see.
Yeah.
You know, when you are any other jungler and you pick Xin Zhao into Wukong and you're like, oh, but Owner is one of the two.
He is one of the guys that can make this one work.
We're flipping on blue.
All right, well, let's see whether they can take this. They do. Gideon going to secure it. No flipping happening, but a successful steal.
Nice invade.
Brilliant.
Good prio.
Spot wave just going to be slipping away here as Cannon will be secured by both sides. Oh, you love to see that.
Very
this
important.
is some legend group gaming right now. I wonder whether Lehens and Ju will ever not be tethered. As right, there's a heroic charge. Ju going to be taking a fair bit of damage here as he's just standing still. Carrier getting cut up here. Trying to walk his way out.
I'm telling you, Atlas, again, that's clothesline.
Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot that they took clothesline.
Yes.
It's kind of cool that they've
Pay
implemented it into the main game. I just would have thought that I'd know.
I actually would love a Summoner's Rift game mode where they implement the augments. That actually would be so fun.
Do you know what I miss? Swarm Disaster.
I liked Swarm. I didn't love Swarm. I thought it was just fine.
No, I'm just such a huge
You are a big
Vampire Survivors guy.
Yeah. I mean, Swarm was good. It was very enjoyable. It just didn't really like I don't know about that Dashin Doran, but he does have still a good amount of cookies, so he is not too worried.
Oh, we are flashing into the Justice Punch. That is a lot of damage out of Faker, but not quite enough to kill Calyx. So he is just going to go back.
If he didn't have TP, I think that would have been good.
Yeah.
But he does have TP.
I did immediately look at the summoners. I was like, that is less fine.
Yeah, he also didn't have to flash, so I think Calyx pretty happy with that sequence.
Yeah, not too bad. Teleporting back now. See what he can actually make of this wave. Is actually Faker going to get dashed on here? It's a lot of damage. Yeah, no flash available to flash forward. And that is first blood and a solo kill to Calyx on this Corki.
My man just out here solo boloing the GOAT? What?
That is ludicrous. That being said, was kind of set up by Faker using his flash in that previous play.
Oh, that's how you're going to play it? Oh, it's actually Faker solo killing himself. Checkmate!
The GOAT is responsible for all, Chronicler, okay?
Yeah, Faker, I guess, miscalculating his damage on the initial play. Because I'm pretty sure he did hit everything, right?
He did?
The first setup. Just barely not having the damage. I do hope he goes for the damage build again, because I really like watching it. It's very fun. And then Calyx, nice TP back. Just gets the kill. Corki starts off very nicely here. That's big for Nongshim, because I do think they need laning pressure. It was a big issue for them in the last game.
Kingen going a little aggressive here. Does have a lot of angry minions, but there's a Wukong coming over. Doran could be in trouble. Yeah, level 6 available. They are just going to back away. The bottom lane is not backing away, as Gio is possibly just dead to Carrier. My God. Well, did have the bailout, so he is going to be okay, but now the turnaround. Oh, the buckler was almost there. Good enough flash for Gio. Does get himself out of the way before the auto's in the air. As T1 standing their ground in this matchup.
I must have missed something in the lane swap. How is Doran up a full level on Kingen?
Yeah, I was hoping that you weren't going to ask me that, because I wasn't ready with the answer.
No, neither am I. So that's more on me than on you, honestly. I'm supposed to know. You can just, make jokes. It's fine.
I thought that was both of us.
Well, I think there's more of a burden on me than there is on you.
Okay. Well,
but it is both of us. Yeah, but I wanted to take the heat off you.
And I wanted to take the heat off you, but I'm happy for you to take responsibility.
Take back that heat!
Yeah, Doran's going to be able to get a crash through here. Kingen with information, but does he have an option?
1 minute
The answer is
6.
yes. All right, there is level 6 as Doran takes a turret shot. There's some needlework onto Owner as they're still getting underneath here. The flash out of the needlework there from Owner is probably necessary as Lehens comes in. Heroic charge is going to miss. There is the public execution as Doran flashes for it and manages to get the kill onto his opposite number. Now Lehens is alone underneath this turret, but thankfully the minions are a little further away, but he has no way of clearing out this wave. So this is possibly just set up for yet another one, but the turret is going to help him out here.
I think Lehens is fine. I'm honestly a little disappointed with Kingdom there. I think he took so much free damage going in early. I'm pretty sure, though, I hope we can get to see the vision from his perspective. Lehens is really trying to not die, but also keep this wave in a good spot for his top laner, who is in a really rough position. I think he'll be able to.
Yeah, possible angle here. Hostile takeover does come through as Carrier and Owner get angry at one another, but it's not going to be a kill.
Yeah, game's getting a little silly.
It is, and this is continuing to be very
dead.
silly. Okay, yeah, he's no cyclones necessary, nothing like that. Owner is just, as you say, dead.
There's the circus we know and love.
I was going to say, explain that one to me, Chronicler.
So I'm guessing they don't see the TP of the Poppy here because it's just around the corner. I think otherwise Kingen doesn't go that aggressive. Because if it's a 2v2, I think that's fine. But the fact that if Lahens flashes, Doran doesn't get to make the play there. But that is obviously a bit rough. No idea here what the setup was, what the read was. I guess he was expecting...
The read was, I want to get the enemy red buff.
No, there's more to there's got to be more to it than that, right? Like I know you're setting up the play towards bot side, so you're expecting to then make a cross map. Is I guess was the read. So maybe you think they were in grubs, they were on your top side. There's always a reason why jungler. It doesn't make the decision right, but I always try to figure out like what was the jungler thinking.
They do like red buffs though.
Yeah, and also Owner has been caught in the enemy jungle. That's a second time in a row now. I say that as he is.
Maybe he thinks
in the
he's
enemy
blue
jungle.
side.
Well,
he's like, this is my jungle.
I don't think he thinks that.
He's like, why do when I press B, I keep going to the enemy base? It's so weird. Because now he's clearing his Krugs.
Oh no, are we just killing Kingen again?
Well, that's what they're considering, as Nongshim do clear out a ward underneath this turret. The flash to try and lock down Jiu, as the turret is going to get very angry. He has to use barrier to get him out of the way, as Kerry has moved over.
Dive's cooked. Might be able to, I think, really do a lot to Faker there.
Yeah.
Is
softening up King in here just a little bit.
Oh
but
no,
the
these
needlework is
trades.
still there. There's the public execution, but Gwen is immune. That is going to be useful here. Still, it's not going to be enough as he tries his best. And it's not good enough. T1 going to be able to lock down another kill underneath the turret towards that bottom side as 0-2 Gwen. It's not a great look here for Nongshim.
The one person that is holding strongly is Calyx, who has built that early lead with the solo kill that he got, with a little help from Faker, into about an 880 gold lead. As take another look here. Nicely done there from Kingen with the Shroud. Has bone blading as well. And even with, I think those were literally all the needles hitting.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the damage. If he has a finished item, like he probably 1v2s there. But he's been put behind so far. Now he's playing Eclipse, into an Eclipse rather, with him just having components. And I'm rapidly starting to lose the belief.
I mean, they still have a 500 gold lead. They have all of the grubs.
Corki is big.
True. If Kingen can also park himself in a side lane and the rest of Nongshim can create enough of a ruckus, maybe it's going to be okay. My problem is that, you know, the Sivir is just ahead in this matchup as well. I feel like Gumayushi is going to be so much more of a threat as this game goes on.
Yeah, I do think, again, we haven't really seen this with Kalista. I do think you still have a lot more power in skirmishes, right? Like, I don't think you need to actually win lane, but you can't afford to lose a Drake skirmish.
Fate's call.
Or
gonna deliver Lahens.
Yeah, or situations like this, you need to get your dragons. Yeah, okay, Doran has a clip. You cannot.
Yeah.
Ow, 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 ow.
Yeah, Kingen is just going to walk over to the last remaining minion. Does manage to at least claim that as the dragon will spawn. Have a look at what our second one is going to be. T1 looking at double dragon, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to pick it up. As yeah, the teleport does come in. Decent little taunt there as Gideon going to have to get himself out after this kill does come through. But Calyx was tanking the turret pretty beautifully there. And the Cyclone going to be able to get Gideon out of there. As Doran comes on over. Oh my god, it'd be so much money here if he picks this one up. Yep, 400.5 coming on through for Doran. As now Gideon, he's running. But the Warrior is not really enough of a trickster. And now it's a 3-0-1 Ambessa. And Doran could probably carry this game now.
Yeah, it's 2,000 gold now.
Yeah, 2,000 gold. Wow, that's big.
It's a lot of money here for the top laner on T1.
Oh, but Kingen got a plate.
That he did. Oh, no, please, no.
Oh, God, okay. Well, Gwen is going to try and escape as the needlework is going to slow down Faker here. He flashes and dashes, but Carrier is still just walking after him. The slows come on through, and the taunt will be enough to finish him off. There is definitely enough CC. And Owner is also going to be able to grab the dragon. Nongshim fans, did it feel like there was hope for a few moments? Because I want you to hold on to that. Hold on to that feeling. And maybe go for a walk. something like that.
Then what, Atlas?
And then come
and then
back.
They come back to a loss?
No, and then hope that KT is your next matchup.
Well, I'm gonna check if that's the case now.
That's a good idea.
Let me take a look see at the schedule here. Hey, guess what?
There you go.
It is. Did you know?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
As Lehens is going to ult flash. The hostile takeover does come on through, but Doran is going to eat that with the ulti. Lehens likely to just go down here, unfortunately, and he will. Ona now looking for some opportunities. There are flashes coming out of absolutely everyone. Ona has just exploded, though. As the Cyclone comes on in, they are diving these turrets, and they're going to be successful as they do eliminate this Corki. Jiu is just hanging out in this mid lane. Kingan's in top lane, so they might be able to get some extra plates right before they are going to fall down. Gumayushi looking to do the same thing here towards this bottom side. That was a weird play, but I think T1's still pretty happy with it.
Yeah, I took a look at the schedule, Atlas.
Yeah, man.
So they are facing KT next week on Saturday. That'll be cool. You know, it's a Saturday showdown.
Yep. Are you saying that it gets worse after that? Because, like, honestly...
No, that's Saturday. So they have a match before that.
Oh, it's Gen G next, isn't it?
It's Gen G.
All right.
Yeah. So we take another look at this fight, unless...
We're going to take a look at this mid lane, actually, as Faker and Lehens shaking hands. And Jiu is just going to try and chase him down. He just dash cannons his way out. Looks like the Galio will survive. Not enough sticks here in him from this Callisto.
Redemption Poppy.
It's a bit of a cute one as Heroic Charge does just push Jiu into the wall. He flashes to get himself out of the way, so he's going to survive momentarily. Lehens is in so much trouble, though, as Gideon trying to offer them a bit of frontline, and T1 do back away. Some big buttons now on cooldown on both sides. The Fate's Call was employed. Gonna have that hostile takeover relatively soon. Nongshim, at least they are still playing aggressively, right? It's not like doomed gold lead or anything like that. But T1, it does feel like they do have the tempo vibes with them, and they are just playing a little bit haphazardly.
It's
around that.
They're playing fast and loose. We can be real here, right? Like with some of the gambles that they're taking. The tragedy, I think, for Nongshim is that I really do believe in these last couple of series they've looked a lot better. Let's not forget they were close to winning against Hanwha. Not the series, but the game. Like that second game, they basically should have won. Hanwha just vipered their way out of that one.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to have a Viper button?
Yeah, that would be good. They don't, though. But I think Nongshim has actually been on the upswing from where they were at the beginning of round 3.
Yep.
As we now get decently into round 4. It's just, you're playing into T1 and Gen G, so like you're just going to look worse because those teams are literally 2 of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
And they're just going to make you look silly, unfortunately. Now, the gold lead now, by no means insurmountable. Most of the gold for T1 is onto Doran right now, so if he's not in the fight, maybe you can find an angle. I'm also looking at that Poppy, though.
Yeah, so are Nongshim. They're actually wanting to chase him down.
Pretty squishy. Let's go for redemption.
Yeah, he's going to be able to make his way out. Shelly is just going to be ignored for the moment. And at least Doran's in the bottom lane. That is good news for Nongshim because he is so fed. Has just a gigantic CS advantage as well. So yeah, if he's not in this fight, then maybe Nongshim do stand a chance. Jiu and Lehens back at it once again. Possibly a decent hostile takeover angle. He throws it out. Fate's Call to try and save him as Jiu is going to try and get bailed out, but it does not work. And T1 are just leaving them on the floor. Gideon's going to go down. Doran just dashing like mad. He teleports in and people die.
That's the Crookload right there, Atlas.
Oh, yeah.
Woo! This TP's in.
He's on the Grump side of the map, baby. No one can kill him.
Well, I've heard the words of warning, okay? Dunda knows Grump is dangerous and needs to be treated with respect.
But Grump is not Doran's weakness.
It's not his weakness.
It's
no,
Dunda's.
It's Krug's.
Yeah, I don't even know whether Krugs could beat him. Yeah.
I don't
He's
think they will.
2.8k ahead. Now let's have a look at the fight one more time.
As, oh my god, he actually gets off the ult, which means that he's not tagged by the ult from the Renata. Also, they're already in a big lead, and then Faker arrives just in time. The most fed member doesn't really get to join the play for Nongshim, so...
Doran's really good.
Yeah, I mean, he has been.
Yeah, I know.
But, like,
it's still just crazy to think about.
It's been since... I think it started in 2021, no? Remember, it wasn't KT that year? And that's when he, I think, started to...
I mean, some of the issue for me is, like, I feel like his team fighting has always been amazing, but now he's good at everything else as well.
Yeah, he's gotten a lot more well-rounded, I would agree.
So 5-0-3 on this Ambessa, pushing that advantage further forward as T1 will grab Soul Point for free. Just no way Nongshim.
Now, don't be mistaken.
Test.
I'm still voting for Carrier.
Oh yeah, it has to, I mean, there is...
But I think there will be some Doran votes. I can see it.
He is the Krug Lord. And honestly, justice for Doran. At least you can't vote for Pays, you know? Can't do it again.
I stand by it.
That's the worst part. All right, Faker going to be able to grab that cannon with the last few moments.
Do you care as much as Veldus? I know Veldus, you know.
Probably even. I mainly just care because I like riling you up with it. So I think it's funny.
Yeah, you're really lacking for material in that department.
Yeah. I just, you know, got to have a few extra options. As Nongshim going to be able to at least claim their red buff. And when I'm talking about them claiming their own red buff as being a positive, you know that things are looking dire. It's problematic. 4.3k is the gold lead. More than half of that is just Doran, who remains 30 CS in the lead against the 0-0.
Really, you know, if you look at it the right way, it's really not that unplayable for Nongshim.
Okay. What way is that? Like upside down?
No, I'm not trying to get into Stranger Things here.
Which orientation do you have to be?
So, Doran needs to not be in the fight.
Got it.
And then 1.3k of the rest of the gold is on Carrier.
Faker is just going to try and kill King in. Let's see whether that works as he just flashes away. That was actually very cute observing as Calyx
Get him, Calyx!
Is just going to come on over and try and finish the job. He will be able to do so as that taunt is not going to help. Meanwhile, T1 are just taking out
No, pan away.
Yeah. This is one of those things where don't check the minimap as On the Hunt comes on through and Carrier is epitomizing that.
That's my turret!
They're just going to save the turret.
Get away! Oh no. Oh god. Oh, Doran is here. You can't have that. That's bad. Run,
hey, they get back to their corky. They get back to their corky. That is something. Oh god, Carrier, he finds the flash angle. You knew he was looking for it once again. Doran goes over the hostile takeover, and they just die.
That's where the gold was. You had to run away. They could run away. They had to go and try and play for mid. Yeah, the moment that Doran is in a play, I have no angle.
He's too big, man.
Yeah, both him. Oh no. Faker's like,
oh, round 2, baby.
Get the bounty, Kingin.
All right,
just take the bounty.
This is
let him take the bounty in peace.
Oh, he's gonna flash.
Well,
and then goes back in for the bounty. That's what we're talking about. Beautifully done. I mean, he did get the turret. There we go. 0-4, not a care in the world. Might have a few kills.
I still think that Nongshim is better than they were like 2 weeks ago. I worry about what it does to a team to just get pummeled like this. Even with all the rationalization in the world. Knowing T1, probably the second best team in the world right now. Maybe even the best, you know, they're currently even on Gen G. Maybe that's how it is. But still, you are getting just kicked in the face as a multi-man gank here onto King N.
I recently watched Fantastic Four. It does feel like it's clobbering time. Just a little bit.
Okay, for who?
The Thing, you know, like that's his
No, I
line.
get the reference, but like, who is...
T1's just clobbering Nongshim.
Yes.
In fact, a lot of the teams in the Legend Group have just been clobbering Nongshim.
I think there are 2 main clobbering teams right now.
Yeah.
2 teams doing the clobbering.
I do think that Humble Life Esports tries to do clobbering a lot, but sometimes they get clobbered as a result.
They do, yeah. Well, also, we're looking at their actual results for Hanwha. They 2-0 both Nongshim and KT, right? But it's the way that they do it. And they also got 2-0'd by T1 and Genji, so that doesn't help that case.
Well, Doran has decided he's going to kill Jiu, and he might just be able to do that as he does dash on in. There is going to be the bailout as into the backline goes Carrier. The Cyclone does nothing. It's a double kill for Doran. Could just be a triple as he's looking to dash off to Gideon, and yeah, Gideon knows he's dead. There's that triple kill we were talking about. Could we make it a quadra? As Kingin throws needles at him, and Doran is going to be slowed to the point where he just decides that perhaps he'll break the base instead of doing anything else. Calix has decided that this game is not for him, and honestly, who could blame him?
Inside of you are two wolves. One wolf wants to vote for Carrier POM. The other wolf wants to vote for Doran POM. Which wolf do you go for?
Carrier.
Even game one, Doran was really good.
He was.
He had a really good Aurora game.
Maybe it is Doran. I mean, this is a pretty general.
I have already put in my vote, and I'm not gonna be changing it. I made my call.
There we go.
About halfway through this game.
Are you not going to flip-flop again? Because
I will not flip-flop.
Previous series, you did do a little bit of that.
I did do a little bit of flip-flopping.
Well, Kingin not going to be making it out of this one alive. As Gwen is unfortunately not immune this time. Jiu going to be doing his best to get out of here as Lehens. The same situation as he decides to fake call his way backwards. They don't have a lot of buttons. Carrier is just fishing for it. Does call it off as Doran.
I think he can go in.
I think he can just do this against 4 people. There it is. Public Execution is going to connect as he's looking for that backline, dashing everywhere. That is going to be a big shutdown to Jiu, though, as that Carrier vote looking better and better. Also manages to kill Gumyushi on the back end of the play. That's a couple of shots.
Look at that
face.
Money. A little giggle from the Kruger. He's like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that was a bridge too far.
At the moment I said I probably think he can go in, Doran fought that as well.
Yeah, unfortunately he couldn't quite go as in as he did.
No, he did. If he had a Renata, that would have been a great play, but he didn't. As we take another look at the play, very nicely done in killing that Gwen without too much of his King and really not having the best of time. This was fine. This is where the rest of the team was disengaging Doran. I'm kind of wondering, did he think Faker had ult? Because then that play makes sense. If Faker did not have ult, decidedly, and also was not anywhere near him. So I think maybe he just wanted to press the button, and he did, and he died.
Honestly, who could blame him? He's just feeling it. He was riding that wave. Sometimes you just want to do that thing where you flick your surfboard around and do that thing off the top of the wave, and it's like super cool, but then it just throws you completely off. But
well, yeah, we don't want to wait until the final episode to start surfing.
No, exactly.
No, start early as possible.
Yeah.
Every episode, Doran surfing.
This is the better version of surfing Dracula.
Yes.
You know, this is the one that we want. Take me back. All right, Calix is in a side lane. He's opted out. He really has. But is possibly able to get some bounty gold before this Baron just goes down for free for T1.
He's trying to Chovy, but it's like 2021 Chovying. That's not
some DRX Chovy.
Yeah, the term has changed. Get with the times.
Whoa! Carrier a little bit regretful of the whole scenario. Gets a hostile takeover.
I haven't even talked
trouble.
about the fact that Ocean Soul was taken at some point during
it's
fine.
As Kingin going to carry a circle forward here. Public Execution once again finds the back line as Jiu able to dance his way out of the way of Faker, but not the taunt as he gets the Justice Punch. Jiu going to get that bailout, but immediately that one's going to exit. The Corki tries to play the video game, and Poppy says no. It's a triple kill for Gumyushi, and T1 going to use this Baron to just finish off this series. A swift, decisive 2-0. Some happy gaming in amongst it. But look, you can't deny it. This team is just looking too good. Only Genji capable of winning since they got back from MSI.
Funniest part, this game was shorter than the previous one. This one was 27 minutes, the last one was 28.
Well, there you go. They felt very similar in length, but I was wrong.
The Lions gave him the pat. All teammates as highlighted. And T1, yet again showing we are a 2-team region. As they qualify to the playoffs, I can only hope we become a 3-team region again as Hanwha refine their form, but right now they're a 1-man team. And this is a 5-player team as Doran and Carrier in particular having absolutely ridiculous performances today. Owner, not his best day. That's fine. He can take a day off after the heavy lifting he's been doing.
And it wasn't problematic from Owner or anything like that. The spotlight was a little bit stolen by the incredible Ambessa play out of Doran. Gumayushi also having a good one, but it was his lane partner that was really calling the shots, especially in that game one. My God, that Alistair was repugnant. Ludicrous performance from this guy. And I mean, we've spent a lot of time singing the praises of Keria. I do like that Staria little fan sign there as well. Very, very cute. But man, yeah, it's just nice watching him continue to perform at this incredible level after we did miss out on that a little bit during the initial phases of this year. Doran packing up that bag, and I think that he gets choice of dinner tonight. Maybe Keria can have the POM, Doran can choose what to have, because that Ambessa performance was absolutely amazing. Deserves a POG, but we don't have those anymore. As the Keria Doran like POG angles would have been so easy.
Oh, that would have been double perfect votes, yeah.
Yeah.
Would not have even been remote. Even this. Like, even in all these sequences, it's the two of them.
Yep.
Perfect. Great stuff.
He wasn't, like, Doran actually mitigated every single hostile takeover.
Yeah, no, he literally had one bad play, which we knew and he knew the moment he played. For outside of that, basically a perfect Ambessa game. Actually exceptionally well done.
And Keria also looking incredible. So, yeah, this was the main one. This is where Doran was like, yeah, there is absolutely no chance for you, Nongshim. And I think Nongshim at this moment kind of realized it, as Doran from here just kind of went nuts. Keria finding this flash heroic charge angle. But once again, it's like every time he is just leapfrogging a hostile takeover.
For Nongshim, some of the laning phase is actually looking, I think, pretty decent in this one. Particularly when we look towards Calyx in that second game. I forgot who it was, but I know there was someone else that did well in the first game in the head-to-head, but it doesn't really matter. The team fighting from T1 is on another level. But there's a much bigger difference is the combination of jungle support for T1 plays such an insanely high-paced game, and it's just basically impossible to keep up with. They just can't do it. Like, and as soon as you fall behind, Gen G, they won't let you play the game. But you'll be there. With T1, you're going to be in the death chamber for basically the rest of the game.
Yeah, and you're in just such a wallet hole as well, because they do, like you say,
they just kill you
so aggressively. It's just
keep doing it. Like you're like, oh man, I can catch this whip. Oh, I'm getting doved by Keria. Fun. Oh, can I have that meat? Nope. Owner's there. What about Faker with Galio? What about Jhin? Too much. Too much Atlas.
Topping the damage numbers as the Ambessa here was Doran. Absolutely incredible play. Man, I miss POG. I just wish we had POG.
I actually don't know who it should be. Because I think also both players had insane games.
I do think it's a bit of a flip a coin moment.
Because both players were also insane.
I mean, he didn't die once. Yeah, 17 and 21, and then nothing in the bad column. Really, really nicely played. Moves up to 600 points here. Just 100 away from both Zeus and Viper there.
I would love a 7-6 vote. That, for me, would be perfect.
Yep.
That would be great if we can have that, please. Thank you very much.
We'll have to wait for the space before we do check that one out. Beforehand, we do get to have a word with Keria and hear about what's been happening over at T1.
What did we learn today, Atlas?
Having
you learned a lot of new words.
I did.
That was cool.
I learned about the card face.
Face card, yeah. Body card and body T.
Yeah, and also that you actually managed to get some Melbourne breakfast.
That was good.
Which is fantastic.
That was big. T1's really good.
Yeah, T1's still really good. Doran's exceptionally good.
Nongshim slowly getting better. Not to the pace where they can beat the good team.
I don't know whether I learned that.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. I feel like we learned a little bit of that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we have to be pretty liberal with our optimism.
Yeah, well, I have to do something, man. I can't just be like, well, I do, compared to the start of round 3, I think we're seeing slight improvements. Does that phrasing make you more inclined to agree?
No.
No? Okay, well,
sadly, haven't really seen much of that. It was no, wait. It was better this week than it was the week they had Trigger.
Yeah!
There we
gotta win!
We found the positives, and now it is time to throw it over to the interview with Keria.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Sierra for the POM interview translation, joined by Keria on the side of T1. Congratulations!
네, 오늘 캐리아 선수의 플레이로 이 경기를 보신 분들 정말 행복해하셨을 것 같습니다.
Many fans would have rejoiced just watching how well you played today. And with that 2-0, you just qualified for the playoffs. How do you feel? I'm really glad that we're able to win a 2-0 and qualify for the playoffs. And then I think we did a really good job fixing and improving from our last mistakes in our last match. So I'm actually really happy about that. And alongside with that victory, you hit a big record. You're the first ever LCK support to get 500 kills. This was actually the milestone you've been waiting for, and you are here now. How do you feel? Feels great. 500 kills. You know, compared to other laners, I don't know if that's something to congratulate for. But just the fact that I'm the first ever, it just feels amazing. How did your 500th kill taste? It was a delicious kill I got with Alistar. I'm very satisfied. In game 1, T1's tempo vibes are on point, and you snowballed the game from the start. And it seems like the initial fast tempo have picked up even more. So, is it that, or is it that you align well with current meta? Yeah, the current meta is so fast in terms of tempo, and I think we have to move around really fast around the map. And I think the team is actually really confident in carrying that out. So I think we're just really good for this current meta. Keria, yes, your movement was amazing. Your Alistar was the superstar, top star, lobster, bus star, which is the bus in Korean. Which one's your favorite? You know, superstar is actually something that is a nickname for owner, so I will just say bus star. Get on the bus, you guys. And in game 2, after a long time, the enemy brought out the Kalista Renata comp. So, what was the game plan? I think against Kalista, we had a comp where we just had to keep being aggressive and keep cornering her. And I think as an experienced Kalista players in our team, I think we just knew how to deal with her really well. Well, you went 0 dots in both games and became the first support to get 500 kills. How awesome! And in just a moment, Lolly Night will feature Owner and Faker. Are you excited for it? I'm sad that I'm not on the Lolly Night this time around, but Owner and Faker, those two, they click really well lately, so I'm sure that you will have a very enjoyable content. You won't go anywhere, you're gonna watch it, right? Of course. And you will face KT Bolster next. What are your goals? For us to reach 2nd place, we actually have to win every match in rounds 4 and 5, so we'll make sure that we keep on working hard to get all those wins. And that's the end of the interview with Keria, and back to the space. Thank you!
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, as it is Keria picking this one up. Not only the record-breaking 500 and I think 2 kills here for him, but the POM as well. 9 out of 13, a couple of nods to Dorn, and media, both media, going with Owner here.
I think Owner's okay, but it did seem like we had 2 clear favorites otherwise. Owner had a really good Nocturne game in game 1. His game 2 was also solid. You know, there were some mistakes, but T1 were having fun, so to me, it was very obviously Keria. His Poppy performance was pretty good, but obviously his Alistar in game 1 just ran the show.
Yeah, I think Keria and with a sprinkling, otherwise pretty good.
So, I mean, this to me is the best way I can describe right now Keria. Like, whether you're a T1 fan or not, you've got to enjoy watching this guy play. He's super aggressive. and he knows what his team is going to be doing at any moment. Sometimes you can watch back the comms, you can see like there aren't words exchanged, but Keria knows he can trust his team to follow up on some of his incredible plays. It's just insane to watch like how he can push the boundaries, the limits of support, because he knows that T1 will always be there to catch the serves he sends them.
Yeah, it is great synergy and vision. I think that's probably the best way to put it, how to set up that play. Ox, what'd you have for us?
Yeah, I mean, he had a phenomenal series, but talking a bit about his record, it's just so telling because, you know, we've had so many picks from Keria, things like the 80 carry meta, who was playing crazy stuff like the Draven support. It's so, the Callisto support, and it's so typical that he would be the one to get the 500 kills, you know, the most bloodthirsty support. It's no surprise he is the first one to hit it.
Yeah, definitely not. Let's see what we had here from the cast as well. There it is, Crony. Keria is one-of-a-kind player. Absolutely he is. He has been great throughout his...
No one is like him, that's for sure.
Helios going, Alistar, Superstar, Top Star, Lobstar, Blockbuster. Yeah, that works. And Master. Mastar.
He was all of those things. He mentioned in the interview he doesn't want to take Superstar away from Owner because that's kind of his thing, but I still think he was quite Superstar-esque in that series.
I like that one. Helios with shout-outs there. They were making puns about stars in Korean earlier. All right. Prince going Superstar K. The puns continue. Just dipping into that post-game interview. And then finally, excuse me, Doran, why do you use your teleport like this? What did he mean?
I don't know the reference. I'm not sure which teleport he's talking about, but I'm sure Pony has his reasons. Pony is never wrong, to be honest, in his comments. Like, even if we don't understand him, it just means it's our deficiency. So
it's on us.
Yeah. Sorry, Pony. Pony, we just can't keep up with the big brain comments. I hope this gets clipped and sent back to Pony. He's been leading the way in terms of comments on both the English and the Korean broadcast. Great game there by T1. More huge ones. And Cloud Templar saying, guy who broke my diaper. What?
Are we sure we needed to do one more? Maybe we could have stopped at the last one. I do think that you guys can interpret this as you'd like. There's a lot of different ways you could look at this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is. Take it away, Degon.
No, I think there's a few interpretations, right? You want to explain, Ox, like the different ways in which you could look?
Nah, that's good. That's good. We have a very sophisticated, mature audience here in the LCK. They know what it is, or know how to figure it out. As we take a look at the standings.
Let's just put it this way: I don't think
Cloud
Templar wears
I'm not putting it anywhere else. I'm not putting it anywhere else. We're getting on the broadcast. That's it. All right,
moving on.
All right, 16-8, 7-loss streak here for Nongshim at 10-14. Still looking for their first. Don't write in the prompter. Their first game win. T1 continued the trend upwards, and we'll try to close the gap between them and Hanwha Life Esports for that second seed.
It's 8 wins, so there's still a large gap, right? But T1 looking kind of unstoppable. And both T1 and Genji just don't play close games. But I think that's one of the things I've noticed when I watch these top 3 teams. Hanwha will play a close game, Viper will clean it up later. You're like, oh, are they going to lose? No, Viper 100%. Cleans it up, you know, in those situations. But for T1 and Genji, it feels like in most games, around 10 minutes, you're like, how quickly will the game end is the only question you have left. You're like, oh, this is just way too much control. And that's what the top of Legend looks like right now.
Yeah, we have our top 3 locked into playoffs. So KT and Nongshim really just fighting for that last spot to either be in playoffs or to be in the play-ins. So still, you know, regardless of whether you're in playoffs and play-ins, still a chance to fight through. It's not as dire as in the Rise group where it's do or die completely, but obviously being in playoffs the better spot, and that fight continues tomorrow when it's KT against Genji.
Anger, can DNF get 2 wins in a row to keep their chances alive?
They are on a win streak.
And also in the circle of Rise we had earlier, D+. Only team that beat, or the team that D+ beat in that was DNF, so DNF could get revenge and turn that back around. I mean, D+ did also beat DRX, but Genji KT,
That's what I was going to say, Wolf. I like how Dan was setting us up to talk about Gen GKT. You skipped straight to the DNF first D+ match.
Of course I did.
At the end of the cast, the guys said, what did we learn today? So what did you learn today, Wolf?
That Carry is the guy who broke the content voice timer.
I wish I'm gonna unlearn that. You know, I want to unlearn that, please.
I learned and reinforced how much I love the LCK, and hopefully you do too. Which means you'll come back tomorrow for more LCK. Bye bye.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.